Tantor Audio, a division of Recorded Books, presents The Love Trap by Nicole French, narrated by Cindy Kay. Prelude, 1996. Eric turned the book upside down, then back over. He had been looking at the thing for days, and he couldn't understand why his father was so obsessed with it. As far as he could tell, it was just a book. An old, moth-eaten, chewed-up hunk of pages that smelled like mothballs and stale coffee. You couldn't even read the thing. It was all in Latin. And yet, just the other week, when his mother had threatened to toss it out, his father had gotten angry. And Jacob DeVries never got angry. Irritated, sure. Melancholy at times, maybe. But mostly, Eric's father was affable and easygoing. The kind of man who could make anyone smile. He was never angry. Except about this book. "He's a bully, Jake. He's dangerous." Eric shrank into the love seat at the sound of his parents jogging down the stairs of the townhouse. His mother entered the living room first in a huff, followed by his dad carrying his monogrammed Vuitton overnight bag. "Johnny just wants what he can't have, Hen. He always has, and he'll get over it, just like he always does." Heather turned around in front of the big bay window that looked out onto East 67th Street. "You say that like he didn't try to—" "John's bark has always been worse than his bite, sunshine." Eric remained stone still, listening to one of his parents' rare arguments unfold. He had learned long ago that silence was sometimes a better tactic than speaking up, especially in this family. It was like one of grandmother's favorite quotes, "Speak softly and carry a big stick." Teddy Roosevelt said that. Eric hadn't found a big enough stick yet. He wouldn't have been allowed one in the apartment anyway. But he had definitely learned the benefits of quiet. "That's because you've never given him anything to chew on." Heather swept around, making her paisley skirt twirl. "And I'm not going to start now," Jacob cut back. Then Eric's father paused, and as he looked at Heather, his face transformed. Gone was the haloed, carefree man Eric generally knew. Jacob was the golden heir of the DeVries family. Its fatted calf, he liked to joke. His purpose in life was to be its symbol of youth until his mother, Celeste, passed her fortune to him. And he generally took that to mean he should offer comic relief whenever possible. But when he looked at his wife, Jacob DeVries' boyish charm evaporated. He resembled a Viking more than an indulgent heir. "Is that what you want?" he asked, almost dangerously. "Is it the fight you want to see? Maybe you want him to win after all, is that it?" If his father had looked at him that way, Eric would have escaped immediately up the stairs. Yet Heather seemed almost drawn to her husband. She remained perfectly still as he stalked toward her. Their faces nearly touched. She lifted her chin and met her husband's glare straight on. "I never did," she said, "and I never will." Jacob took his wife's chin between two fingers and tipped her face left, then right, like he was examining a piece of fruit, checking for bruises. "Good," he said finally, "because that would be a damn waste and you know it." Was it Eric, or did his mother glow at the brooding words? "Jake, please," she whispered, her jaw tight between Jacob's fingers. "Don't go, please. Just stay home." For a moment, Eric dared to hope that his father would obey. Neither of them liked it when he went on these trips, sailing excursions without clear destinations. Some lasted days, others weeks. "His one rebellion," Eric's grandmother called them. But Dad was an excellent sailor, Eric reminded himself. He always came home to his family. And so, instead of answering his wife's pleas, Jacob kissed her. Eric observed with a sort of morbid curiosity the way his mother's bone structure seemed to dissolve in his father's arms. Jacob held her up with a broad hand around her waist, the other at her neck. He kissed Heather for a long time, until they were both out of breath, and the sun cast slightly longer shadows through the drawing room. When he released her, Jacob was smiling again, one of his eyebrows raised like a villain's. Heather giggled. Eric made a face. She sounded like the girls at school, the ones who always seemed to have endless questions and comments for him these days. Like Nina's friend, Caitlin, the one Aunt Violet had let stay the summer with them. She always liked to pretend she and Eric were married. He didn't understand why all the girls seemed to want Prince Charming to save them. Why couldn't they learn to save themselves? What was wrong with that? So when his parents started to kiss again, Eric wasn't curious at all anymore. Just grossed out. Ahem! At the sound of their son, his parents sprang apart. Both of their faces flushed. Jacob coughed. Eric, kid, you, been there long? Eric shrugged. Just reading. Heather's face turned even pinker as she adjusted her blouse and reset her pearl necklace. When I get home, you'd better be waiting for me, sunshine, Jacob said to her with a wink. In that piece I bought you last week, if you know what's good for you. Dad! Eric had had enough. Do I need to leave the room? Jacob chuckled, pinched Heather's waist, then danced away from her swat as he crossed the room to Eric. His normal corona, the one that seemed to draw everyone to him, was back in place. Eric relaxed. This was the dad he knew. Sorry about that, kid, Jacob said as he squatted next to Eric's chair. You'll understand one day. Eric shrugged. Mom likes it when you kiss her. I can deal with it. To a point. His father laughed. A broad, booming clap that filled the room. You watch, kid. One day you're going to find a girl you can't stop kissing either. Eric made another face. I don't think so. Jacob's laugh boomed again. It gets worse, too. Soon you'll do anything to make her smile. Make a complete fool of yourself just for an extra glance. He looked at Heather, who was patting her hair in the mirror above the console. Right, Hen? Heather smiled, but it wasn't bright and warm. It was almost sad. Only if he's very lucky. They looked at each other for a long time. And once again, it was like they had forgotten Eric was in the room, despite the fact that he was no more than a foot from his father. He cleared his throat again. Jacob jerked, and Heather turned back to the mirror. What's that you're reading? Jacob asked, pointing to the book. Eric held up the ancient volume. It's yours. I saw it in the living room. The Aeneid. Really? Jacob looked surprised. I would have thought that a bit above your pay grade, kid. It's all in Latin. Mrs. Hendricks made us learn some last year, Eric said, but I don't really understand it. Well, 20 grand is a lot for school, but I wasn't expecting fluency in a dead language before at least 14. Jacob took the book and thumbed through it with familiarity. You have to be careful with this, you know. I don't know why you like it so much if it's this hard to read, Eric remarked. His father shrugged good-naturedly, a family trait. It's a classic. Just because it's a classic doesn't mean it's good. Some parts of it are good. Others are just important. What's it about? Jacob flipped through the pages again, zooming past yellow and pink highlighted passages with yards of scribble in the margins, also in Latin. It's about a Trojan traveler, Aeneas. He starts a journey after the sacking of Troy. Troy? Like my friend at school? Troy as in Helen of. Jacob replied with another wink at Heather, who was watching them through the mirror. A woman almost as pretty as your mom, for whom a giant battle was waged. Oh, please, Heather said. though she was clearly unbothered by the comparison. Troy was a city? Eric asked. Yes, Jacob agreed. And in the story, after the Greeks take it over, Aeneas escapes with his merry men, wanders for a while, and eventually ends up in Italy, where he fights Turnus and becomes an ancestor for the founders of Rome. It's an origin story of sorts. Is that why grandmother calls Mom Helen sometimes? Eric asked. He flipped through the pages of the Aeneid until he came to a part where he had seen the familiar name, Elena. Who fought over her then? No one, Heather put in too quickly. And it doesn't matter anyway, Jacob added. Grandma just likes to stir up trouble. Eric narrowed his eyes. She doesn't like being called Grandma, Dad. But his father's eyes just twinkled with mischief. Which is exactly why I do, kid. Someone has to give old Grams a run for her piles of money, don't you think? If everyone does exactly what she wants, she'll start thinking she's better than us. Eric snorted. Grandmother already thought that. Jacob ruffled Eric's hair, then returned to Heather. Eric watched him wrap his hands around her waist, and yet again, it was like they were alone. Jacob set his chin on his wife's shoulder, and together they gazed into the mirror. My Helen of Troy, Jacob said. So low, Eric almost couldn't hear him. I'd fight 1,000,000 wars for you. For a moment, Eric wished he had a camera. His parents looked at each other's reflections with such naked adoration. He wondered if every marriage was like theirs. Aunt Violet and Uncle Christian seemed to hate each other most of the time. Come to think of it, he didn't know anyone in his family who actually seemed to enjoy their spouse's company. Come here, Hen. Jacob turned Heather around and gave her one last kiss that made the console bump against the wall behind them. This time, Eric didn't clear his throat. He didn't make a sound. A warm feeling glowed in his belly, and he didn't want it to stop. When Jacob finished, Heather's cheeks were bright red again, her patted hair out of place once more. But her eyes shone like the stars in the sky, the ones Eric could only see on Long Island when they went to the summer house, far from the city. Jacob murmured something in her ear that made her gasp. Jake! She batted his shoulder, but that only earned her one last kiss before she was released. Jacob grabbed his bag off the floor. That book. It's important, Eric. I'll take care of it, Dad. Father and son traded meaningful looks. Then Jacob nodded. I'm off then. Take care of your mother too, will you? Eric nodded back. I will, Dad. I promise. Present. Eric woke to his father's voice echoing through the jail cell. Aeneas. Elena. Heather's eyes. Take care of your mother. Was that really the last thing his father had ever said to him? It was nearly 23 years since Jacob had left that day and never come back. 23 years since his mother had smiled like that. 23 years since he had a real, full family. A guard's baton clanged on the cell door. DeVries, visitor. Eric frowned. He wasn't expecting Jane today. His hearing was imminent, so he had told her on Monday not to bother. He didn't like the idea of her or their child to be in this disgusting place. The conditions at Rikers were notorious for mistreating visitors nearly as poorly as inmates. Eric himself had little to worry about. Bribery was easy enough, and being one of New York's most prominent citizens helped, too. But Jane was a different story. All he wanted to do was keep her safe. Not, of course, that she would ever listen to him. Eric followed the guard through the same routine he'd been following for close to 2 weeks now. Search, wait, change, wait. Hustle across the compound to the big converted gym they used as a communal visitors area for his particular cell block. But instead of Jane, or even Nina, who had visited once over the last miserable 12 days. He found his mother, sitting at the far end of the room, hands clasped primly over her deep brown Birkin bag, the rest of her covered with a conservative knit thing Jane had once called a poncho. "Little known fact," Jane said one evening while she paged through a back issue of Vogue. "Every time a designer renders a culturally appropriated artifact in beige, a star at the far end of the universe dies a terrible, colorless death. Case in point, this poncho." God, he missed her. It didn't matter that, like clockwork, she had been here every other day during visiting hours to see him. It wasn't enough. Not even close. He had gone to sleep every night in that godforsaken cell, broken springs poking his back, while he plotted all the ways to find John Carson and wring his fucking neck. It was only imagining Jane, her soft skin, her wry smile, her dancing eyes, that kept his fury at bay. He needed her like he needed water, air. It was a dangerous thing, this kind of love. An obsession. He was beginning to understand how it drove the poets crazy, how it started wars. "Mom." Eric accepted an aerated kiss on the cheek from Heather, who seemed almost scared to touch him. "Eric." She sat back in her chair, looking like she deeply regretted wearing such light-colored clothes. Eric sat too, and pushed a hand through his hair. It was still wet. Today he'd been allowed to shower before coming out. He took every opportunity for hygiene he could in this place. "So, this is a surprise," he said. They said I could bring you some reading material." She held up a book and set it on the table. A guard, no doubt paid off handsomely, gave her the privilege of bringing something inside without submitting it for inspection. "I don't know what you did to anger John Carson, but Eric, I must urge you, leave it alone." Eric eyed the small black volume, then his mother. "You have to know it's too late for that." Heather sighed. "Are you absolutely sure?" "This is Jane, Mom. My wife. No one on this planet has a claim to her other than me. But maybe you wouldn't understand." "You don't think I—" She cut herself off with a sigh. "I did love your father, you know." "Is that why you remarried less than a year after he died?" Heather's primrose mouth dropped. She shook her head. "Honestly, Eric, I wouldn't expect you to grasp the intricacies of that situation. All I can say is that I did love Jacob. I loved him very much." Eric folded his mouth tightly. If jumping straight into another marriage was love, then Heather only confirmed all his suspicions about his tundra of a family. None of them ever comprehended what love was at all. All the more reason he needed Jane. "You're so like him," Heather murmured. Eric glanced up sharply. "Who, Carson?" "No, your father." Eric shifted uncomfortably under the sudden intensity of his mother's gaze. He wasn't used to this kind of directness from her. "For a time, I mused how you were even mine, for how much the two of you resembled one another." She swallowed visibly. "It wasn't easy, you know. You were a constant reminder of him after he was gone." Eric wasn't sure how to respond to that. Was it an apology for all the years of neglect and distance? When his father was alive, at least he could remember times they had spent as a family. His childhood had still been regimented, as any DeVries childhood would be, facilitated mostly by hired help. But he did remember that his parents had been happy. And in those moments, he had been happy. Until a sailing accident ruined everything. After that, he hardly remembered Heather's presence. She had remarried, and Eric had ended up living in grandmother's fusty old penthouse until he could escape to Dartmouth. At least at grandmother's, he didn't sit alone in his room listening to his mother cry or entertain strangers. At least there, someone cared enough to talk to him, even if it was to criticize and dictate. And Heather hadn't fought the decision. She hadn't fought it one bit. "Okay," Eric said, unwilling to fight her now. "And anyway, it's fine. I'm not alone in this. Jane and the Sterlings are working with the legal team. I'll be out of here in no time." "But, oh dear, you really don't know, do you?" Heather asked. "Eric, Jane's gone." Suddenly his skin felt pricked by 1,000 needles. "Come again?" He had just seen her 2 days ago, sitting in the middle of this very room in a pair of black leather pants, a bright magenta sweater, and her favorite combat boots like she owned the joint. "I have to wear them while I can," she'd said about the pants. "My tits are already the size of Honeycrisp apples, dude, so you know my ass is next. This baby is barely bigger than a peanut, and it's already eating us out of house and home." It had been all he could do to not leap over the cheap plastic table and kiss her. Fuck the rules. Fuck the jail. He and Jane weren't supposed to be separated. It was unnatural. "I'm so sorry, but that's what I'm here to tell you. That, and to give you the book." "What the fuck do you mean she's gone?" His voice was sharp enough to catch the attention of the guard patrolling the scattered visitors. Heather sighed. Oh, darling, Nina should have come instead. It was all very sudden." She drifted off, clearly ashamed. "Jane departed for Seoul early this morning." "She's in Seoul?" Eric's heart turned to ice. "Jesus fucking Christ, Mom. She went to South Korea?" There was only one reason Jane would have left for Korea just a few days before his court date. She, or the investigator she'd hired, had found something about the whereabouts of Yuna, Jane's mother, who had recently gone missing, likely abducted by John Carson. Something bad. Something that would have taken Jane, pregnant and vulnerable, to another fucking hemisphere while Eric was wasting away. But instead of exploding the way he wanted, Eric swallowed back his emotions. Heather looked more than a little scared of him, and the guard behind her was ready to pounce. "I assume she left contact information?" Eric said at last. "Of course. And Nina gave her the plane to use. She took your security team, too. All of them. She said you wouldn't forgive her otherwise." The fact that Jane had left with 4 of the largest men in New York only made him feel marginally better. Fuck. She couldn't have just waited a few more days? Despite the fact that Carson had managed to keep Eric locked up for almost 2 weeks, the legal team seemed to think it would be no problem to have the suit tossed now that they had finagled a change in judges. After all, there was no evidence to stand on. The whole thing was a farce. Eric sucked in another breath, then picked up the book again and flipped through the pages. This is Dad's journal, isn't it?" It was a black moleskin, the same kind Eric had used since he was 11 or so. One more way he had unconsciously paid homage to his father over the years. It started in 1983 and continued through 1996, stopping a week or so before Jacob's death. Eric opened one of the early sections. May 14th, 1983. All hail the conquering graduates, or should I say, just Heather. Back to Princeton for her ceremony. So many old memories. Porta's was open this week as well, and the vote is in. Johnny was disappointed, but could he really have been that surprised? The DV had been making Caesar salad since the early 1800s, longer than his family has even been here. Pop made a great one. Granddad, too. Shouldn't I have a go at it? The party was fun, Mom made the trip too. Everyone getting along famously, even Johnny. Heather has really charmed her way in, angel girl. I plan to take her rowing tomorrow on Carnegie Lake. I'll propose with Mom's ring. After all, it's where we first met. Eric looked up. Why haven't I seen this before? You gave me all the others. It will tell you a story better than I can, Heather said. Perhaps you'll understand why I think you should let this go with John Carson. I know you love her, Eric, but she's gone now. Maybe it's better that you let her be. She went to get her mother, Mom. She didn't leave me. He started to say Jane was pregnant, but stopped. Jane told Skylar, but they had otherwise decided to keep it to themselves for the time being, to keep everyone safe. Heather looked like she wanted to say something else, but before she could, Eric pushed back from his chair. He needed to figure some shit out, and hopefully get a call to his attorney. Above all, he needed to get the fuck out of here and find his wife. Eric? He turned around. Heather was standing now, hands clasped in front of the beige wool. I'm sorry, she said. Really, I am. Eric blinked. Sorry for what? For her absence? Her lack of mothering? For what John Carson was doing to his life? Or for the fact that she wanted him to let him do it? It's fine, he said, not knowing what exactly was fine. And then he turned, gripping the journal with white-knuckled fingers as he left the crowded room. Part 1. Singlet. I woke with light in my eyes. The sun seeped at a slant, and I sat up straight, though my head nearly crashed on the cement. She flew away, a cudgeled bird, a dove without her piece, and left me here with rents her loss had torn from my chest. I mourned and cried, but in the end, I can't forget her face. It's how I learned much more than love. My marriage needed grace. Grace, from the Journal of Eric DeVries. 1. Present. There was no way around it. The man was dead. He was dead when I arrived in Korea after an almost 15-hour flight. He was dead after the hour car ride in Suwon from the Incheon airport outside of Seoul. He was dead when I identified the body at the morgue and began the very long process of sending it back to Lawrence Kim's second cousin in San Francisco, who, along with the Suwon police, was very curious to know why the private investigator had been found face down in a fallow melon field. Sudden heart failure, said the coroner, at the ripe old age of 36. Dead, dead, dead. Shit, Skylar said when I told her. From the hotel penthouse's 16th floor picture window, the Suwon skyline glimmered in the night, then faded to a sudden black, where the city's busy neighborhood gave way to a massive park. Then eons of rice paddies, farms, and nurseries. I pressed my head against the glass, eager to feel the chill counteracting the heat that seemed to course through my body all the time now. Being approximately 8 weeks pregnant apparently turned me into a furnace. It also made me miss my husband. A lot. That's one word for it, I muttered. Fucking hell. You sound like Eric. I winced. I did sound like Eric, who's probably going to use the exact same phrase when he discovered where I was. I just don't know what to do next. Did you talk to your cousins? Skylar asked, referring to Sujin and her mother, Jiyeon, some of the few Korean relatives we had a close relationship with in Chicago. I did. Sujin said we have some extended family in the area, but I don't know them. My mom didn't keep in touch with anyone after she left, you know? What am I going to do, show up and say, hey, it's me, the half-breed daughter of the whore cousin who shamed the entire family? Want to help me find her? I think that's unfair, Janie, and honestly, kind of selfish. I sighed, letting the condensation from my breath cloud the glass. I drew a heart through the fading smudge, then the letter E before the whole thing disappeared. Skylar was right, of course. I couldn't let a little thing like family estrangement stop me from finding my mother. And the truth was, I had no clue what my mother's relationship had been like with her family, only that her mom died when she was little, and her father a few years after she left. Some cousins had moved to Chicago when I was growing up, Jion, for instance, but I had never seen my mother call anyone in Korea. Never seen a birthday or Christmas gift with Hangul on the packaging. Not a card, a photo, nothing. As far as I knew, her relationship with her birth country had been completely severed the moment she met my father. Whichever one of them. The detective at the station was nice, I said lamely. He said if I came back tomorrow, he would help. He spoke English? He did, thank God. A lot of people here seem to speak English pretty well, so maybe I don't need a translator after all. I considered Jae-ho, the translator that Eric's assistant hired when I was en route from New York. Jae-ho was a diminutive graduate student of linguistics at one of the Seoul universities. His glasses were even thicker than mine. After discovering that the detective assigned to Lawrence Kim's body didn't require an interpreter, he had just loitered awkwardly behind us for a solid hour until I had asked him politely to take a car back to the hotel. I'd see him the next morning. To do what? I still wasn't sure. Well, that's something, Skylar said. I'm sure the detective will help. Yeah, I said. I'm sure. How are you feeling? Traveling almost 24 hours straight while pregnant? I can't even imagine it. That's because you were puking your guts out by this point. No one likes being sick on a plane. No one likes being sick, period. She didn't even bother to disguise the loathing in her voice. Skylar had been sick as a dog throughout most of her pregnancy, and I did wonder if she hoped a little too eagerly that I would suffer the same fate. Misery does love company. I'm fine, I replied. Tired, but I don't know if that's because I'm knocked up or because I've barely slept since Monday. Not even a little? Sorry, dude. I wish I could commiserate, but the bun seems pretty happy in the oven so far. Skylar heaved an irritable sigh. Some people get all the luck. What about your sonogram? Aren't you supposed to have a scan at 8 weeks? Well, yeah, but I'll have to do it here, I replied. Sujin gave me the names of a few good doctors in Suwon. I have an appointment. Was it awful, seeing the body? You are really determined to make me feel terrible, aren't you? I backed away from the picture window and sat on the bed, fatigue sinking into my bones. It wasn't. I don't know. It was just a body. Prior to last week, when I'd received the phone call from the Korean police about Kim's death, the PI had only been a name to me, hired by Brandon, not Eric or me, in order to get around John Carson's potential suspicions. Kim was terse, to the point, but more importantly, trustworthy after coming highly recommended by Matthew Zola. Since he was also Korean, he had happily continued the lucrative work to collect information about my mother's whereabouts. But beyond that, he was a stranger. He had found Carson almost immediately in Suwon, the larger city on the eastern side of the Hwasun area. It hadn't taken long, he said. There were limited 4-star accommodations here, not to mention a tall, rich white man with curly hair, piercing hazel eyes, and a hooked nose was fairly conspicuous in this part of the world. Unfortunately, Kim hadn't been stealthy enough. The coroner said his death was of natural causes, but even after identifying the markless body, I didn't buy it for a second. Found in a melon field. Found in a melon field. I didn't know why, but something about that statement sounded very familiar. And you have security with you, right? Skylar used her mothering voice, like she was asking her daughter whether she had remembered her raincoat. The Gorilla Squad? Why, yes, but I might be running out of bananas for them. Jane. I know. Yes, Tony and the others are shadowing me everywhere. I promise. You can tell that to Eric, too, when you see him, okay? Tell him I know it's important, and that I won't go anywhere by myself. I rubbed my forehead. I don't even want to think about what he's going to say when he finds out I'm gone. Actually, I think he already knows. I straightened. What? Nina was going to meet with him and his lawyer tomorrow before the trial starts, but his mom offered to do it today when she went to visit. His mom? Sky, are you kidding me? There was an awkward silence. No. Why? Skylar, Eric barely has a relationship with Heather. You really think the best person to inform him that I had to leave the country 2 days before his trial was her? She said she had something to give him anyway, Skylar said weakly. A book, I think. Nina and I both thought it was the right thing to do. Behind her, I heard a vague murmuring male voice that sounded like it was saying, I told you so, Red. Brandon, no doubt, chiming in on my side. Shit, I said. Oh my God, I bet he freaked, didn't he? Eric doesn't really freak. Says who? Skylar thought she knew him, but she didn't even scratch the surface. Eric was better than almost anyone at masking his true emotions. He would put on a calm, implacable face that hid whatever turmoil he might be experiencing. But I knew the truth. A whole host of passions simmered under that stoic surface, and I had been on the receiving end of them from time to time, usually when I pressed his buttons. If he wasn't careful, if he was pushed too hard, I was genuinely worried that one day Eric would burst beyond repair. Just, Sky, be careful with him, okay? Careful? My friend was genuinely surprised. You want me to be careful with Eric? My heart expanded in my chest. You're surprised? Of course she was. Most people knew Eric and me as antagonizers of one another. Was it my fault they didn't know what we truly were? Even my best friend? You know what? No, I'm not, Skylar said. I sighed, relieved. At least someone knew. I love him so much, Sky, I said softly, fighting not to hide my face, even though I was the only one who could see it in the window reflection. I wish I was there. I hate that he has to stand up in that court without me. My friend paused, like she was feeling everything with me. Oh, Janie, he knows you love him. Does he? We both knew the truth. It's not like I had made it easy for him over the years, or even the past several months. I was many things, but an easy person to love wasn't one of them. I was torn in half. On one hand, my husband, the father of my child, love of my utter fucking life, was about to be put on trial for a crime he didn't commit, a crime that my megalomaniacal biological father had framed him for as a repercussion for marrying me. I should be there. I was the entire reason for this bullshit, and now I had deserted him. But on the other hand, my mother had been abducted by said bio-dad not 2 weeks before. Eric, Skylar, and Brandon had all been convinced that I should absolutely not go in search of her. She was bait, they said. Me leaving was exactly what Carson wanted, to lure me away, separate the unit Eric and I had become. Well, now he had gotten his wish, because the only link I had to my mother was sleeping with the fishes, so to speak. And now she had no one else in the world who could find her. I wasn't abandoning her in this country now, but apparently that meant abandoning my husband instead. Rock, meet hard place, and then crush me hopelessly between the two of you. Skylar's pause was as pregnant as I was. Well, I won't let him forget it, she said at last. We'll get him out of there in no time. Brandon is even consulting with his lawyer, and they got a new judge, too. I shook my head. Really? Just last night, the lawyer motioned for an extension on account of bias. To no one's surprise and shock. The previous judge and Jude Latour are members of the same Princeton Society and have a weekly squash date. Of course they are. I was only just beginning to realize how deeply the nepotistic ties of the Janus Society really ran. Anyway, there will be a new hearing tomorrow about the case. Brandon thinks there's a good chance the new judge will throw the whole thing out. If I know Eric, he'll probably be on a plane the second the judge bangs the gavel. I cringed. I was in big trouble for being here. But I had to come, and Eric would be the first to tell me. My mother was missing. A madman had abducted her, and the only person we had sent into the fray had been found dead. I couldn't risk another person's life for my family drama, and I couldn't just leave my mother alone either. I fell back into bed again. It was the kind of bed Eric would have liked, big enough for his long limbs display, and wide enough he could toss me around however he wanted. Right now, though, I wouldn't have been the slightest bit interested. Fatigue was drawing over me like a thick cloak, and this time I couldn't fight it off, even as nerves warred within my stomach. I turned onto my side where the contents of Kim's files were spread across the bed. I had intended to go through them all tonight before meeting with the detective, but now I wasn't so sure I could keep my eyes open long enough to read the first page of notes. I needed to read them, though. I needed to determine everything I could about this case so I could hopefully solve it myself and go home. Tomorrow, I murmured to myself, promising a future I couldn't quite see. Skylar continued to chatter about what she thought would happen in Eric's hearings, but before long, her words blended. I fell asleep with my face plastered against 4 newsprint clippings from 1987. 2. 2009. Someone get me a whiskey. I grinned at my new roommate. We were both sweaty messes after spending the day running around Harvard Law School orientation events like a couple of frantic hamsters. But Skylar, with her bright red hair and freckled skin, was more flustered than most. HLS didn't mess around. Today alone, we had listened to a Supreme Court justice, followed by a couple of deans, section leaders, and then we had attended the lawn party for the entire 500-student entering class. We were beat. And thirsty. Cleo's, the dank, unofficially official bar for the HLS students a few blocks off Harvard Square, offered just the thing. I ordered Skylar a whiskey soda. I'd learned the girl's drink preferences within minutes of meeting her, and myself an ice-cold PBR. It was late August in Boston. I would have thrown myself naked into the bar's ice bin if that were socially acceptable. Skylar grabbed the stool next to me and pulled a list of internships already accepting applications for the next summer from her orientation packet. Sky, are you serious? I said, trying to bat the thing away. We're done for the day. Put that away. That's easy for you to say, she said, dodging my reach. Your dad already has you set up with an internship with the state's attorney's office, right? Not everyone has those kinds of connections. Christ on a cracker, Miss Crosby. We haven't even started classes yet. And my dad's a VA employee, not the Illinois governor. He hasn't set me up. He dropped my name at the office. I didn't mention that the current SA had also been my dad's college roommate at Urbana. Skylar was a little bitter about the nepotism at Harvard. I'm still behind the curve. She took a sip of her drink and made a couple of emphatic check marks on the list. I thought you said your mom was helping you with law school, I said. Why are you so stressed about this? Financially, yes, but we don't really talk much, and my dad doesn't really meet a whole lot of movers and shakers while emptying their garbage. She pointed at a few of the bottom listings. This one is promising. Sterling Grove is one of the top 10 firms on the East Coast. I made a face. If you want to work for a corporate bloodsucker, they seem like a good choice. Well, I'm coming from a corporate blood-sucking background. It would make sense to capitalize on it. I took a long swig of my PBR. Aren't you trying to get away from that, though? All I knew about Skylar's time in the finance sector was that she hated it. Or is Patrick trying to talk you back into it? The new pink in her already flushed face told me I was spot on. Skylar's boyfriend still worked on Wall Street. Not for the first time since meeting her, I wondered just how supportive he really was of his girlfriend moving 4 hours away for law school. "We've been together a long time," was all she said. "You didn't leave a special someone behind in Chicago?" Would it be embarrassing to say the only special someone I'd ever had was my dad? If I was being perfectly honest, I'd say that the hardest part about leaving Chicago was leaving him. My mother drove me absolutely bonkers, but Dad was my biggest cheerleader. His dog whistle sounded across the entire graduation when I finished at Northwestern. When I received my Harvard acceptance, there was no way I could say no to his chubby, proud face. "With great power comes great responsibility, kiddo," he said before I got on the plane. "This degree is going to give you the power to change the world." "That's from Spider-Man, you goon," I joked back. "Hey, Stan Lee is a modern prophet, Jane Brain." Now I looked down at my t-shirt, which had Spider-Man plastered across the front. I'd found it at Newbury Comics just after arriving in Boston and had deemed it a sign. My talisman. A way of carrying Dad's good wishes with me into this life I still wasn't sure I wanted. But it mostly reminded me of the fact that Dad loved me in a way no one else ever had, or ever would. Why even bother trying to replace it? "No," I said finally. "No one special. I had a few boyfriends here and there in college, but the truth is, I don't think I'm relationship material. No one really walks to this drumbeat, if you know what I mean." I bent over the internship list, suddenly wanting to change the subject. "So, are you going to apply for it?" "No, they only want second years." Skylar sounded deflated. "Maybe next year." "Are you talking about the Sterling Grove internship?" We turned to find a tall blonde kid signaling for the bartender. "We are?" Skylar's tone was immediately guarded. I smirked. I had only known my roommate for a few days, but I already knew she wasn't an easy nut to crack. The kid shrugged, like Skylar's chill didn't bother him in the slightest. He nodded at the bartender, a cute young girl who sprinted over the second he smiled. For a moment, I was also transfixed. At first, the guy looked like any other 20-something student from Connecticut or wherever. Fair, blonde, kinda lanky, with a face that was handsome, but nothing remarkable. But then he smiled, and personality flashed across those otherwise nondescript features like a lightning bolt. As he leaned forward to flirt openly with the bartender, his mouth tugged to one side like it had been caught with a hook. I had a hard time swallowing. The bartender squealed. She actually squealed, like a mouse ready to run straight into the jaws of a trap. I watched curiously as the blonde guy's gaze darkened, like a cat identifying its prey. I was suddenly turned on, but annoyed at the same time. Awkward. He paid for his drink, 2 fingers of top-shelf vodka on the rocks, and turned away, features smoothed back into bland curiosity, until they sharpened all over again. On me. "So," he set his drink on the bar with purpose. "Are you HLS too?" I felt like I was stuck in place. Did this guy have superpowers? How could someone go from being 8% unremarkable to the most charismatic person in the room on a dime? Even so, I knew the look I was currently receiving. I'd been getting that look my whole life. I was the weird girl at a suburban school, the one who busted out vintage jeans and spiked bracelets when everyone else was sporting Abercrombie and Fitch, the one who went through at least 2 short-lived Avril Lavigne lookalike phases between the ages of 10 and 17, until I could sew well enough to make my own ideas come to life. Boys like him were fascinated with girls like me long enough to get their rocks off. They fucked us or bullied us. Sometimes both. Okay, so I lost my virginity in the back of rugby shirt-wearing Decker Carlson's 4Runner, only so he could announce to our entire high school that he'd scored with the slutty goth girl. And yeah, I might have had a hard time with it. But that was more than 5 years ago. My prejudice had nothing to do with that. Nothing. I swear. It was just a matter of difference. Blondie here was a CW show. I was an indie film festival short. Total opposites, plain and simple. But the kid just peered at me that much more intensely and continued his questioning. How old are you anyway? You look about 14. I cleared my throat. That's really too bad. I worked damn hard to conceal my youth with unhealthy doses of eyeliner. I didn't say I was actually 21, a minimum year younger than the rest of the incoming class. I also didn't say that I was horribly intimidated by the other students at Harvard. I had already met 2 conferred PhDs and another kid who had finished a tour with the Peace Corps. Their accomplishments made my degree from Northwestern seem downright commonplace. Since we're making snap judgments, I said, if I'm a baby-faced Asian girl who snuck in despite being a model minority, then what are you? The trust-funded son of a senator? Or is it a governor? Where are you from, anyway? Newton? Maybe somewhere in Connecticut? He barely looked uncomfortable. No, he said after a measured sip of his vodka. I'm from New York originally. He held out a hand. I'm Eric. Eric what? I asked. His name was probably Clinton or Bush. I'd bet $10 this kid was part of a political dynasty, or one of those families who only reproduced with others like them to corral all the wealth and natural magnetism in their own gene pool. No one could work charm that way without generations of breeding. His gray eyes narrowed and glinted like steel. Stallsmith. And you are? I searched for any signs of condescension or mendacity in that strangely penetrating expression, but found none. Just sharp curiosity. So I shook his hand, ignoring the way his touch, which was strong and gentle at the same time, sent tingles up my wrist. Lefferts, I replied. Jane Lefferts. That's not an Asian name. I'm only half. My mom is Korean. He nodded. I tucked my hand away and sipped on my beer. Skylar was ignoring us completely, reabsorbed in her internship list. I saw you at the orientation meeting, he said. Section 6, right? You saw me? I said. What kind of come online is that? But instead of stuttering like so many men do when challenged, Eric just tilted his head, looking amused. Well, you're kind of hard to miss. I think you were the only one in the hall with bright blue hair. I picked up a lock of my hair and examined it. Actually, this is aqua, like the sea. I chuckled to myself. New school, new color. Like a siren, Eric murmured. Well, my dad did say it reminded him of the Little Mermaid. I guess that makes him King Triton, huh? Eric started, like he'd been shocked, but didn't move his gaze. For a moment, I couldn't move myself. Yo, Eric! We both turned to where a group of other students in a booth called our new friend. Shattering the oddly intense moment, they waved at Eric, beckoning him. Eric turned back to me with a lopsided grin. The intensity was gone, but the charm offensive was back. I wasn't sure which was more deadly. Listen, he said. I'd love to get another drink with you sometime. Maybe before classes start? I watched, unusually dumbfounded as the beautiful boy scribbled his number on one of the bar coasters. I was unaccountably shy. Under normal circumstances, I'd tell him that the drinks could hang. We could leave right now, get what we both clearly wanted, and go our merry ways. No more lingering stares or electric touches that left me feeling distinctly unsettled. But instead, I said nothing. Eric pushed the coaster across the bar to me and winked. See ya, Jane. I remained silent, watching him go until Skylar pulled me out of my odd little trance. Who's Ariel? She asked, reading the coaster. I finally looked down at the note. Ariel, when you're ready for that drink, let me know. We'll take a swim together. Eric, 212-555-4982. I chuckled. The Little Mermaid, of course, I said with a quick tug at my hair. For good measure, I stole one last glance across the bar and found Eric smiling at me. He knew exactly what I'd discovered. I almost fell off my stool. What did he say his name was again? Skylar asked as she looked between us. Eric Stallsmith, I said, still unable to break eye contact with this increasingly attractive kid. Eric. Just like the prince in the movie. Oh, he was a smooth one, all right. I was going to have to be careful. That's weird, Skylar said. I heard him tell the registration people his last name was DeVries. Her comment was the rock that shattered the illusion. I turned away from Eric, frowning. A fake name? Really? What was he going to do next? Put a false number in my phone and forget to call me? I had known it from the start. Guys like him were really only good for one thing. But they were so damn self-absorbed, they assumed every girl they met was already half in love with them. They never once considered the idea that the weird girl with the piercings and the crazy hair might want to use them as much as they wanted to use her. Well, I wasn't ashamed of who I was, nor did I expect every penis on the planet to fall in love with me. But I wasn't about to be played for a fool either. That I couldn't handle. I examined the coaster with renewed suspicion. Then I tossed it aside. Goodbye, Eric Stallsmith DeVries or whoever you are. You can try running your game on some other unsuspecting co-ed. 3. Present. I burst from the water of the hotel's pool, echoes of the dreams I'd had the night before still dancing behind my vision. I rarely dreamed of my past. Usually mine were more of the Salvador Dali persuasion, surreal unicorns erupting from the sky before they morphed into my mother yelling at me. Lots of ticking clocks, reminding me of how very brief this life was. You know, the normal stuff. But lately, it was like my subconscious was reminding me of something. And in those scant free moments, I brooded on those memories from so long ago. Eric and I had had several other chances together over the years. Every time, we completely fucked them up. Now I wondered if he'd been trying to tell me something even back then. When we first met, Eric had been fighting his own battles. At that point, he would have been just over a year or so out from Penny's death. That boy, as cocky as he'd seemed, had really been full of bravado. Just like me. Was he still Triton then? Or had he already walked away from the society? Had it been strange to him when I'd brought up the reference at all? I took another lap in the pool. The water was the same bright blue shade that my hair had been when I'd started school. Vaguely, I wondered if I should do it again. It had been almost a year since the rainbow job. Skylar recommended swimming to help with my energy while I was pregnant. Stress wasn't good for the baby, she said, and swimming was about as safe an exercise as you could get. Exercise and I generally got along like oil and water. But I had to say, she was right. Although my friend, with her aquatic habits and red hair, more closely resembled the mermaid of my dreams. Somehow being in the water brought me back to those first moments. Maybe that's why I was enjoying it. Over the last few weeks, when the realities of Eric and the slammer and my mother abducted to God knows where were too much for me, a dip did my mental state some good. Or maybe I was just putting off the inevitable. Ms. Lefferts? Tony, my head security guard, approached the edge of the pool from where he and another guard had been sitting dutifully by the door, keeping out anyone else who wanted to swim while I took a few morning laps. The team of 4 had been alternating shifts while we were in Korea, standing like sentries outside of my hotel room while I slept, shadowing me everywhere else I ventured. It was a little much, but considering who else was at large here, they made me feel safe. And I knew Eric would never forgive me if I was careless enough to make myself vulnerable. I swam to the side and looked up at him, pulling awkwardly on my swim cap. "What's up, Tony?" He averted his eyes. The big man was oddly conservative, probably out of deference to Eric. He generally avoided looking at me directly whenever he could, and absolutely refused to use my first name. When I announced I was going swimming this morning, the dread on his face, apparently at having to watch me in a bathing suit, was practically a Halloween mask. "I just thought you'd like to know that your appointment with Detective Cho is in approximately 2 hours. We need to leave in about 45 minutes, ma'am, to reach the station on time." I let myself sink back into the water, touch my feet to the bottom, then re-emerge before answering, "Okay." I accepted Tony's offer to help me out of the pool, trying not to wince when he stepped away quickly. I understood why he did it. It's not like it would be the slightest bit appropriate for the big man to touch me more than was strictly necessary. No hugs, no stroke of the back, nothing like that was even remotely acceptable. But it's not like I wanted it from him anyway. The truth was, there was another touch I ached for. One I had come to depend on to keep me sane. I closed my eyes as I wrapped a big towel around my dripping body, imagining that moment at New Year's when Eric had pulled me to him. I'd been a mess, crying and shaking as the news that I was pregnant burst from my lips. He had held me to his chest, half laughing, half crying, his joy radiating through us both like heat from the sun. Now, even under the fluff of the towel, the cold air made my skin break into goosebumps, dying for that warm touch. Dying for him. Well, there was only one way I would be able to get it back, and that meant forging on alone. "Okay," I said again to Tony, who was waiting by the pool's entrance. "Let's go." 4. Detective Cho was a man on a mission. What mission that was, I don't really know, considering I understood next to none of the Korean ricocheting around the Hwaseong Seobu police station. But I knew from the minute I met the relatively young detective that he meant business. His manner was curt and professional. His eyes, however, met mine directly with every question I asked, and beneath his abrupt exterior flicked genuine concern. "This is not my beat," he said as he escorted me through the halls of the large station. "Missing persons is downstairs. I work in homicide." I glanced back at the elevator we had just left. Tony and another detail followed with suspicious eyes on Cho. Downstairs was the opposite of where we were headed. Just as well. When I was here before, they didn't seem to care much about a missing Korean-American woman, I remarked, ignoring the suggestion implied by his use of the word homicide. "What do you say?" Cho replied over his suited shoulder. "Not our jurisdiction. She's an American now, isn't she?" "Well, the embassy didn't seem to care much either," I said. I had spent a solid 2 hours this morning on the phone with the U.S. consulate, and no one there had been a damn bit interested in my mother's whereabouts, despite the fact that she was an American citizen. More of John Carson's insidious influence, no doubt. Despite Zola's contacts, the CIA thus far had also been no help. With the case against Eric still in progress, Zola wasn't reachable either. Well, maybe it was time to start throwing the weight of my new last name around. I wasn't just some random person. It was time to act like it. My mother's life depended on it. "Look, Detective Cho, I want to make something clear." Cho turned outside a conference room and waited patiently. "I only just got here," I said, "but I'm not exactly one woman. I'm part of a very powerful family back home, and we can be very loud if we don't receive the help we need." Was that clear enough? Too clear? It was honestly hard to tell, and I was new at this innuendo thing. Cho raised his eyebrow. "I am very aware of your husband's family, Mrs. de Vries," He stumbled slightly over the compounded VR sound of Eric's last name. I folded my arms. The subtext was clear. The DeVries family weren't necessarily my family. At least he wasn't an idiot. Am I talking to the wrong person, then? I asked. Fuck innuendo. I was better direct. Cho shrugged. Your husband's company operates several large ports in South Korea. The Korean government will not wish to upset him. Good, I said. Then hopefully we'll have an understanding, and perhaps you can convey the importance of that to them in a way I haven't managed. I had yet to get any major Korean official to call me back. Maybe Detective Cho could grease the wheels. But, he continued, Chariot Industries also has many contracts important to South Korea. Shit. So basically, South Korea itself was stuck between a rock and a hard place, and was choosing to pretend the conflict didn't exist at all. As I followed Cho into the conference room, I decided to pursue a different tack. So, if you're in homicide, I said after he closed the door, does that mean you think Lawrence Kim's death didn't occur from natural causes? The detective didn't answer right away, instead moving to a counter in the corner bearing an electric kettle. He calmly fixed us both tea, and we waited the few awkward minutes for the water to boil. This was obviously not a man to be rushed. I accepted a cup of tea from the detective before he took his seat. I think the death of Lawrence Kim is very suspicious, Cho replied at last. Mrs. DeVries. Jane, I interrupted. I needed the detective on my side. Please call me Jane. His gaze leveled on me. Jane. Okay. I will be clear. You should be very careful who you talk to about Jonathan Carson, or even about Lawrence Kim. As I believe we have established, not everyone is on your side. Are you? My palms were damp. Please say yes, I pleaded inwardly. Again, Detective Cho took a very long time to answer. I'm not on anyone's payroll other than this station's. I exhaled. But you should still be careful. Lawrence Kim's death, it reminded me of something. Have you ever heard of the Hwaseong serial murders, Mrs. Jane? I shook my head. No. Should I have? They are very famous here. There are 2 movies, I think, and many TV shows about them. An unsolved case even now, but the subject of much curiosity from the public. Cho tapped his mouth. I don't know. My colleagues think I'm crazy, but I think maybe there is something here. Maybe yes, maybe no. What happened? I asked. Cho leaned back in his chair with the ease of a practiced storyteller as he cradled his cup. They started in 1986 and ended in 1991. 10 murders, all women, all of them raped, all strangled with their own clothes. Pantyhose, brassieres, things like that. All but one of the bodies abandoned in rural areas around Hwaseong. Rice paddies, melon fields, canals. 4 in 86, 2 in 87, 2 more in 88, and the last in 1990 and 91. Rice paddies. I couldn't imagine that was an uncommon place to leave a dead body in the history of this country. After all, rice paddies were ubiquitous all over Korea, not to mention most of Asia. Still, the date struck home. John Carson was here in 1987. Cho nodded. And 86 and 88. Lawrence Kim had his travel records in his notes. I put my teacup down. You have the rest of Kim's notes. Can I see them? I wondered if they contained anything different from the ones the station had given me with his other belongings. Cho shook his head. They are part of the evidence of the case. I cannot have tampering. Because you think John Carson killed those women?
No,
Cho said quickly.
I do not. It was not that simple. He has too many alibis for all the incidents. John Carson was not here when they were found. He did not kill those women.
I gulped. I wasn't sure if I felt fear or relief. I didn't want my biological father to be a serial mass murderer. But a part of me did wonder if he was capable of it after what he had done to Eric. And what he might be doing to my mother.
But then I think about,
Cho continued,
there were 10 murders. 7 of them were similar. Young girls. 14, 15, 21, 25, 29. All raped, then strangled with their clothes and abandoned. Then 3 others were older. 54, 69, 71. One had DNA of a local boy on her. Someone witnesses say they saw on a bus.
He shook his head.
It didn't go anywhere.
Do you think that some of them might have been copycat crimes? I chimed in, now following his train of thought.
Some, yes, to confuse investigators.
Cho agreed.
Killed in the same way as the original. Maybe to lead them away from the real criminal. Maybe just to mask someone else's crimes.
He sat back up and leaned across the table.
Does the name Park Seo-heon mean anything to you?
I started to shake my head, but then I stopped when I realized it did mean something to me. That's the name of my mother's friend, the one who worked with her on the airline, the one who...
Organized a prostitution ring, yes?
Cho pointed to the table, like he was gesturing to evidence that was actually there.
It was in Kim's notes. She was also one of the victims found in a melon field.
Found in a melon field. Just like Kim. I blinked, trying not to shake. I hadn't read through all of the notes yet. Obviously, there were some critical things I'd missed. The pieces were starting to come together now. Carson had been involved with a prostitution ring gone awry. For whatever reason, Carson wanted these women taken care of. But he was smart. He didn't do it himself. He likely sent someone and had them camouflage the crime with a rash of others that had happened in the area. But there was nothing at all to condemn him or whoever he sent? I asked. It was hard to believe. He shook his head.
The technology was so bad back then. They did not even take samples from the bodies until the last 2. And even then, they only showed it was maybe not the same person. It is the reason the cases were never solved.
He was being delicate, but I understood what he meant. If the victims were raped and strangled, samples meant semen, blood, looking under fingernails for skin or other bits of the killer's scrape during a fight for the woman's life. The last 2, then, pointed to the possibility that there were multiple killers. Maybe one was actually committing the crimes of the original. Which pointed to a new question. Who was the original murderer?
The only witness we ever had was a victim of attempted rape in 1991, who gave the police a description of a young man, no double eyelids, maybe in his 20s, who was on a bus with her.
Cho continued like he was telling a fireside tale, not updating me on a homicide case. God, I muttered. That could have been anyone.
That is the statement that was in the papers. It was the strongest evidence we had, along with one hair found on another body. You can see why we had a hard time solving it.
I do, yeah. But what does this have to do with my mother? Or Lawrence Kim? He's not a woman and he wasn't strangled. Was he raped too? The coroner would have noted that. Cho shook his head.
No, he was not violated that way. But...
He tipped his head to one side, like he was trying to divine the answer to this mystery from me.
When I saw who he was looking for, I wondered if there was more of a connection.
Why? Cho stretched his arm lazily over the chairs on either side of him.
Another rape victim was treated at Hwasun Hospital in early 1987, but she would not give a statement to the police.
He looked at me meaningfully.
When they tried to contact her a few months later, she had left the country. Her name was Lee, Yuna.
He pronounced it in Korean, without the Americanized accent he had been affecting since greeting me outside the station. I recognized it nonetheless. Yuna. My mother. Someone had raped her, possibly tried to kill her, just like her friend after all. Her fears, apparently, were founded in her own experience. And so, heeding the warning John Carson had given her back then, she stayed quiet. Until she fled.
"Oh, Oma,"
I murmured, my hand closing over my mouth. Was that why Carson had brought her back here? Some demented attempt to finish the job he had started 30 years ago?
"I think Lawrence Kim was killed because he was too close to finding something that linked John Carson to these crimes," Cho said. "The statute of limitations on murder is only 15 years in Korea, so it would not matter now. But it would ruin the contracts he has in the country, no?"
It would ruin a lot of things for him, I murmured.
"Your mother was last seen in Jinandong."
I looked up. What?
Kim said, "I asked more," Cho interrupted gently. "People here, they didn't forget what happened all those years ago. They hear of strange people, they keep watch. She came back, and she was recognized."
I swallowed. Where? Where is that?
"It's a neighborhood east of here, south of Suwon, on the other side of the river."
He tipped his head, like he was surprised I didn't know.
"It's where your family is from, Mrs. DeVries."
I swallowed down the rest of my tea, now lukewarm from sitting on the table. Why would he take her there? Unfortunately, Detective Cho was all out of answers.
"I would like to know everything you know about John Carson," he said mildly. "I think it will help me to answer your questions and find your mother."
I looked up. So you're going to help? He smiled then, and for a moment he looked almost familiar.
"Why, yes, cousin,"
he said, dropping one last revelation in my lap.
"Family has to help family, after all."
5. I remained at the police station for another 2 hours, sorting through the evidence with Cho, who, yes, turned out to be a distant cousin, the son of my great-grandfather. He still would not show me Kim's notes, though. However, he did tell me everything he could remember about them, then dragged out the 4 boxes of files left over from the other murders, and together we pored over documents and photographs. Many of them were quite gruesome, detailed accounts of each of the murders. After looking at them, I tended to agree with Cho. It seemed unlikely that all of these crimes were committed by the same person, despite the clear modus operandi. There were too many key differences. "I think the place is important," I said again as Cho escorted me and the security detail to the parking lot. "Especially if we're trying to link any of these to John Carson." Cho did not agree. His opinion was that too much of the previous investigations had focused on place. But I wasn't willing to let it go. "Cousin," I begged, "please, help me look again. John Carson was here during those years for a reason. We should check if he had dealings in any of those towns where the bodies were found. It's worth a look. Ask about the prostitution ring, too." My mother wouldn't thank me for reminding any members of her family, distant or not, about that side of her life. But it couldn't be helped. It was part of the case. Cho rubbed his chin.
"Go back to your hotel," he said after a moment's thought. "You will be safe there while I go to Jinan. You said you have a doctor's appointment, right?"
I nodded. Yes, the day after tomorrow in Suwon. I'm pregnant, you see. Cho nodded, like he was unsurprised. My cousin was even more unreadable than Eric. Why hadn't I inherited that particular family trait? I will call you, he said, but this is dangerous, so please stay in your hotel otherwise. I think we are close. We will find your mother, Jane. My chest tightened. I wanted to say thank you, but I couldn't get out the words. As the real stakes of what I was doing here caught up with me, it was very hard to breathe. Please be careful, I managed finally. Cho tipped his head. I am always careful. It's my job. And with that, we said goodnight. But instead of directing Tony back to the hotel, I had another destination in mind. I wasn't quite willing to sit around my tower like a princess and wait for the world to do my bidding. Tony, I want to go to Jinan. Can you take me there? Tony frowned at me through the rearview mirror, as did the other detail sitting beside him. Mr. Vries, the detective... I know what he said, Tony. I cut him off. But I want to see it for myself. You guys will be with me. I'll be fine. Jinan was barely visible from the car when we arrived about an hour later. The middle of the town was a ramshackle mix of apartments, new construction, and the Korean versions of strip malls, which eventually gave way to wide swaths of farmland. 30 years ago, it had been a tiny village, but recent growth had upgraded it to a municipality. Tony escorted me to a late lunch with the rest of the team, and then drove for hours while I took in every detail I could. Eventually, the afternoon passed into the night. The lights and highways gave way to the bleakness of unlit farms. The fields themselves looked dry, brown, and barren. There was no snow on the ground, but Korea in January was still frozen. No one was out. Tony drove until we approached the edge of a large farm that left the lights of the main village in its dust. It was deserted. The perfect place for a murder. Stop here, I said. Mrs. DeVries, shouldn't we just go? I said stop, Tony. Tony reluctantly pulled over, followed by the other sedan carrying the rest of our security team. Everyone got out, and while I walked to the edge of a field, the others quickly formed a queue of 4 linebacker-shaped men, trailing me like an absurd version of Make Way for Ducklings. I shut them out as I observed the desolation. This was where my family was from? Was this their farm at one time? Did it belong to a distant cousin now? Maybe an aunt or uncle? I honestly didn't think I would stay to find out. I didn't feel any particular kinship to this place. My mother had made her home in Chicago with Carol, my true father, the man who raised me. What was I expecting? Some kind of enlightenment? A flash of belonging? There was nothing for me to discover here. Except, of course, her. A shiver passed down my spine, and I hugged my thick parka around me. God, where was she? Was she all right? Was she dead? Oma, I murmured, holding out my hand so the wind could pass through my fingers. Oma, where are you? My cell phone blared in the night. I pulled it out, recognizing with dread the number that had appeared there more than once over the past few weeks. A payphone in the middle of a concrete complex surrounded by barbed wires. I considered not answering. I really did. But I couldn't. I never really could with him. Jane? I melted into the wind, and before I knew it, tears welled. That voice. Its deep, melodic timbre called to me from oceans away. Eric? I whispered. Eric, how? They gave me a phone call today. Jane, what in the hell? You're in Korea? His voice was stilted and scratchy through the poor line from Rikers. It was morning in New York. Eric's trial started in a few days. He should be talking with Brandon or someone local. Instead, he was using his phone privileges to call me. "I'm sorry," I whispered. "What?" I said, "I'm sorry." I repeated louder. "Eric, I had to. The investigator is dead. Carson killed him. I know he did. Now he has my mother, Eric. He took her, and he's going to do something to her." I cut myself off as the gravity of the day washed over me with the force of a tidal wave. More tears fell. Oh, God, where was my mother? "Jane, you need to come home," Eric said, his voice pained. "I can't," I replied. "Eric, I have to find her. If I don't, no one else will." "You can't, Jane. You can't stay there. That's exactly what he wants." I swallowed thickly. I was aware of the likely motives. John Carson had paraded around Chicago with my mother as if he were baiting a fish. And like the dumbest tuna in the sea, I'd bitten. But I wasn't diving into this without help. I had 4 gorilla-sized security guards, and now a detective cousin on my side. I wasn't alone. "Eric, I have to," I said. "It's my mother." "What about my wife, Jane? What about our baby? Did you think of her?" The fact that he'd already given it a gender choked me up even more. In his mind, Eric was already imagining that future. To him, we had a daughter, and now I saw her too. I wondered if he could see her face, see himself holding her, loving her. I pushed the image away, mostly because I couldn't bear it. I couldn't see past the fact that the 2 people in the world I loved more than anything were being kept from me, locked away in one form or another. But one had a whole team of people helping to save him. The other had no one but me. "I have an appointment the day after tomorrow," I said, "for another ultrasound check. Sujin helped me find someone in Suwon to do the basic 8-week scan, so I'll be on track when I come back." Whenever that is. I didn't mention that I was no closer to finding my mother than I was when I arrived. Another scan was overkill. Maybe. But it was at least something I could do to assuage Eric's fears. "Jane, be reasonable," Eric said. "Look, if everything goes the way it's supposed to, I'll be out of here today. God, I hope it's today. Just come home, all right? We'll go back to Korea if we need to, but we should figure this out together." "Eric." My voice was so pitiful, but I wasn't moving. There was nothing else I could do but remain where I was. I had to try. I'd never forgive myself if I didn't. Eric seemed to sense it. "Fine, then stay there. But don't meet with anyone. Don't do anything, okay? Not until I can get there too." "Yes, but who knows when that'll be?" I burst out. "We hope the judge does the right thing and throws out the case, but what if she doesn't? What if it's just one more person in Carson's pocket that we didn't anticipate? Eric, I have to do this now. Don't you see? He's close. She was spotted not 10 miles from here just yesterday." There was a long silence on the phone, and for a second, I wondered if the unstable line had cut out. But then Eric finally spoke. "Jane," he said in a voice that creaked, "I'm begging you. Please come home. Please." "I'm sorry," I whispered. "I have to go." "Jane." "I'll be home soon," I said. "You're safer where you are. Listen to your lawyers. And for God's sake, don't do anything stupid when they get you out of there.
Fucking hell, Jane.
I love you. I cut him off, pushing the tears away. And then I ended the call, turned to the car, and sobbed all the way back. 6. 2009. It was only 4 in the afternoon when I walked into Cleo's that Friday. Skylar was gone to New York for the weekend, leaving me to celebrate our first round of midterms on my own. The bar was still quiet. A few students hovered around the shuffleboard table. Maybe 2 others munched on a basket of fries by the jukebox. Another by the windows was bent over a very old book. I approached the bar and set my messenger bag on a stool. PBR, please.
Long week, huh?
The bartender replied. I shoved my red cat-eye glasses up my nose. Midterms are over. It's time to drink.
I can help with that,
said the bartender as he left to get my beer.
It's purple now, huh?
I turned to find Eric Stallsmith, or DeVries, whichever it was, standing next to me. A quick glance at the now empty table by the windows told me he was the bookworm. Huh. That was unexpected. I would have expected someone like him to use his extra time to, I don't know, pretend to be on a crew team or something. The bartender brought my beer, but before I could fish a crumpled $5 bill out of my bag, Eric had already flipped the guy a crisp 20.
I'll get this round, he said. Double Belvedere on the rocks, please.
I whistled as the bartender pulled a bottle off the actual top shelf. That's an awfully nice vodka for a poor law student, I said. Though if Eric were poor, I was the Queen of Sheba.
I don't drink crap, he replied. Belvedere's not my favorite, but it's the best they have at Cleo's.
He accepted the drink and pushed the change back at the bartender, along with a credit card.
Keep it open, Scott.
The bartender nodded and shuffled away. On a first-name basis, smart, I said.
I'm surprised you're not. You come here a lot, don't you?
Only when I'm too lazy to get the hell out of Cambridge. It's a little, well, square for my tastes. Eric quirked another smile, and I was pleased when he looked up and down my outfit, which currently consisted of a pair of black skinny jeans, combat boots I'd picked up at an army surplus store just a few weeks ago, a gray and red bowling shirt tied at my midriff, and my favorite vintage biker jacket. I tipped my glasses, new frames I'd found at a local flea market, and tossed my jacket over my bag.
You're just unique, Stan, he said, gesturing to the name stitched over my heart. That's a good thing. Certainly not worth sacrificing for the assholes at Harvard.
Oh, I said, surprised more by how flattered I was than because I disagreed with him. Well, thank you, and thank you for the beer. It's delicious.
PBR is delicious?
I smacked my lips. It hits the damn spot, especially after we've been doing nothing but studying our asses off for the last 8 weeks. We deserve a break and a lot of alcohol.
Is that why I haven't seen you much? Too cool for Cleo's? Too busy studying?
I shrugged. It wasn't exactly true. Eric and I were in the same torts and constitutional law classes. We just sat at opposite sides of the classroom, and I tried not to watch with too much admiration whenever he answered questions. The kid was smarter than your average trust fund baby. Really smart, in fact. And articulate. And thoughtful. Not that I had any regrets about turning him down, of course. Are you going home this weekend, too? I asked instead. Seems like everyone somewhat local is taking a few days to see family with the extra day off. Yours must be missing you. Eric just shuddered, like I'd suggested he jump into a vat of flaming acid instead of visiting the people who raised him. No, he said a little too vehemently. Then a bit lighter.
We don't exactly get along.
I considered the stout ball of Asian guilt that awaited every one of my calls home with the sixth sense of a fortune teller. I did wonder sometimes if she had some kind of radar for when exactly I felt just guilty enough to want to call the house line instead of my dad's cell. "Understood," I replied. "Home isn't for everyone." "Home is where you make it, right?" I shrugged. "It's not the places you go, but the people you meet?" "Something like that." I quirked an eyebrow at him. "Is that why you gave me a fake name? Because you don't get along with your family?" Eric had the grace to look a little bit ashamed. "Shit, you caught that?" I turned toward him. Skylar did, actually. She overheard the name DeVries at orientation, which, by the way, you use in class. What's going on with that? Eric shifted uneasily. Well, Stallsmith isn't a fake name. It's just not the one I use a lot. It's my mother's name. Sometimes it makes certain things easier." "Like what things?" He swallowed and peered at me, leveling me again with that curious intensity I hadn't forgotten. Good Lord, I hoped the boy was planning to be a litigator. He'd get any confession he wanted with that stare. "Things I generally keep to myself," he said finally. "Things I'd probably need a lot more vodka to discuss." "Well, that could be arranged," I said, "if I thought you would actually tell me the truth anyway. Maybe you'll just give me another alias." "Is that why you left the coaster on the bar?" He grinned with the change of subject, and that curiously transformative smile lit up the bar. I grabbed the wood to steady myself. "Don't worry, Lefferts. I rescued it." "Then where is it?" I wanted to ask. But I didn't, because that, of course, would sound like I actually wanted it. "What were you doing over there?" I asked, nodding at the window. "That book looked too old even for the used books." "Come see." As if it was the most natural thing in the world, Eric picked up my bag, then guided me off my stool into his table with a gentle yet firm touch at the small of my back. I ignored the clear admiration on his face when he noticed my bared midriff. Lord, men were all alike, weren't they? The only difference was that for some reason, this one's gaze burned a bit hotter than the others. We sat down, and I examined the book on the table. It wasn't actually as ancient as the nearly ripped cover made it seem. Just a used copy of Leaflets, a collection of Adrian Rich poetry. "Well, what do you know?" I murmured as I flipped through the book. "I wouldn't have taken you for the queer feminist poetry type." "Are you a poetry reader?" He almost sounded eager. I shrugged. "I wouldn't say that, but she came to speak at Northwestern once, and she's kind of a badass. I liked what I heard. I take it you're a fan?" "I like her stuff pretty well. I think she's ripping off the modernists a little with her formal structure, but her words are moving. They pretty much embody perfect catharsis, in my opinion." I raised an eyebrow. "You know your stuff, huh?" This time he shrugged. "I majored in English at Dartmouth, wrote my honors thesis on Yeats, but I'm no professor." "Do you write it too?" I prodded, unable to help myself. Lord, if this boy was a poet, no wonder he had half our classes, female and male, tongue-tied during lectures. From what I could tell, he left nearly every class with a different girl trailing after him. Eric took a measured sip. "I do." "Can I read it?" The request toppled out before I could stop it. This was a game, of course. He was giving me his best dating pedigree right now. The poetry-loving garbage that probably lured every woman under 30 in the Boston metropolitan area into bed with him with a single verse. I still wanted to know, though. I couldn't help it. Eric just fixed me with a gaze that was maybe a little harder than before. "Maybe." "Come on," I pushed. "Tell you what," he said. tucking the copy of leaflets away.
Let's write one together, right now.
I'm not really the poetry type, I said. Give me a sewing machine and I'm all over it. But me and words? I can write papers, but that's about it. A sly yet sweet smile emerged.
I bet you could handle it, Lefferts. Come on, we'll just do a quick limerick. 5 lines. First, second, and fifth rhyme with each other. Third and fourth together. Easy.
I looked at him with obvious disbelief, and he started to laugh. The sound made my whole body feel about 20 pounds lighter. Damn. How could I say no to that? All right, I said. You start. Eric grabbed a napkin from the center of the table and pulled a pen from his coat pocket. A small black book stuck out of that same pocket. I wondered if that's where he kept those poems I was suddenly desperate to read.
Eric and Jane's poem,
he said, before writing the date next to it on the napkin. He gave me another sly smile that made my knees feel like water.
We're making history right here, you know.
I rolled my eyes. Just get on with it.
All right. How about...
He tapped his mouth, which was distractingly full, with his pencil.
Okay, I got it. Jane wished to take on the world.
I smirked. Okay. Put down, with looks that were purely absurd.
Looks?
Eric questioned.
No, I don't think so. First of all, it's patently false, and I don't believe in writing bullshit. Poetry is the truest form of art. And secondly, what do your looks have to do with your goals?
I rolled my eyes. Fine. Taking over the world is absurd too, so we'll write that. He chuckled.
How about this? Jane wished to take on the world, though her high hopes were maybe absurd.
I shrugged after another long drink of my beer. Works for me.
Now, a transition.
Eric scratched the next line.
Eric saw her one night.
And she put up a fight, I continued, enjoying myself now.
But he only thought, what an intriguing girl.
I stilled as he wrote down the remainder of the poem, polished the language a little, scratched out a few words, then turned the napkin to me to review the final product. Jane sought to take on the world. Still, she thought her high hopes absurd. Eric saw her one night, though she put up a fight. He only thought, what a pretty girl. Pretty girl? I had been called a lot of things in my short 21, almost 22 years on this planet. Some names not so nice by people who didn't care to see an ambiguously raised female with a penchant for speaking her opinions aloud, such as my mother. Some other names from people, mostly men, who wanted to see what was under the glasses and leather. Some of them were even nice, fairly cute, interesting, unique. But even my father, with his penchant for rhyming nicknames, called me Plain Jane. I could gussy up my face with eyeliner and red lips all I liked, but beauty was something I never aspired to. You thought I was pretty, huh? I tried to make it a joke, but my voice broke a little. Ugh, what was wrong with me? Where was my bravado when I needed it? Eric leaned across the table to study me with interest that, well, if it wasn't genuine, would have been damn hard to fake.
I'm thinking it now.
Ooh, he was good. Too good. This guy had heartbreak written all over him. He probably already cut a path of it clear across Harvard Square. Unfortunately, I wasn't sure I cared anymore. Slowly, he reached out and touched a loose piece of purple hair that had drifted down around my face.
Pretty,
he murmured, as he tucked the strand behind my ear.
Girl.
Before I could stop myself, I batted his hand away. You know what? You don't need to throw lines at me. Eric frowned. What? Who said it was a line? That dreamy look that had been in his eyes 2 seconds ago was gone. The one that replaced it was much more familiar. Annoyed. Turned on, still, but mostly annoyed. Because, of course, I'd said what I was thinking. Just like the rest of them, he couldn't fucking handle it. That was fine, I decided. Much easier to negotiate than this poetry crap. Do me a favor, will you? I think we both know what you're doing, because you're not Prince Charming any more than I'm a Disney princess. You don't need to charm me, so let's stop the games. Would you rather I got you sloppy drunk and tow you across the yard to my room? He said, unable to keep the disdain out of his voice completely, though his eyes clearly sparked at the idea. I could put a sock on the door if you want. Let my roommate know to clear the fuck out for the evening. I tossed back about half my drink. Don't let him see you crack. Well, at least then you'd be honest, my preppy little crew captain. I don't know what you're playing at with this poetry crap, but without it, we can just get down to business. Fucking, I mean. After all, that is what you want, right? Fucking hell, he muttered. You're very direct, aren't you? Ah, here it was, the moment of truth. Some men could handle it, others couldn't. Just call me the Colonel Jessup of dating. Do you have a problem with that? I asked. Eric threw back the rest of his vodka and set the glass down on the table with unnecessary force. Not in the fucking slightest. Sudden, unexpected relief flooded through me. I had my defenses up, sure, but I hadn't realized until right then how disappointed I would have been if this strange, unreadable boy's interest broke from just a bit of challenge. The fact that it didn't, the fact that he actually seemed more determined to be around me after I pushed his limits, was incredibly satisfying. Hey, Preppy, I said, grabbing the edges of Eric's chambray shirt and appreciating the way the color brought out a tiny bit of blue in those gray eyes. He looked down at my hands, then back at me with a hard, electric gaze. What's that, gorgeous? I smacked my lips and batted my eyelashes with my very best Betty Boop impression. Time's a-tickin'. You want to get out of here or not? For a moment, he didn't say anything, just engaged in a stare-off that would have put any tomcat to shame. Then, finally, he leaned toward me, brushing his cheek against mine, and growled in my ear, Grab your bag and get moving, pretty girl, or else I'm carrying you out of here myself. 7. Present. After having yet another particularly vivid set of dreams about Eric and me the night before, I couldn't stop thinking of that first furious night. The way he had called me pretty girl all night long, imprinting my mind with the term the way he penetrated the rest of me. We didn't sleep that night, and by morning, I was sweaty, sore, and completely his. Maybe it was that fury that drove me as I reluctantly took Eric's and Cho's advice to lie low, while Cho poked around the towns where the Hwaseong murders had occurred, looking for connections to John Carson. Follow the money, said every investigator I had ever worked with. So while I waited, that's exactly what I spent the next day doing, much to Tony's relief. Here's what I want to know, I said to Skylar as I clicked through a few more pictures on my computer. What in the hell was he doing in South Korea to begin with? I can't find anything. How can he be such a fucking ghost? I was steadily building my own digital notebook of research, listing every known company and every village and neighborhood in Hwaseong connected to those crimes. Chariot might have been private, but there had to be some records of its holdings, right? And maybe if that history couldn't tell me exactly why John Carson was spending so much time in Korea in the late 80s, maybe it would tell me why he came back and where he would have taken my mother. Unfortunately, Since Chariot wasn't a publicly traded company, I had absolutely no access to that information either, unless we could find a private investigator willing to divulge the information. Another dead end. "Hold on," Skylar said, as she stirred a pan of scrambled eggs, chatting at me through her iPad. It was about 7 a.m. back in New York, where they were awaiting Eric's hearing. She beckoned to someone off the screen. Brandon appeared, and with a horsey grin, he carried me over to what looked like the other side of the counter in the palatial Airbnb they were renting. "You're in luck," Brandon said. I sat up. "Tell me everything?" "Well, as you know, private companies don't have to report shit to the public, but they still have to be held accountable to their investors if they have any. And, as it happens, Chariot had one investor Carson couldn't quite shake after he took over. Her name was Celeste DeVries." My jaw dropped. "What?" Brandon clicked his tongue. "Eric really should have spent more time with his grandma before she died. He might have learned that he was about to inherit a quietly effective 5% of Chariot Industries. Celeste apparently invested in Carson's company on the ground floor." "What? Why would Celeste invest in Chariot?" Brandon shrugged. "Honestly, I doubt she was the one who did it initially. It looks like Eric's grandfather initially invested in 1983 or so. Eric said that's about when his father and Carson were both tapped. Granted, I don't know all the ins and outs of the Janus Society, but I wouldn't be surprised to hear that all the members support each other's business ventures. They're probably all constantly sticking fingers in each other's pies." He held up a handful of papers. "Nina brought these over last night when we arrived in town. Apparently they were in the files collected from Celeste's old apartment." "What are these?" I looked eagerly at the screen, craning my neck as if somehow that would help me see the blurry files better. Fucking technology. Maybe everyone was right. Maybe I should have stayed in New York. "Reports from the last 25 years or so. These are the ones from the late 80s, right after John Carson took over. Give me a second. I'll scan and send you the encrypted files." A few minutes of chatting with Skylar later. My screen faced her and Brandon while they ate breakfast, and I looked through the PDFs Brandon sent. "Here's Johnny," I sang as I clicked around, seeing signature after signature of the same pompous name I was coming to hate. "What?" Skylar asked, clearly befuddled. I shook my head. Was I the only one who thought it was funny that my maniacal biological father shared the same name as the legendary talk show host? "Chariot Technics," I murmured, looking through a list of acquisitions from 1987 and 88. "Carson Electronics, Parthenon Chemical." God, look at all these loopy-loos. He was really trying to say something with his autograph, wasn't he? Damn, he really bought up the joint, too. How many subsidiaries did he found? "Carson wanted to expand when he took over, but he probably wanted to do it quietly," Brandon said. "He wanted something," I replied. "Chariot operated in the red for 3 years after these. Jesus, what kind of business model is this?" "A smart one," Brandon said. "All those companies you just named make different parts necessary for a bunch of things that Chariot sells. He was cutting out all the middlemen. It made it possible for Chariot to re-enter ammunitions and basically take it over, especially with the Asian market." I clicked a few more times. "These are all located in Hwasong, too. I guess we have our connections to this region." There were a few outside the limits of South Korea's most populous province, but nearly all of the companies newly acquired during that period were here. Except one. I frowned as I scrolled through the list of investments from 1989. "What's Kepco E&C?" Brandon stilled on the screen. "What?" "In 1989, Chariot purchased a whole bunch of shares from a company called Kepco. What's that?" Skylar was watching her husband curiously as he set down his fork. "That's the Korean Electric Power Corporation," Brandon said. "It's still majority owned by the South Korean government, but they opened it up to foreign investment in 1989. They're headquartered in Seoul, I said, but it looks like right after that, Cherry had also leased a bunch of land in, let me see. I typed an address into Google Maps. Kuson is up in the northeast, close to the North Korean border. Brandon started. Wait, what? Skylar put down her mug of tea. What is it? Hold on a second. While Brandon got up to find his own computer, Skylar and I blinked at each other through the webcam, then waited patiently while he clicked around. When he looked up again, he wore a very peculiar expression. I frowned. What's with the face, Columbo? Brandon swallowed. That site in Kusan is home to a nuclear reactor. Started in the late 70s, abandoned when KEPCO ran out of funds to make it work on their own, and then finished in late 1989. But that would be for energy, right? Do the South Koreans have nuclear weapons? Brandon shook his head. They have the abilities, but they sign non-proliferation treaties. Their neighbors to the north, though, haven't been so obedient. I'd have to check with Ray, but I'm pretty sure that everything those companies made together adds up to nuclear weaponry. Well after South Korea agreed to stop producing. I sat back. Come again? Brandon abandoned his computer and edged closer to Skylar's webcam. I'm not a UN inspector or anything, Jane, but I'd bet money that John Carson was involved in nuclear weapons production in the late 80s. And given the proximity of that reactor to the border, I'm starting to wonder if it was maybe something to do with the North Koreans, not the South. Brandon, that's kind of a lot of jumps, don't you think? Cautioned Skylar, though she looked just as terrified as I did. Red, this is just a working hypothesis. But here are the pieces. In 1985, South Korea joined 189 other countries in non-proliferation. We know that North Korea asked China and the Soviets to help them establish nuclear energy capacity. Initially, they both said no, but then Russia said yes. And we also know that quickly developed into warfare technologies. But the how is still a bit of a mystery. Skylar and I both remained still. What if John Carson had a hand in it? Brandon continued. He inherits a small munitions company in the mid-'80s, but now Chariot runs at 2 of the nuclear laboratories here on the eastern seaboard and funds several of the other major nuclear research centers. What if he was engineering nuclear proliferation in North Korea to line his own pockets, until everything with the Soviets went to shit at the end of the Cold War? He was planning to... I shook my head. You don't think he was planning to sell nuclear weapons to the North Koreans? Really? That would be straight-up treason. It would. But John Carson doesn't strike me as someone who cares much about the rules. And like you said, he was in the red. He was trying to grow, at whatever the cost. Brandon shrugged. Like I said, it's just a hypothesis. It doesn't explain what he was doing with the women in 1987. I said. No, Brandon said. But it explains what he was doing in Korea to begin with. It explains why he left. And it explains why maybe he wouldn't have wanted anyone to know he was there in the first place. He tapped a pen on the desk. These murders, didn't you say they stopped for a couple of years? After 1989, I confirmed. Right after the Berlin Wall fell, Skylar added. So think about it. The USSR collapses in the early 90s. Carson and Eric's dad pull out of the deal as the Russians step back from their own work in Pyongyang. Skip forward a few decades. I wouldn't say those threats were ever neutralized, but now the Russians and the North Koreans have been a lot more active together in recent years. Brandon narrated. Especially considering how warm the current administration here is toward their endeavors. So maybe that's why Carson's in Korea now, Jane. Maybe it has nothing to do with your mother. Maybe he's just checking on his investments after biding his time for the last 30 years, and she just happens to be with him. 8. 2009. How predictable, I remarked as Skylar and I exited towards. I think his name is Keith. That guy I met at Great Scott about a month ago. I held out my phone, which currently had a picture of a medium-sized erect penis on the screen.
Jesus!
Skylar averted her eyes. Jane, holy crap! You could have warned me. Why? It's not even that big. He trimmed his edges so much it shifts the perspective. I examined the picture again with academic interest. Haven't you ever gotten a dick pic before?
No.
I tucked my phone away. Patrick hasn't ever sent you a dirty picture or two? Even with the long distance? Good God, how do you guys keep the fire otherwise? As if she needed the reminder, Skylar checked her phone for what had to be the 1,000th time that day. I sighed. My roommate had serious issues with her boyfriend, who, from what I could tell across the hall, seemed like a philandering asshole. I mean, living free is well and good when all parties consent. But my roommate was the most monogamous creature on the planet. A one-track pony, so to speak. So you tell me what to think when your man routinely waits 2 days longer to call you than he says he will, but constantly butt dials from very loud nightclubs with a bunch of ladies squealing in the background. It didn't sound like working late to me. He was supposed to text me this morning, Skylar muttered, refreshing her messages yet again. I was planning to go down again this weekend. She shoved her phone away with a defeated sigh. But no dick pics from Patrick. He's too busy with work for that kind of thing. He's too busy to call, period. Work, huh? Skylar glared through the window at the frost that matched her own expression, and I let it go. She and I got along pretty well, much to my surprise given our obvious personality differences, but we weren't quite at the criticize each other's life choices stage. We'd get there eventually. It'll be fine, I said. He's probably just busy. I pulled out my phone again as we exited Austin Hall. Our study group was meeting to split this weekend's reading before we dispersed for a much-needed Friday night out. I thought you were seeing that Eric guy these days, Skylar said. Why are other guys sending you pictures of their genitals? Hey. This isn't on me. I don't know why he was suddenly pornographically inspired. And I don't know if I would call what Eric and I have been doing seeing each other, I said, as we made our way down the path to the law library, unless that's a new euphemism for banging like bunnies. One of Skylar's red brows rose. Is that really all it is? What happened to the poetry? Okay, so I told her about that. And also about Eric's tendency to write new ones on my skin after we'd just made our own poetry, as he called it. Multiple times. Okay, at least 10 in 14 days. It had become kind of a game. Post-orgasmic limericks. Who could create with the worst puns to dispel the electricity that never quite seemed to dissipate? The guy was addictive. It was becoming a problem. And then, of course, there was that moment after our con law class 2 days ago. The one when, just after he had smiled and grinned and chatted away with Katie Sparler, the former Ms. Delaware, he had grabbed my hand on the way out and walked me all the way back to my apartment. Right when half the law school was pouring out of the building for the day. Suddenly, I was right back in high school, with every student within 50 feet wondering what the hell Decker Carlson was doing with the weird girl in her nose ring. That wasn't exactly booty call action. And so I'd been ignoring Eric's calls and avoiding him since. And he hadn't done a damn thing to change it. But before I could tell Skylar again that Eric and I meant nothing, we were interrupted by the Energizer Bunny himself bounding down the path after us. Crosby, Lefferts, wait up. We stopped in the library doorway, and Eric grinned as he sidled past me much closer than necessary. The buttons of his wool pea coat scraped across my leather jacket, and he paused, trapping us both there for a moment. Hey, gorgeous, he murmured. I was trying to catch you after class, but you ran off. You busy later? Was I busy? Well, I was trying to be. And not with this walking ad for Scandinavian virility, who is undoubtedly going to break my heart if I let him get any closer. The problem was that I couldn't seem to keep that resolve when I saw him, which is exactly why I'd been avoiding him in the first place. I don't know, I said, shooting for aloof and failing miserably. Ah, fuck it. What time? There went my resolve. God, he smelled so good. And those eyes of his shone so brightly. Ahem. We followed Skylar into the library, pausing our conversation until we were in the study room our group reserved on Fridays. Lord, there you are, our friend Cherie said as we all piled in. We need to make this snappy. I have a date tonight. So do I, Eric concurred. A really hot one. I smarted. He had a date? Hadn't he just asked me my plans? Was that for later, after he was done with a girl he actually wanted to be seen in public with? But before I could spiral completely, I found Eric grinning at me with open intention. Oh, he meant me, right? He picked up my hand and pressed a kiss to my knuckles before cradling it in his lap. The knot in my belly relaxed. A little. Good Lord, could they be any cuter? Cherie asked Andre, another student. Looks like opposites do attract, he replied. Eric just calmly squeezed my hand, but inside I was spurting irritation. Opposites attract? What the hell was that supposed to mean? Yeah, sure, Eric and I were as different as fire and ice, but only I was supposed to say shit like that, not some passive-aggressive law student who didn't know us from Adam. Was I really such a freak that people had to comment on the fact that someone like Eric would ever be attracted to me? God damn it. I was too old for this garbage. Nevertheless, I spent the next 45 minutes stewing while we pored over today's lecture notes and divvied up the readings at last. Opposites attract. Opposites attract? What in the hell? Picture, please. Cherie pulled out her phone. I promised my parents I'd send them photos of our group. Cherie, I said, my love, we are studying, not drinking, and I would very much like to be doing the latter, so can we just go, please? Here, here, Eric said with a squeeze of my knee. Jane, don't be a spoil sport. It'll take 1 second. I grumbled the entire time, but eventually complied for a giant selfie with the rest of the group, mashed together in front of the whiteboard. Send me a copy too, Eric said. Me too, Skylar piped up. Take one for me, I guess. I unlocked my phone and handed it to Cherie, who immediately fumbled it and dropped it on the table. And there, of course, was good old Keith's extremely mediocre penis, splashed across my screen for everyone to see. For a solid 5 seconds, the entire table was stone still. You, have something you want to share with the group, Lefferts? Eric asked, his voice betraying not one iota of irritation. I swallowed. I had nothing to feel bad about, right? Oh, Janie, Skylar muttered under her breath. It's, I stammered. Not mine, Eric finished dryly to the rest of the group. He leaned toward Cherie and another girl conspiratorially. To start, I'm a lot bigger than a 4-inch hot dog. The two of them tittered as if on command. I scowled. How nice for Eric that I gave him a chance to brag openly about his penis to whatever female company was present. So instead of apologizing and deleted it, I re-examined the picture. That's a little harsh. Keith here was solidly average. I bet he measured 5.16 inches on the dot. I winked at Cherie. Besides, it's girth that matters, am I right? And then I shrugged at Eric. Old lover, what do you want me to say? Eric's expression wasn't quite as relaxed as before. Do we want to know why you have the average American cock length memorized, Lefferts? You should be grateful, I said, purposefully deleting the picture in full view of his sardonic gaze, while telling myself it had nothing to do with mitigating Eric's potential jealousy. Then I turned to him with a cocky grin. Pun intended. "It's how I know you are, in fact, very above average." I winked at the other girls. "Maybe you'll get lucky one day too, ladies. Eric's pretty open with his gifts. Isn't that right?" Finally, Eric's affable, relaxed mask broke. He looked like he wasn't sure whether he wanted to kiss me or spank me. "Prove it," he said as he stood. "Excuse us, everyone. Come on, pretty girl." "Oh, Lord," Skylar muttered. "There they go again." It was dangerous what this man was able to do to me with just a few words. Even his text messages had a similar effect. Over the last 2 weeks, since that night at the bar, I'd tried to keep him at arm's length. It just hadn't worked very well. Or at all. There had been the next night at Cleo's. 2 rounds of shuffleboard, and he'd grabbed my hand and dragged me out of there to the raucous jeers from our classmates. Then there were the times he sat next to me in class. I'd take notes, but I still couldn't remember anything the professor said. Once, we'd barely made it to the end of the hall before Eric pulled me into the custodial closet and clamped a hand over my mouth while he had his way with me. And then, 2 nights ago, of course, when he'd shown up at my apartment, wet and chilled through after a night run along the Charles. Skylar had opened the door, then grabbed her bag and left with a knowing smile. I, however, had been frozen on the couch as he stalked toward me. "Bedroom, pretty girl," he'd said. And off I went. Opposites attract, eh? Yeah, maybe a little too much. Like I said, heartbreak. Everywhere. It wasn't a question of if it was coming. It was when. But instead of denying him the way I should have, I gathered my things. "Girl, good luck," Cherie whispered as I followed Eric out. He didn't even say goodbye. "What the fuck was that?" he demanded as soon as we were outside the library, both of us still fastening our coats. "Or should I say, who?" I scowled. "That's none of your business." "None of my business? It's none of my business why the girl I'm seeing has a picture of someone else's dick on her phone." "Are you serious right now?" I shot back. "You want to tell me there are 0 dirty pictures of your conquests on your phone right now, Don Juan? I've seen you at the bar. Hell, I've seen you after class. They're like flies. Ms. Delaware is just dying to model her sash for you." Eric's glare basically cut through every layer of clothing I had. "Is it serious? You and the junior salami?" I shook my head. "I can't believe this. We have been, whatever we've been doing, for 2 weeks. I'm your booty call, not your girlfriend. You have no right to interrogate me here, boyo." "Well, maybe I want the right." "Maybe?" I shook my head. Spoken like a true bullshit artist, tossing hypotheticals around like confetti instead of speaking with basic clarity, tricking women into thinking it's the real thing while maintaining plausible deniability. Well, you know what? That shit doesn't work with me. I told you, I don't play these games. Eric's face blackened. With lightning speed, he backed me up against the brick wall. Then he kissed me. Eric was great in the sack, of course, as talented with his tongue even as other parts of his body. But this was something different. He wedged me against the wall, his mouth plundering mine to the point of bruises, tongue diving, possessive, full of intention. "Mine," it said, "and don't you fucking forget it." Then, just as quickly, he released me, allowing my legs to drop to the ground just in time for me to realize they had somehow wrapped around his waist to begin with. "How's that for clarity?" he asked in a hoarse voice. It was cold enough that I could see his breath, white in the late afternoon chill. I couldn't even reply, but my breath still mingled with his. He pressed his forehead to mine. Let me be very explicit about one more thing, Lefferts. If there are any other dicks on your phone, I want them erased. I scowled. Why? He stepped back, maybe to give me some space. Maybe for himself. You really want me to explain that? Right now? Out here? He gestured at the students walking by, who were already peeking at us curiously. I opened my mouth to dare him to say it. Do more than just hold my hand like he'd held so many others. Say the one thing boys like him weren't supposed to say to girls like me, and definitely not in public. I like you. I like you more than just sex. I want to be with you more than just at night. I want you. What are you afraid of? He asked. So low it was almost a whisper. I almost didn't hear it. I took a step toward him, then another, and then turned and started walking down the path, ignoring the throbbing in my chest, my gut, and yes, between my legs. This was so confusing. Everything with this guy was so confusing. But when he didn't immediately follow, I still turned around. Are you coming or what, Petri dish? Eric tipped his head to one side. Petri dish? I shrugged. You know, for all the specimens you've collected. He opened his mouth in shock, but though his expression darkened again, there was a new glint in his eye I hadn't seen before. You're going to pay for that, he said as he caught up. I looked up and batted my eyelashes, completely back in the game now. Promise? Eric's scowl deepened for a moment, then gradually shifted into a sly smile that lit up his entire face. Oh yeah, he said. Abso-fucking-lutely. 9. Present. I sat in the waiting room, drinking cucumber water delivered from the tired-looking receptionist and rechecking my messages for any news about court. The hearing had been delayed by multiple motions, or so said the flurry of texts Skylar had sent while I slept. But I hadn't heard anything new in over an hour. Eric, notably, had not called again, though he was undoubtedly allowed at least another phone call or two since we spoke on the edge of the field. He was still angry then. I couldn't blame him. It was 5:45 in New York right now, nearly 2 hours after the court was set to reconvene again. 15 minutes after they would have likely dismissed for the day. Either the trial was happening or it wasn't. Me. Yo, what is happening? You are done now, right? My phone buzzed almost immediately. Skylar. Sorry, yes. Judge ordered recess. Reconvening tomorrow at 8. I'll call after talk to Eric plus attorney. I frowned. Skylar wasn't usually one for truncated texting. She was in a hurry. The question was, why? There were only a few reasons why the judge would want to reconvene later. Number 1, the trial itself was under investigation. It wasn't exactly what we had hoped for, but it was something. Another text from her interrupted my pondering. Skylar, want me to tell him anything? I stared at the text for several minutes, unsure of what to say. So, she knew he was upset then. She knew he didn't want to talk to me. Tears sprang. Worsened, I was sure, by the torrents of hormones flowing through my body. I set a palm over my belly, which at this point maybe looked like I had eaten too much pizza. But it was different. I was different. Eric was missing it, and it was my fault. Just when I had sucked in enough deep breaths to stem the tears and started to type a few updates on John Carson. We had sent the list of companies and our thoughts to Detective Cho last night, and he was investigating the sites today. My name was called. Mrs. DeVries? Hi, yes, I'm here. 여보세요. I ignored the nurse's cringe at my terrible Korean as I stood. Hello, she said in excellent English. Follow me, please. I followed her to an ultrasound room in the back of the office. Like the front room, it was plush. Very plush. Likely a lot plusher than most 8 weeks pregnant ladies would be getting anywhere else. I hadn't been through this process myself, but between Sue Jean and talking with my best friend through her own pregnancies, I knew that most OBGYNs left this work to an ultrasound tech. Bridget, I realized. Give the executive assistant to the DVS chairman a task, and she definitely gets it done tenfold. Sue Jean had passed the name to her, and the plucky woman had ensured her boss's wife would receive 5-star service to soothe my harried mind, and probably the irate chairman behind bars. I definitely owed her a giant flower arrangement when I got back to New York, and probably a raise on Eric's behalf. Dr. Han will be with you soon, said the nurse. Please change into this. She handed me a hospital gown and instructed that I should wait up on the table after I was finished. I changed quickly, shivering like a frozen fish on the exam table while I waited. In my purse, my phone buzzed with a call, and I scrambled to get it. Eric, I prayed, suddenly desperate to hear his voice, even if he was angry with me. But it wasn't him. Detective Cho? I answered. He was a distant cousin, but he hadn't instructed me to use anything other than his title at this point. Hello, Mrs. DeVries. Apparently the formalities extended both ways. It's pretty early for a check-in, Detective, I said. Have you been to all the sites already? There was an awkward clearing of his throat. I have updates on some progress. Your security, they are with you? I frowned. That was a weird question. Well, I'm at a doctor's appointment right now, but Tony and the guys are in the waiting room. Good. Cho spoke hurriedly, almost distracted. Mrs. DeVries, we found John Carson's rental car. It was at the second address you provided. I think you are correct about Mr. Carson's business interests here in Hwaseong. So, did you find him? My heart leaped. Could it really be this easy? Was it possible that my mother and I could be on a plane back to New York today? We watched the building until he came out, Cho replied. And then we followed his car, but unfortunately, he lost us. There is a call to other police to look for him right now. I will keep you updated, but you should remain with your security and stay at the hotel after your appointment. And I was almost afraid to ask as my heart sank. My mother? Was she there? I'm so sorry, Cho said, but your mother was not with him. My heart sank. The resignation in his voice was clear. I had a feeling that Cho was going to be searching rice paddies for her body before he looked for a live woman. No, I insisted to myself. Not yet. Okay, I said. Well, thank you for updating me. I really appreciate it. And, Detective? Yes? Be careful. It felt so strange, almost like I was mothering a man who, despite a distant family connection, was little more than an acquaintance. I thought. These instincts were in me somewhere. But he was taking on a lot on my behalf. I was grateful. I will call later, Mrs. DeVries, he said, then promptly hung up. Mrs. DeVries. I set the phone in my bag and hopped back on the table as the doctor poked her head through the curtains. She offered a kind smile. Hi, Dr. Han, I said, pulling the paper sheet over my legs. Thank you for taking me on with such short notice. The doctor nodded. Like the rest of her staff, she looked tired. She was seeing me well outside of normal operating hours, likely because of a large bribe from Bridget's office. I told my OBGYN that I would keep up with my schedule, I said, a bit lamely. not mentioning that at this point, my OBGYN was my cousin. She said an ultrasound at week 8 of my pregnancy was standard. I just want to assure my husband I'm staying with the plan, even while traveling. I didn't mention that the irate father would probably interrogate me like crazy about it when I got home. Dr. Han gave me a calm, indecipherable look. Yes, that is standard. I will print a copy of the pictures and provide a digital copy for you to bring back to the United States when we are finished. She pulled out a bottle of gel and raised the wand. Can you bare your stomach, please? I managed not to flinch when she squeezed the cold gel just under my navel. She spread it around with the wand, and almost immediately, a hushed, rhythmic sound filled the tiny room. On the monitor next to us, a screen full of static appeared, in which I could make out a large black space, intermittently spread with static-filled shapes. You see this? Dr. Han said, pointing at the black space. This is your uterus. She moved the wand some more. And there is your baby. You see the movement? I did see a tiny flicker. Something shifting in time with the thrumming sound. That is the heartbeat, Dr. Han said. You can hear it? That is your baby. I said nothing, just stared at the screen in awe. It was hard to make out the shape. It was really no bigger than a nut, but the movement was clear, as was its rhythm. He, she, it was. This tiny little thing. The product of Eric and me. Together. Holy shit, I whispered, unable to keep another round of tears from welling up. I swiped at them hurriedly, but Dr. Han didn't seem bothered. Wow. The doctor took a few more pictures, checking for initial abnormalities and things like that, so she said. But the baby was small, and she said there wasn't much to do until my 20-week scan. Everything looks good, she said. Very healthy. You'll need to have a blood test, usually between 10 and 13 weeks. Will you need an appointment here, or will you... I'll be home, I said, with more assurance than I felt. I'll be home. I had to be. The doctor nodded again, then pressed a few buttons and printed out a strip of shiny photos from the ultrasound. She handed them to me. For you and your husband. She handed me a cloth as well to clean up my stomach, then hopped off her stool. I will go retrieve the digital copy and return. I nodded, too entranced with the photos to speak. Hey, I whispered, staring at the blurry black and white photos. Hey there, tiny cellular cluster. One day you'll be an actual person, and I'm going to be ridiculously happy to meet you. I got dressed, staring at the pictures on the table the whole time. Just when I had finished and had picked them up again, my phone buzzed in my bag. I jumped, almost dropping the ultrasound pictures before I managed to check the new text message. Skylar. Major news. The judge turned the case over to the Brooklyn DA's office because of the conflicts with the Manhattan DA. Brooklyn is declining to prosecute. I read the words 4 more times before I fully comprehended what was happening. The initial corrupt judge. Apparently there had been more questions with the DA handling the case, hence the multiple motions today. And now a switch, which meant... My phone rang. I answered it immediately. Sky? It's done, Jane, my friend said. Over before it even began. The pictures in my hands seemed to glow. Where is he? I sobbed. Sky, I have to talk to him. Oh, Janie, she said, I honestly don't know. They literally just dismissed and just left the gallery. They might be processing his release right now. My heart squeezed. Did he know? Would he be able to check his messages soon? I desperately wanted to be there, to be on the other side of those doors when he was released. Sky, I said, call me back when he's with you, okay? I need to do something right now. We hung up, and then I turned to the ultrasound screen and snapped a photo of the shot the doctor had taken. I sent the picture to Eric with the caption, "We miss you." Then I called his phone, which, of course, went straight to voicemail after 2 weeks in a box. "Eric," I hiccuped. "I know you won't get this for a while, but, oh, Eric, I'm at the doctor's office, and I saw her, whatever she is, but I heard her heartbeat. She's just, oh my God, Eric, she's only a little peanut, but she was real, you know? And God, I'm so sorry you're not here, but I swear, as soon as I find my mom, I'm coming home. We are coming home to you. I'm staying safe, I promise. And I'm so glad that you're safe now, too. Get some new security since I stole yours, okay? Promise me that you'll keep yourself safe until we're together." I paused, took a deep breath, and then continued with the words we often found so hard to say to each other. Words I had always struggled to accept clearly when he had said them, but which I desperately wanted to hear. As I stared at the picture of my daughter or son, I knew I didn't want to continue in that tradition. I wanted to be the kind of person who was open with my heart. For her, or him, for my family. "Eric," I whispered, I love you. I love you so damn much, and I promise you that once I come back, I'm never leaving you again. I'll stop calling you Petri dish. I won't force you to eat kimchi on everything, and I won't run. I just want us to be a family because that's what we are. I promise you. I just need to get all of that family back, okay?" I paused again, realizing the idiocy of talking to a machine like it was going to talk back. "I love you," I said once more, then took a breath and repeated it one last time for good luck. "I love you. Like the water I drink, like the air I breathe. Corny, I know, but I'll come home to you soon and let you write the poetry. I promise." Then, reluctantly, I hung up. The words weren't enough, but they were all I could offer. I'd come up with more one day. I'd try it every day for the rest of my life if it would help him know what he really meant to me. "Touching, very touching," I screamed at the sound of a deep, sonorous voice. From behind the thick door stepped a tall, familiar form. John Carson, looking like the Grim Reaper himself, in pure black and a black trench coat with the collar turned up on both sides, separated the curtains and entered the room, followed by 2 stocky Asian gentlemen and another tall white man with a hooked nose. "Daughter," he greeted me. His voice was calm as he took in the room and the pictures on the table. I scrambled immediately into the far corner. What in the hell are you doing in here?" I looked beyond him. "How did you get past my security?" "I hear you and that pathetic excuse for an investigator were looking for me." Carson turned the monitor so he could have a better look at the picture, examining it with distant interest, like he was evaluating a map or a blueprint. He turned back. "He found me, of course, but he shouldn't have." And that, I realized, was as close to an admission of Lawrence Kim's murder as I was going to get. I looked longingly at my purse, wishing I could grab my phone. "Get out," I said, with as much bravado as I could muster. "The doctor is going to be back any second, too, and my security will wonder where I am." "Your security was no match for a former KGB operative and the rest of my team, I'm afraid," John Carson replied, leaning toward the screen. "And your doctor, well, she is quite indisposed as well. Now, I'm not a medical professional, but I confess, I don't see anything here. Do you have a cyst or something? Some kind of medical emergency?" "I'm pregnant, you idiot," I retorted, realizing only too late that I probably should have kept that to myself. His face blackened completely. Of course. It was only a few months ago that Eric and I had explicitly been warned about the dangers of procreating. The man was a eugenicist monster, so dead set against the mingling of his own gene pool with his sworn enemies that he had absolutely forbidden our marriage. I hadn't really believed that song and dance until now. "Daughter," he said again, as he seethed at the ultrasound machine. "So you and your paramour have done your very best to flout my orders." "Your orders don't mean shit," I snapped. Fuck. Why hadn't I allowed Tony to come back here with me? What in the hell had these goons done to him? His dark, deceptively hazel eyes, so unnervingly like mine, narrowed. "Is that right? And how is the DeVries spawn taking it while he rots in jail?" "You didn't really think that was going to last, did you?" I cut back. "Those were trumped-up charges, and you know it. It's over. He's getting out now that they moved the trial away from your bribed prosecutor and corrupt judge." Carson smiled then, and the sight of it turned me to ice. He was the human incarnation of the Grinch about to steal Christmas. The clear, perverse pleasure he took in orchestrating Eric's stay at Rikers Island was bone-chilling. "Perhaps," he admitted. "But it accomplished its purpose, didn't it?" I frowned. "How do you figure?" "Well," he said, "you are here. Your worthless renegade of a husband," he practically spat the word, "is not." Realization sank in my heart like an anchor. Of course. This had been his plan all along. Separate us. Just like Eric said. But in order to do what? Before I could ask, Carson held up a hand, and with a flick of his fingers, gestured his henchman inside the crowded space. "Your mother is alive," he informed me, like he was telling me the state of the weather. "But if you care about her life at all, you'll come with me, quietly and obediently, if that's even possible for you. Now." Interlude 1, 1997. "Come now, Hen. Jake is gone. It's time to move on, and I've been very patient." "Don't call me that, John." The voices filtered up the stairs to Eric's suite on the second floor of the townhouse. He put down the book he was reading and got up to listen. He had found a cache of J.D. Salinger novels a few weeks ago and had been tearing through them, just like he did with all the books in his father's abandoned study. But right now, Holden Caulfield could wait. A year ago, unannounced visitors were a common thing. His parents had been the center of a thriving social scene on the Upper East Side. If they weren't attending formal functions at his grandmother's penthouse, or with others within their social station, Jacob and Heather had hosted dinner parties themselves. Eric preferred the latter. It allowed him to sneak away with friends, or even with a good book when he was finished with his meals. Maybe eavesdrop on the adults from his favorite spot on the landing. He would sneak glimpses of his parents laughing in the reverie, occasionally catch a glimpse of the way Jacob would flirt with his wife when he thought others weren't looking. They were the couple everyone wanted to be, and how proud Eric had been of the fact. But that was before. Since Jacob's untimely death, the townhouse had been a tomb, haunted by the ghost of Jacob's laugh, buried by his wife and son's sorrow. Eric wasn't an idiot. He knew his mother was the object of interest to the men in her social circle. A few months after the funeral, the maid had opened the door to more than one man looking for Heather. Most of them, to Eric's relief, were turned away. This one, however, was more stubborn. This time, Heather had come to the door before he would leave. Eric crept out of his rooms and crouched at the top of the stairs, hidden in the shadows of the railing, but fully able to hear the conversation and watch the feet pacing the stone tiles. There was a long chuckle.
"Didn't Jake call you that? Seems like someone should keep it going."
Eric smarted. Dad called Mom a lot of nicknames. Hen was just one of them. "John?"
"I'm not afraid of ghosts, Heather, and I'm certainly not afraid of his."
There was some more pacing. Eric caught the gleam of a black men's dress shoe.
"I've waited long enough, Heather. It's time."
"John, please. You can't still be angry about something that happened more than 15 years ago. I don't owe you anything."
"Angry? I'm not angry. Like I told you, I've been very patient, waiting for what was rightfully mine to come back to me."
The shadows at the bottom of the steps moved. "Let me go." His mother's voice was as weak as ever, but it bore a chill that Eric had never heard before.
"Not until I get the answer I want."
"John, please. I said let me go." Eric didn't wait another second. He scuttled down the stairs 2 steps at a time until he landed in the foyer with a crash against the big oak table in the center. The vase of roses wobbled but didn't fall. The man turned. He looked vaguely familiar. Tall, with a slightly hooked nose, curly hair that was mostly a dark brown, and greenish eyes that seemed to shift in the light, like Quicksilver. The man dropped Heather's wrist, and she stepped back immediately.
Said the man. "Eric, the young sea sprite. It's nice to see you again, boy. Been a while, hasn't it?"
Eric stepped between them, allowing his mother to wrap her fragile hand around his arm. He would have liked her to pull him back and cage his shoulders with her arms, the way she used to do when he was small. But he was too big for that now. Last summer he had had a growth spurt, and now, at nearly 12, he was nearly 5'7", at least an inch or two above his mother. Now he had to guard her. He was not, unfortunately, taller than this man, who seemed to loom over both of them like one of the gargoyles hanging off St. John the Divine. The man smiled. It wasn't a nice smile. It felt like a knife was slicing down his chest. Eric pressed a hand to his sternum, but he couldn't look away.
"Your mother and I were speaking," said the man. "I admire a man who stands up for himself. But let's be clear. You won't win this fight, Triton."
"Who's Triton?" Eric managed. "My name is Eric. Who are you?" But the man didn't answer. Instead, he just pushed up the sleeve of his jacket and checked his watch. It was identical to the one his father used to wear. Above that, Eric caught sight of a thin chain bracelet with a gold coin.
"This is a conversation between adults. I'll give you 1 second to move," said the man. "And then I'll do it for you."
Eric gulped. But his mother didn't try to move him. She needed him. His dad, wherever he was, needed him too. So he went against every impulse he had and met that terrible green gaze straight on. "No!" The man's smirk disappeared.
"Very well."
Eric braced himself. For what? He wasn't sure. A blow to the cheek? A twist of an arm? Something worse? But before he could find out, there was a harsh rap at the front door. Everyone froze. "Oh, for heaven's sake!" came a voice through the door. "Has all propriety evaporated? Garrett, will you please open the door, since my daughter-in-law's maid can't be bothered to do her job?" For once in his life, Eric was glad to hear the familiar, irritable voice sounding from the other side of the thick oak. Keys jingled, and a few seconds later, the door opened as Garrett, the old butler, held the door open for Eric's grandmother, Celeste Annika Van Dusen de Vries.
"My goodness, Heather,"
she said as she walked in, brushing rain off her Burberry coat.
"Is it the fashion now to force your guests to stand outside like common solicitors?"
The older woman stopped when she realized the foyer was actually full of people. Her sharp gaze sliced through the tension, landing on the visitor, John, after touching on her grandson and his mother.
"What in the world?" she muttered. "John, I don't know what you're doing here, but you are not welcome. I thought I made that clear at the funeral."
The man's nasty smirk reappeared.
"So you did. But this is not your home, Celeste."
"It's DeVries' property, just like the penthouse. That didn't change with Jacob's passing."
The man quirked his head, like he was measuring whether or not to continue this argument.
"You can't protect her forever, Celeste. You're not Heather's keeper."
"Perhaps not," she said evenly. "But I do have a vested interest, much like I do in Chariot, don't I?"
For a long time, the man didn't speak. Grandmother glared, and much to Eric's satisfaction, the man looked away first. He turned to Heather.
"Until we meet again, Hen. Triton."
And then, with an awful, terrible wink at Eric, he left. It took 10 full breaths before Eric could even hear his mother's voice again, waging yet another weak argument against his grandmother. Eric rolled his eyes. There was no point to arguing with grandmother. She always won. She was a force of nature herself.
"You know why I'm here," Celeste was saying. "You haven't been answering my calls. Things are falling apart. And now I see that parasite in your home with Eric guarding you like a puppy. It's a good thing I showed up when I did."
Eric turned to find his mother falling back into one of the antique chairs in the foyer.
"Celeste."
Heather's voice was barely above the echoes of shuffling footsteps.
"Please, I just need more time. We need more time. You've had nearly a full year."
Celeste looked at Eric.
"The boy needs more guidance than he is getting. He is my sole heir. It's time to accept the proposal and for Eric to come where he belongs." "Celeste, please." "John Carson is not going to leave the matter alone," Celeste continued. "You know that just as well as I. Since Jacob's death, he has become a man obsessed, and I'm sorry to say, no amount of money will put him off. You have only a few choices here. Eric will be safer with me. You will be safer married to Horace."
Eric watched their interaction like he was witnessing a tennis match. What was happening? Safer with grandmother? Married? His mother's arguments fell again and again. And with dread building in his chest, he watched her capitulate quickly, shrinking into the chair with every flattened reply.
"Come, Eric," Celeste beckoned. "I'm on my way to Westchester for the weekend."
She said the word like it was something different from what everyone else meant, with extra emphasis on the final syllable. Weekend.
"Garrett will escort you to your polo practice this afternoon, and then we will return for your things."
Eric shook his head, finding his voice at last. "No, grandmother, I'm staying here." Celeste simply pressed her pink lips together and shook her head.
"I'm afraid that is out of the question, Eric. DeVrieses do not renege on their promises. Your mother made me one, and that was on your behalf."
"It's just a missed practice," Eric argued. "Mom's upset. She needs me."
"She needs you to let her be,"
Celeste cut in irritably.
"No,"
Eric said, this time forcefully enough that his voice cracked. That had been happening more and more lately.
I know what you're doing. This isn't just polo, grandmother. You're taking me away. It's because of that man, isn't it? He wants something from Mom, doesn't he?
Oh, Eric, Heather murmured, shaking her head. The older woman's eyes narrowed.
You heard, didn't you? Eavesdropping is quite unbecoming of a young man like yourself, Eric. I see we have more work to do than I anticipated.
She glared at Heather, as if Eric's shortcomings were yet another indication of her character deficiencies.
Talk back, Eric wanted to say to her.
But instead, Heather gazed at him. She reached out like she wanted to stroke his cheek, but dropped her hand almost immediately. "I'm afraid not," she murmured. And then to Celeste, "He'll go. I'll have his things sent tomorrow." Celeste nodded and turned to the door.
"Very well, Eric, let's—"
"On one condition," Heather continued. Celeste turned and raised a wry silver brow.
"What is that?"
Heather's gray gaze flickered nervously between her mother-in-law and her son. "He stays here? In New York?" Celeste opened her mouth to argue back. It just wasn't done, she would say. Every DeVries heir for generations had attended the same boarding school in Europe. What right did Heather have to break such a long-standing tradition? But Heather rattled on with more energy than Eric had seen since the funeral, where she had collapsed across his father's coffin just before it was lowered into the ground. "It's what Jacob and I planned for him," she insisted. "He's an American, Celeste. He belongs here, and if I'm going to give him up, I refuse to do so completely. He needs to be close to his mother, to his family, not far away from everything he knows. I won't let him lose that." "Too." The word was unspoken, but there nonetheless. On top of his father, she meant. On top of her. Eric swallowed thickly. Part of him wanted to run to the back of the house, sneak out the fire escape he wasn't supposed to climb on, and disappear into the city. He could leave New York, jump on one of the boxcars that his family owned, ride away on a boat or a train or truck, and never return to this place. This city full of death and anger and sorrow. But he knew he wouldn't. This conversation, this family, they were like chains on his legs. Like she was a balloon that had just expelled the last of its helium, Heather sank to the chair once again and looked on wearily as Eric fetched his coat and put on his shoes. Was this really happening? "It's better this way," she said. "You'll see. Grandmother is so much stronger than me. She has things to teach you." She had been so sad for the last year. She hadn't even bothered to hide the empty bottles of vodka in the bedroom, leaving them for the maids to clean up each morning. Outwardly, Eric's mother was as beautiful as ever. But a light had shined in her eyes once. Eric realized now it wouldn't reappear. "I'll see you when you return," she said softly. "We'll make a proper goodbye of it then." She watched apathetically as Garrett hustled Eric into his coat and out the door. The air was full of "see you soons" and "in a few days." But when Eric turned, just before the door closed behind him, he caught a glimpse of Heather falling forward in the chair, face crumpling into her delicate hands. He wasn't sure if the wail that sounded after the locks clicked was a distant siren or his mother. Inside grandmother's rolls, he turned to the old woman angrily. But before he could speak, Celeste spied the coin hanging around his neck.
"Take that off at once,"
she ordered, holding out her hand. Eric's face screwed up in confusion.
"What? No, it's mine, grandmother." "No, it belongs to me," she said. "If you recall, Garrett offered it to me at the funeral, not you. In fact, it belonged to my husband, who gave it to your father."
Her hand beckoned insistently.
I offered it to a child mourning his father, but you are not a child any longer, Eric. Give it back.
Eric's eyes shone fiercely, glittering with rebellion. His entire life, everyone had been telling him what to do. At least his father used to jump in, shield him from the worst of it. He had taught him how to break the rules as much as how to obey them. Taken him to play catch in the park when he was supposed to be learning how to fence. Gotten pizza or Gray's papaya for dinner instead of eating coq au vin at the penthouse. Dad would have let him keep the necklace. Eric was sure of it. But Dad was gone, and his mother had let Eric go too. There was no one else in his life but Grandmother, whose sharp, unwavering expression told him she, out of all of them, wasn't giving up. So, with a deep sigh, Eric unclasped the coin from around his neck and dropped it into her waiting palm. Maybe one day he'd find the courage to fight her. But today was not that day. Present. Eric paged through the now worn journal for what had to be the 100th time. It was amazing how beat up the small black book had become in just a few days since his mother had given it to him. But when there was nothing to do but pore over the thing, he had practically memorized its strange, fragmented contents. It was the journal his father was probably never supposed to keep. He had read the others, the ones intended for public record, the way all the DeVrieses kept papers to be stored eventually at endowed libraries or in state historical records. They were a family of record, as his grandmother used to say. Everyone was taught to act like it. It was a habit that, even in his years apart from the clan, Eric had never been interested in breaking. But unlike those records, which represented history written by its victors, this journal was something different. Almost like reading a supplement to those more official histories. Its entries were chronological, but there were often months, even years between them. It was full of clues that historians usually sought between the lines of standard sources. Coded phrases that others would have read as non sequitur comments, or the idiosyncrasies of a rich, frivolous man. But Eric suspected they masked secrets that his family would have wanted to hide. As such, they were infuriatingly opaque. April 22nd, 1982. Johnny's has been tapped to make croutons. 3 days of fighting, and I still don't know if it was worth it. Did he know I wouldn't have walked away otherwise? It's better to keep him close. He doesn't like being pushed out. Tapping for croutons? That was obviously in reference to Janice, which tended to be shrouded in Caesar salad references, or something like it. The timing was right. In 1982, Jake DeVries would have been approximately 22, a senior in college. But Johnny... was that who Eric thought it was? John was such a common name that he couldn't know for sure, but why else would his mother have given him the journal? The investigator had determined that Carson had also attended Princeton, just like Eric's father. Had he been tapped there too? August 28th, 1983. Picked up Heather by the lakes. She was crying. I don't want to even ask what Jay did this time. I should let her go, but I can't. She deserves more than what he can give her. She deserves more than me, too. But I'm determined to be better for her, no matter what Mother says. Eric kept coming back to that one again and again. As far as he knew, his parents had met sometime in college, when his father was a senior and his mother just a freshman. She teased him about it incessantly, that he spent his weekends traveling to Princeton during those years instead of partying in New York as a young man. The stories had charmed a young Eric. But if all that was true, who was this Jay, the one who hurt her? September 8th, 1983. Dad died today. He knew it was coming, apparently, even if the rest of us didn't. No one brought salad to the wake, but they asked me to toss some almost immediately. Johnny wouldn't eat. I won't pretend it didn't hurt, but it wasn't a surprise either. Poor guy can't catch a break. Or so he thinks. Again with the salad references. Eric thought he understood that some. None of the Janus members had come to the funeral, but maybe his father had been summoned to a meeting? Something like that? But he didn't understand why Johnny, whom he suspected was Carson, was so upset. What hadn't he received? There weren't any entries after that for a while. Jonathan DeVries's death from an aggressive lung cancer wasn't something Eric knew much about, but he knew it was sudden. Perhaps it shouldn't have been such a surprise, given the man was a lifelong smoker and cigar connoisseur. But any time the subject came up when Eric was a child, someone changed it, even faster if his grandmother happened to be in hearing distance. The gap left in the family was still evident, even more than 35 years later. May 11th, 1985. Heather is pregnant. Bad timing, of course, with her graduation coming. But I'm over the damn moon. Maybe it's just the thing to put all this ugliness behind us. Maybe Johnny can finally forgive the past and move on. Again with the Johnny. What past? What had happened? But that wasn't the only interesting thing about the entry, which basically marked Eric's own conception. His parents had also gotten married in 1985. A perfect June wedding. His mother had always played off the simple wedding at St. Mark's as their own choice. Neither of them wanted the fancy affair that no doubt Celeste would have desired. But she was also pregnant, a fact that had been skated over his entire life. He had once wondered how much of their marriage occurred to right that social wrong. But there was something gratifying in seeing just how, dedicated his father really was to the two of them. January 8th, 1986. Heather did famously. Strong girl. Eric is a solid little brick. The doctors say he can't see anything yet, but he knew who I was when he looked at me. Gray eyes, just like his mother's. I swear he has my hands. How could someone this small own so much of us already? Jay offered me his wishes, but I wonder if it's to make sure I'm going with him to Suwon. He's nervous about the Russian deal. I just wish it wasn't happening now. I hate to leave Heather and the boy so soon. Eric brushed a finger over the entry. One of the few written testimonies of his father's devotion on the day of his birth. He'd spent this last one with Jane during visiting hours, wishing to God he had some means of bribing the Rikers guards for some conjugal time with his wife. His eyes lingered on the words before dropping to the final sentence. What deal with the Russians? What was his father and the mysterious Jay doing in Seoul at the end of the Cold War? Unfortunately, he wasn't going to find out. There were only 2 entries left intact, as several pages had been ripped out of the book near the end, and they were nearly 2 years apart. January 30th, 1987. All the transport between Hwaseong and Koson is in place. Honestly, if it wasn't Johnny asking, I wouldn't be anywhere near this. But I don't know what else to do. He just can't seem to let her go, even with this new racket with the airline. Those girls seem like trouble too. But Heather is worth it. I'd blow up the planet for her and Eric, much less a few Ruskies. Was the airline the same one Jane's mother and her friends worked for? The dates lined up, just a month or so from when Jane was likely conceived. But there was nothing more than a final entry, written in a much more jagged print, almost like Jacob didn't want to be writing it at all. December 27th, 1989. Home. Home. Heather won't talk to me for missing Christmas, but it couldn't be helped. We had to clean things up. Everything's gone to hell now that the Soviets are done for. Jay thinks Gorbachev can still pull the country back together. He won't forgive me for thinking otherwise. The ships, the trucks, everything is back where they should be. Jay and I are done for good. After reading the last cryptic lines again and again, Eric finally set the book on the visitor's table with a smack. The words meant no more to him now than they had 2 days ago. What had ended the strange friendship, fraught as it was with animosity? What in the hell did it have to do with DVS and the fall of the Soviets? Eric turned to the door of the visitor's room. He needed to talk this through with someone. What in the fuck was taking them so long? He'd been in the courthouse jail all fucking day while the lawyers played courtroom tennis. Was he going back to Rikers tonight or not? His suit, the one Jane had brought him during her last visit, fit poorly. Too baggy around the waist. He had undoubtedly lost weight over the last 2 weeks. The food at Rikers was fucking disgusting. The coffee was the worst of all. The door opened, and Eric lurched in his chair. Fucking hell, he was a jumpy mess. "What's going on?" he barked before everyone had even filed inside. Levi Gellert, the primary counsel on his defense team, followed by Skylar and Brandon, posing as counsel, but really there for moral support, and the bailiff. And one person still missing. What if it had gone terribly? What if, by some fucked up chance, he had been sentenced to years and years away without even saying goodbye to his wife? "She's still not back?" Eric demanded. "Jesus Christ, Skylar. Does she even know the trial is happening?" Something deep in him deflated. He knew it was unfair, but a part of him hoped that Jane would choose him over her lying, emotionally abusive mother. Because really, that's what Una was, in his opinion. Skylar sighed. "She knows, Eric. We've been in contact for the last few days, but she still hasn't found Una. I just spoke to her, and she was at a doctor's office, getting the ultrasound done." Eric stiffened. "She's at the doctor without me, too?" Again, unfair. But good God, couldn't the woman wait for him for anything? Skylar took a seat in front of him next to the other lawyer. "Eric, you know she wants to be here. She's just trying to do the right thing." Eric sucked in a deep breath, trying to calm himself. It didn't work. So he did it again. And again. "Crosby," he said finally, "we've been friends a long time. I like you. You know I do. But I swear to God, if you don't stop defending her decision to run off like an idiot without anyone there to help her, I'm going to... You're going to stop it right there, Chief." Brandon cut in front of Skylar, with a dangerous tone Eric recognized. He recognized it because the same possessive emotions that powered it were pumping through his veins right now. It was primal, this feeling. Fucking terrifying the way it wouldn't abate. Which was why, of course, Eric didn't hold back. His chair legs screeched on the linoleum as he stood up in a rush. "Stop what, asshole? Stop asking completely reasonable fucking questions? Stop wanting the right to know where the fuck my wife and unborn child are? Jesus fucking Christ, Brandon. You're telling me you wouldn't be losing it if Skylar ran off with Jenny and you were locked up?" "Eric," Brandon said through gritted teeth, trying and failing to remain calm. "Man, breathe. Just breathe and tell us what you want, all right?" "What I want? What I want?" Before he could help himself, Eric lunged over the table at Brandon and just managed to snag his tie before the big man could jump out of reach. "I want to get the fuck out of this rat trap and find my fucking wife. That's what I want." The two men seethed at each other. Eric for want of control, Brandon trying desperately not to react the way he was trained. Eric knew he was playing with fire. Brandon had been raised on the streets. He was seriously tempting fate here. When it came to fight or flight, Brandon would always choose the former. "Careful, brother," Brandon said, his tone walking the line between compassion and threat as he unwound Eric's fingers from his tie. "It's not me you're mad at. Remember that." Eric sucked in a breath, and as the new oxygen flowed into his overheated brain, he found he was able to let go of the silk. Like he was releasing a lifeline, He slumped back into his chair and fell forward to cradle his throbbing head in his hands. He was going crazy in here. He really fucking was. "Please," he begged, "give me some good news. Tell me I can get the fuck out of here." "You can get the fuck out of here." At the sound of Levi Gellert's voice, the three of them all turned to face the oddly calm attorney. Eric sat up, unsure if he was imagining it. I can?" Levi nodded. "Everything is finished?" Eric turned to the bailiff. "I'm free to go?" The large man simply nodded. Eric was done with words. He was done with waiting. He jumped up and, without another word, strode out of the room, the bailiff jogging behind to escort him out properly. Eric, where are you going?" He didn't know who called the words, whether they were male or female, his lawyer, the police, or his friends. Nor did he answer, because all he knew was that he needed to get out. He needed to find transportation. He needed to find his wife. Part 2. Couplet. I floated on the jet stream, a pillow, a mist, and flew within your thoughts till I wondered if you existed at all. But the dawn it called, an echo, a gleam, and I heard your voice cry out for me, and followed it, a flame, snuffed out. Jetstream, a poem from the journal of Eric DeVries. 10. 2009. We can't stop biting. I pushed my black and white polka-dotted glasses up my nose. Skylar was staring gloomily out the window of our apartment. Outside, the first real snow of the year was falling on the fire escape, and with her knees pulled up to her chest, perched on the sill in her preferred oversized lounge clothes, she looked more like a Dickensian child than a Harvard law student. You and Patrick? I set my textbook down on the coffee table. These conversations were becoming as predictable as the moon's cycles. She turned with sad green eyes. Yeah, he says it's me. He says I invent reasons to be upset with him. I scowled. Well, that's textbook gaslighting if I ever heard it. What's gaslighting? I tapped my lip with my pencil, trying to remember how my dad described it. It helped sometimes, having a father who was a shrink. He gave me a vocabulary for these things pretty early, although one of the most awkward conversations of my life was his version of the sex talk a month before I left for college. Well, that one was less about sex, which I already understood, and more about men, and some of the things they could do to make women stay in terrible relationships. His greatest fear for me, he always said, was that I would settle for someone who would convince me I was worth anything less than the best. That I would stay when I didn't have to. As cringeworthy as I found that conversation, that's how I learned about gaslighting. Dad really was before his time in so many ways. It's when someone tries to make you feel crazy, I said. Unstable, hysterical, etc. Like everything you think is all in your head. Why is it called gaslighting? Skylar wondered. Hell if I know. But she had already pulled her phone out to check Wikipedia. It says here it started with a play written in the 40s called Gaslight. A husband convinces his wife she's crazy by manipulating things in their house, like turning down the gas lights. She set her phone down. I don't think Patrick is doing that. He just gets frustrated with me. I guess I'm taking this long-distance thing harder than I have to. Or else he is, and he's projecting his fears and missteps onto you. Why else would he constantly be accusing you of cheating when you practically live like a nun? Skylar's sharp look told me I'd overstepped. We were growing closer, for sure, but I needed to back off. We just fight, she said, rising from the windowsill and padding into the kitchen to make herself some tea. Like strong-willed people sometimes do. Sounds familiar. I followed her in and took a seat on the other side of the L-shaped counter. You want? She held up a box of green tea. I nodded.
So you and Eric.
Like jackals.
Yeah, I noticed. You're not exactly nice to him during study group.
I think it's the perfectly cut hair, I replied. Or maybe the iron shirts. I just want to, I don't know, put a wrinkle in there somewhere. The guy is immovable.
Don't you think maybe you're just looking for a problem that's not really there?
Skylar filled the kettle and set it on the stove.
Now who's gaslighting?
Skylar chuckled.
I just mean, he seems to really like you.
Sky, we've been over this. Guys like Eric don't really like girls like me. They're fascinated by us. Until they aren't. I'm an amusement, that's all. But Skylar just rolled her eyes.
What's the word for gaslighting yourself? Delusion? Hey, I resent that. Janie, this isn't high school, and Eric isn't like the suburban kids you went to school with. He's from New York, like me. I promise you, he's seen all types, even if he did grow up on the Upper East Side or wherever.
I considered arguing that people were people, and bigotry existed as much in the city as out in the middle of nowhere. Growing up in New York didn't tell me a thing about how prejudiced Eric was or wasn't. Skylar poured us both mugs of tea, but before I could say anything more, there was a knock on our door. I frowned. Are you expecting anyone? Skylar shook her head.
Maybe Rob down the hall wants to borrow another cup of sugar.
I snickered. Our neighbor seemed to bake more than anyone I had ever met, if his constant excuses to stop by were any indication.
He can make all the midnight snacks he wants. He's not getting your cookie or mine.
The knock sounded again.
All right, keep your pants on.
I slid off the stool and opened the door.
Rob, I'm telling you, all that sugar is bad for you. Oh.
Eric stood on our ladybug-covered welcome mat, looking magazine perfect in a pair of jeans, sorrel boots, a thick wool coat, and just a touch of snow quickly melting into his tousled blonde hair. He looked way more delicious than someone walking out of an LL Bean catalog had any right to look. "Who's Rob?" he asked with a frown. "And why would his pants be off?" I narrowed my eyes. It had been almost 2 weeks since his little possessive spat with the dick pics, and I'd made it very clear that this couldn't be anything more than a leisure activity for either of us. When he didn't like that, I ended up ghosting him again. Or trying. I still couldn't quite let him go. Especially at 1 a.m. on a Saturday night. And the following Wednesday and... yeah, okay, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday night too. Did I say ghosting? Maybe more like haunting. Did I forget something? Were we hanging out? I purposefully avoided the word date, like I usually did, since Eric and I rarely made it out of either of our apartments whenever we met up. He cocked his head. "Hello to you too, pretty girl." As if on command, I flushed. The boy tended to do seriously dirty things to me whenever he used that particular phrase. Just 2 days ago, he tied me to his double bed just to prove a point before he wore me out over the back of his couch. Talk about thinning the line between love and hate. That curiously magnetic smile appeared, and just as quickly my toes tingled. Damn it, how did he do that? His whole face completely transformed whenever he grinned. "What the hell are you doing here?" I didn't mean to sound that curt. One blonde brow rose. "Why, did you have other plans? With Rob, maybe?" "I might have." "Right. You were planning to watch reruns of that '70s show and gossip with Skylar about the hot barista at Pete's." "Like what? Being rude and not inviting someone in? Hiding someone?" He poked his head over my shoulder and waved. "Hey, Skylar." I backed up as he pushed past me into the apartment. Skylar just waved back awkwardly. "Hey, Eric, I'm just going to head back to my room to study some more." We waited until her door closed, And then I turned back to Eric, who was now watching me with irritatingly pleasant curiosity. "Do you always barge into people's apartments like you own them?" I demanded. His gaze seared over my otherwise unremarkable outfit of black leggings and a Joan Jett shirt. "When they don't answer my texts, I do. Where have you been? After class yesterday, you bolted." I scowled. "I don't know. Living the normal life of a first-year law student? Class, the library, trying not to kill myself with paper writing?" Did his face whiten a little when I said the words, "kill myself"? I blinked and it was gone. "Look, if you don't want to hang out anymore, I get it," he said, pacing around the couch. "But you came to my apartment Wednesday night, Jane. You came to me after you said you wanted to call it off. Again. And then you took off. Again. Did you really think I was just going to let you jerk me around?" He unbuttoned his jacket, revealing a heather gray sweater that hugged his trim body in all the right places. And Lord, his legs looked impossibly long and scalable in those jeans. The fact of it should have been infuriating. How dare he make me enjoy his yuppie J.Crew aesthetic this much? But instead, I couldn't stop ogling. "You seem to like me jerking you around on Thursday," I said coyly, trying another tactic. Eric could be distracted with the right words, or so I was finding out. I could make this easier on us, get it out of our systems, and make an excuse about why we both needed to leave. 2 birds, if you will. His eyes closed, and I could tell he was fighting the urge to push me down to my knees like he had less than 48 hours ago. Ha. Victory me. But then his eyes opened, with a renewed steely edge. "No, I sidled up to him and slyly slipped my hands around his ribs, toying with the bottom of his sweater. His skin was soft, and my fingers brushed the golden trail of hair that had disappeared under his belt buckle. "Come on, Petrie," I purred. "Be honest. You didn't come here to talk. So let's just get this over with and give in to what we both want. Stop beating around the bush and pretend to be people we're not." He stared up at the ceiling as I floated my lips over his tightened jaw. When I arrived at his mouth, I opened mine so he could suck on my tongue when I dipped it inside. I moaned. He groaned much louder before gently pushing me away. I clicked my tongue, catching my breath. "You're just making this harder on yourself. I'm right here. Easy pickings, dude." "Why?" he asked. "Why do you do that to yourself?" "Do what?" "Treat yourself like you're nothing and ask me to do it too." Well, that definitely killed the mood. I stepped back and crossed my arms. Just because I'm open about what I want sexually means I think I'm nothing? I definitely don't think that, but apparently you do. Eric groaned again, but not in a good way. "That is not what I said, Jane." "You just did. You made the assumption and put that shit on me." "I made assumptions. What do you call what you were just doing, huh?" "I don't know, Petrie. How about seduction?" He rolled his eyes all over again. "Lefferts, if that was seduction, then I'm the fucking mayor of Boston." "If you're looking for some sex kitten to wind her tail around your leg, you're sniffing up the wrong pussy, my friend." "Jesus Christ," Eric muttered. "Hey, man, I've never pretended to be anything I'm not. So if you're looking for a coquette, why don't you hop on down to Cleo's? Or better yet, just wander around the tea stop and flirt with the undergrads. I'm sure you could find some jailbait seeking Prince Charming." My tone had gone from bitter to playful in less than a second. Suddenly, I found the idea of him doing that absolutely reprehensible. Eric rubbed a hand irritably at the back of his neck. "Why do I do this?" he mumbled to himself. I swallowed back the lump in my throat, the one that told me to apologize. Eric opened his mouth a few times, like he wanted to say something else. Finally, he just shook his head.
For the record, I didn't come over here for sex. You put that on me, if we're talking about assumptions. I came over here because I wanted to see you. No innuendo. Just for the pleasure of your goddamn company, all right?
Both of our mouths quirked. Neither of us missed the irony of that particular statement.
Now,
Eric continued.
Tomorrow is your birthday, right?
I blinked. That was definitely not what I was expecting. Yeah. Yeah, it is. Eric pulled a package from his coat pocket and tossed it onto the table.
You're a pain in the ass, Lefferts, but this is for you.
I stared at the package, unsure of what to say. No one aside from my parents had given me a birthday present in years, not since my 10th birthday party, after which my mother had told me I was officially too old for such celebrations. Honestly, I think it was because she didn't want to worry about little girls ruining her precious Ethan Allen couch anymore. Thank you, I said weakly. What new game was he playing here?
One day, maybe you'll tell me why you think everyone is out to get you, Eric replied,
shoving his arms back into his coat with unnecessary force.
But until then, happy fucking birthday, Jane.
Then, abruptly, he turned and left. I listened to his footsteps echoing down the hall. Are you going to open it? I didn't realize I'd been staring at the door for probably a minute or more, until Skylar's voice stirred me. Huh? Open what? My roommate pointed to the package Eric had left. I walked over and picked it up. Wrapped in nondescript brown paper, it was clearly a book. Attached was a note that simply read in Eric's curt script. Happy birthday, pretty girl. Meet me here tomorrow night to celebrate. Eric. I unwrapped the package, wondering what it was. Inside was a book, and the sight of it made me chuckle. What is it? Skylar asked, coming to stand next to me curiously. 21 Love Poems, I said, looking at the plain white cover. By Adrienne Rich. Skylar frowned. I don't get it. I started to explain about the poet, about the irony that Eric even knew her at all, about the fact that he had been reading leaflets when we first started, whatever this was, just a month or so ago. Inside joke. I flipped the book open and 2 pieces of paper fluttered to the table. Bookmarks? I asked as Skylar picked them up. I don't think so. She handed them to me. They were tickets for a concert, some band I'd never heard of at Great Scott, my favorite venue in Boston, for tomorrow night. This seems like more than just a fling, Janie, Skylar said. Someone who just wants one thing doesn't give you a book of love poems and concert tickets for your birthday. I looked back and forth between the 2 gifts, still unsure of what to make of them, their presence or the obvious thought behind them. Will you go? Skylar asked. Yeah, I said. I think I will. 11. Present.
You're not going anywhere.
The voice was a mere echo, the ghost of a warning. Its owner had vanished by the time I finally managed to open my eyes again, conflated with the visions of Eric's hurt expression. Was this why I had always been convinced someone was out to get me? Did some part of me, buried within half my DNA, know that out in the world lay a monster, waiting to capture me at just the right moment? What an idiot I had been my entire life, running from demons like high school bullies and one-night stands. What a privileged fool. What a joke. Shadows dragged through the blinds at the window, casting a yellow-orange light through the slats that told me it was nearing sunset here in, well, wherever this was. I'd been drugged in the car for who knew how long, but I was still willing to bet I was somewhere in Hwaseong. Unless, oh God, visions of the map of South Korea, that tiny speck that marked the Kosom plant, throbbed in my mind. What if that's where I was? Or even farther? Across the border, maybe? All day. I had been here all day, lying on this cot, freezing in this dusty room. The reality was I could be anywhere, and no one would be able to find me. I turned, arrested with sudden panic, though my body responded with sluggish reticence. Drugged, a tiny voice said in my head that sounded vaguely like Carol Lefferts. That's because you've been drugged, Plain Jane. You've been drugged and taken hostage by your own fucking biological father. And there could be only one reason for that. John Carson wanted something from Eric. Eric. Just as dazedly, another thought occurred to me. If I was a hostage, maybe I was with someone else. Oma? I croaked as I turned over on my cot. Oma, are you here? There was a groan from the other side of the room. With Herculean effort, I managed to drag myself up, though the blood rushing suddenly from my head almost knocked me back down. Everything ached, and everything was blurry. My glasses had been taken, so I was left to my own poor vision. But it wasn't, thankfully, bad enough that I couldn't see movement on the other cot. I looked out into the thin afternoon light and tried to take in my surroundings. It was a small, bare white room with some kind of tiled floor. Our two cots were shoved against opposite walls, each with dark, rumpled blankets that barely kept out the January chill. I could make out small heating vents on the floors, plus 3 barred windows with the blinds drawn. There was a plastic table with a chair in the other corner. Oma? My limbs wouldn't work. I couldn't walk properly, but I did manage to crawl across the room, a few scant feet that felt like miles. When I reached the other cot, I collapsed at the edge, breathing heavily, and touched the blanket-covered lump. She turned, and it wasn't until I saw her face, with a mosaic of bruises up and down her left cheek, and a nasty, half-healed cut above her lip, that I finally exhaled fully. Oma, I whispered as I fell over her small, solid form. Oh my God, Oma, it's okay. I found you. It's okay. Jin? Her voice was hoarse, almost unrecognizable. Her eyes widened, pupils severely dilated as she took me in. This close, I could see that her hair was brittle, her skin blotchy and shiny at the same time. It was clear by the way she half looked through me that she wasn't entirely certain I was real. It's okay, Oma, I said, grabbing her hand and pressing it to my cheek. I'm real. I'm here. We're going to get out of here, okay? I'll figure something out. But her eyes widened in pure panic. Jane, you must... But she couldn't even finish her sentence before a stream of Korean poured out. Like her hard-won, nearly perfect English was simply too much to bear under the strain of everything else. Shh, shh, I whispered, rocking her to me with the awkward, stunted movements my body would allow. It's okay. It's going to be okay. She calmed slightly, and I felt her body wilt against me. We remained like that for a long time. Eric, I pleaded mentally. Eric, please help us. But of course, no one answered. Eric was furious with me, and maybe even still behind bars, depending on how quickly he was processed. Who knew if he would even come at all once he was out? All I had to help me here was a 3rd or 4th cousin with a minor interest in an old serial murder case. That was it. Before despair could overtake me completely, the door to the room opened, and a familiar figure entered. Not John Carson. The goateed, eminently punchable face of Jude LaFucking-Tour. Well, 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 our little butterfly emerged from her cocoon. He strode in, followed by a much larger man carrying a tray bearing 2 bowls. The smell of noodles and broth filled the room, and my stomach growled in response. How long had it been since I'd eaten anything? Hours or days? My head swam. I just curled more into my mother's cot. Jude, I said through thick lips. Or should I call you Hermes? I looked over his blurry form as critically as I could. He no longer wore the splint over his nose. But was that a bit of bruising still evident around his eyes? Eric had really gotten him in Lucerne. Good Lord, was that only 3 weeks ago? You'll cooperate if you know it's good for you, Jude said with a leer. None of that smart talk. Not without anyone here to protect you. I glared. How's your nose, Jude? Are you ready to have some other things broken? He touched his face self-consciously and grimaced. Why? Are you going to do it, Tinkerbell? I cocked my head. No, but I wouldn't want to be here when Eric shows up. My guess is he'll want to break something else, too. It was bravado, of course. My failsafe. My default mode. Even if Eric were coming, he wasn't a fighter. In spite of his admirable takedown of Jude and Lucerne, I had a feeling that side of him only came out when pushed to the extreme. And I also knew he didn't particularly like it. Triton is every bit as much a coward now as when we were young, Jude said, as if he were reading my thoughts. Still scared of his own shadow. Still falls for the nearest bit of street trash. His own Madame Butterfly. He looked me over. Such a cliché. You're even pregnant with the lieutenant's child, aren't you? He bent down and tapped my nose. I batted his hand away with slow, stupid movements that made Jude laugh. I tried to spit at him and failed miserably. Jude stepped back, chuckling as he leaned over to check on my mother, who had gone back to feigning unconsciousness beside me. I hoped. How unfortunate for Triton, Jude remarked languidly as he turned his attention back to me. That this piece of trash already belonged to someone else. Then why am I here? I asked. Why not just kill him and be done with it, since that's obviously what Carson wants? It was a classic technique. Ask the questions you already knew the answer to. Because you need him, don't you? You and your stupid society. Eric has something he wants. The question is, what? Triton owes a debt, Jude replied gleefully. A very big one. Not that it's any of your business. I'm here, aren't I? I'd say that makes it my business. My words came faster, less slurred. Adrenaline was taking the place of the wearing off drugs. Vaguely, I wondered what I'd been dosed with. In the car, it had been a clap of something over my mouth, a handkerchief soaked with chloroform and probably something else to maintain the effect. Here, it was something milder, perhaps a fucked-up cocktail of benzos to keep me calm and sluggish. Maybe ketamine. You could let me contact him. I tried again. I promise he'll be more amenable if you let me speak. Tell him I'm all right. It was never going to work, but I had to try. My mother's body moved slightly behind my head, and I set a hand on her covers, looking for her solid warmth. I could barely feel her bones through the thin blanket. God, how much weight had she lost here? Jude just shook his head, as if the suggestion were little more than a small child requesting ice cream for breakfast. It's almost cute, Cho-Cho-san, but you're not that stupid. You're bait, pure and simple, so be a good little worm and eat up.
Can't have our prime night crawler shriveling up too much.
He gestured behind him, and his gorilla helper brought over the tray of soup. Jude set one on the table for my mother and held up the other, bending over me to hold it to my lips.
I'll even help you, since your motor function seems a bit deprived at the moment, he said. Carson wants you well-nourished. Generous of him, isn't it?
I kicked out, causing Jude to spill the broth all over himself. He seethed, looking down at the mess of noodles all over his perfectly cut wool pants.
That, he said, was unnecessary, not to mention wasteful. Your lovely mother won't be getting dinner now.
His hand snaked out and grabbed my jaw, forcing me to look at him.
Anton, hold her.
The large man smiled, and then I was lugged off the floor, shoved onto a chair at the table, and held there by a pair of arms that each seemed bigger than my entire torso, while Jude secured my wrists and taped my ankles to the chair legs. When I was well and properly bound into place, Jude bent down again so he was only a few inches from my face.
When you learn to behave, maybe we'll let you go, he informed me. You look like you pissed your pants, I said.
Immediately, I received a harsh slap across the face. From her cot, my mother squeaked.
Would you like to go on?
Jude asked through gritted teeth.
I happen to know Anton would love to have his turn, and I hate to tell you, but he's not nearly as nice as I am. It's why he's Carson's favorite.
I said nothing, but only because the lump on the cot began to shake.
That's what I thought, Jude said with satisfaction. Now it's time for dinner.
He accepted the second bowl from Anton and held it up to my lips.
Drink.
I eyed the soup. It smelled so good. The ubiquitous instant noodles similar to the kinds my mother had always kept in stock in our house for easy meals and after-school snacks. But addled as I wasn't stupid. I shook my head. No, thank you, I'm fine. I wasn't fine. I was starving. I was hungry literally all the time now that I was pregnant, and I probably hadn't eaten in, 12 hours? The growl of my stomach filled the room. Jude's eyes narrowed.
That's not an option, I'm afraid.
If I hadn't been sure he was drugging me with the soup before, now I was. No. His eyes closed for a moment, as if he were gathering his patience again. It was a small victory, but I would take it, even if I'd regret it seconds later.
Hold her nose,
Jude said finally, standing back up. My eyes widened as Anton circled around the chair and proceeded to close his broad hands over my nose, cutting off my air supply unless I opened my mouth. Jude stood poised with the bowl over my lips, and as soon as I opened them for a single breath, he wrenched my jaw the rest of the way open and proceeded to pour the broth down my throat. I coughed, hacked, my body shaking against the onslaught, but some of it made it down, much to my dismay. Jude stood back, observing with humor.
Had enough? Or are we going to cooperate now?
He looked back at the bowl.
There's quite a bit more where this came from. Waterboarding by chicken stock. Very elegant.
My choice was clear. Drown in lukewarm broth or allow at least some of it down. Survival won. Less than 15 minutes later, I was asleep again, wrapped in a shroud of perilous dreams filled with probing hands and my cries in the dark. I didn't know which parts of it were real. And at some point, I no longer cared. 12. Plaster dust accumulated in the corners, drifting across the tiled floors like snow. Through 2 small windows, both barred, I caught glimpses of barren fields in one direction, and some sort of large facility in the other. But whatever they gave me worked fast. One moment I'd be awake, asking for my mother, for Eric, for my dead father. The next I'd be surrounded by arms like tree roots, a waterfall of broth drowning my words. Then a sudden sweep of black, a bleary curtain that faded the winking winter sun. Sometimes I fought them, but they fought back. The man with the goatee, the other with the Russian accent.
"Oma?"
I croaked, barely able to form the word through numbed lips and a paralyzed jaw. The lump across the room turned, and the tired, aching moon of my mother's face appeared, her eyes deeply set into her wan skin, like two craters seen from space.
"Oma."
My voice was a whisper slashed through. She moaned, but her eyes didn't open. My eyes closed too, and I dreamed I could feel her touch on my cheek, like I was a small child, while a deeper gnaw of hunger filled my belly and my bones ached with fatigue. We shared a collection of fevered dreams, unsure of how long they lasted, how much time had passed. Una and I twisted on our cots, tortured mirrors of deliria. The hours grew long. I wondered when the days would turn to weeks, or if they already had. The past blurred with the present.
"Eric,"
I whispered as my eyes fell heavy again. It was only in my dreams that he appeared. But it was also in my dreams that I started to scream. 2009. The T screamed away after I got off at the Harvard Avenue stop. Across the tracks, a line spilled from under the awning of Great Scott. I looked around, feeling shy, though I had been to this bar uncountable times by myself. "Hey, pretty girl." I turned, and there he stood, a beacon of white and blonde in a sea of black and spikes. Eric smiled. I melted. "Glad you showed," he said. "Happy birthday, gorgeous." Gorgeous? I wanted to ask. He had used the term before, but like pretty girl, no one in their right mind had ever called me such a thing. Well, no use wasting perfectly good tickets. I held up the 2 pieces of paper. "Good," Eric said. "You brought mine, too. They're sold out, you know." I smirked. "Who says I kept it for you?" But he didn't even react. "Come on, Lefferts." Eric held out a hand, and eventually I took it. From inside the bar, flashing lights, a bass line like a woodpecker. The singer whistled a warning. I handed our tickets to the doorman, who ripped them and handed Eric back the stubs, then stamped our wrists with octopi. We fell into an oblivion of bodies and bass lines. I pushed away their sweating skins, clutching instead the dry palm that guided me through the masses. Wherever he went, Eric shone, a bright light. How could I tell him that sometimes it was too bright? That sometimes it blinded me? Present. Blinded. That's what I was. The sun, shining through the shades, speared my weary eyes. I didn't want to sleep anymore, but I couldn't take the yellow-white shards, the way they seemed to stick my brain like skewers. "Is it done yet?" Who said that? The voice was familiar. On some level, my whole body seemed to recognize it. I rolled over on my cot, cold and clammy, but also hot and sticky. The room was freezing, so my toes and forehead, the 2 parts of my body exposed in the winter air, were frozen, while the rest of me sweat out the effects of my ongoing anesthesia. Nausea roiled through my system. The broth was wearing off again. The door to the room was open. Arrogant, I thought blearily. It was right there. I could just walk right out. They thought we were incapacitated to the point where they didn't even bother to lock us up properly. Well, they were right.
I thought I would wait on that, Titan, a voice I recognized as Jude Latour said. It seemed a hasty decision. After all, you might want to dote on it in the end.
Do it. Carson's voice was steel compared to his underlings. That's who I heard before. My eyes were shut, but I could still envision those icy hazels clapping on me inside the ultrasound room. I placed a hand over my mostly flat belly. In response, it grumbled. How long had it been since I'd eaten solid food?
What about Triton? Has he responded?
He's out, but unreachable. I'm not worried. He'll be here.
He better. We need those boats. Everything is ready to transport, but I've got NIS sniffing around the plant. We need everything out of the country yesterday. Do you know he called the CIA on you?
There was a grumble, something I couldn't quite understand.
Forgive me for saying this again, but don't you think there is perhaps an easier way? Triton is so unpredictable, and the girl is difficult at best.
Triton lost his rights to her a long time ago, but she's his fatal flaw. The child. Well, that's just for good measure.
There was a shuffle that covered their voices as I strained to hear what they were saying.
I've got a meeting in 30 minutes to smooth the passage, Carson said. Get it done, Jude. I don't want to come back without it finished. Otherwise, he might not cooperate.
Footsteps left the outer room, and a door slammed behind him. A few minutes later, a shadow appeared in the door. Jude with the Russian attendant behind him. He carried another tray bearing soup, which Anton carried over to my mother, and a vial and syringe, which Jude brought to me.
This, he grumbled, is a bit out of my realm, if you ask me, Princess.
Then why do it? My lips could barely form the words. Jude's eyes narrowed.
Shut up.
I watched as the attendant pulled my mother up roughly and instructed her to eat the soup. Oma, I croaked, don't do it. But her eyes barely registered me, dilated like saucers, and she sipped lamely at the bowl like a sick puppy.
Since you're awake, that will make this easier, Jude said, if you'll just cooperate.
He affixed the vial to the syringe, then pushed the stopper enough for a drop or two of the clear liquid to pop out the top of the needle. What is that? I asked.
Nothing so bad, I promise you. Just a little something to help you relax.
No. Protect the baby. These kinds of drugs couldn't be good for it. I didn't want more. I didn't want any. No, please. I'll stay here. I won't fight. I promise. Just please don't give me anything else. Something like regret crossed Jude's face, but only for a second.
I apologize, he said almost formally, but it's out of the question.
He pulled down the blankets to bare my arm. No, I said, finding more strength than I thought I had to yank my arm out of reach. No!
Anton,
Jude called irritably over his shoulder. I watched over Jude's shoulder as my mother slumped back onto the bed. What did you give her? I squawked, scooting back into the corner of my cot. What the hell are you doing to us?
Hold her down,
Jude instructed Anton in a bored tone. Anton did as he was told with brusque, efficient movements, though his face twisted into a cruel parody of a smile. What do you want? I cried. Eric is going to come, you know. He will. Jude just bared his 2 rows of capped white teeth in triumph. "Oh, my little concubine," he said as he tapped the side of the syringe. "We're counting on it." "You're going to regret this," I warned him. At that, Jude just shook his head. "You really are clueless, aren't you? To a man like Titan, like me, there's no such thing as no." There was a sharp jab in my arm. I jerked away, but only so much as my weakened limbs could manage, which wasn't much under Anton's strong hold. "Triton has to learn that his actions have consequences," Jude said. "He has to pay for abandoning his post like this, for going against the orders of his Caesar. He'll pay for everything that he's done, and everything that his father did too." "You'll pay," I slurred. Jude just smiled as darkness swallowed me again. 2009. I took a long swallow of my beer. PBR, of course. Eric knew what I liked. "I don't understand. You said that's what you wanted too. Just sex, no strings. Easy." I traced a finger over the condensation on the beer can. "This doesn't seem easy to me. Birthday presents, a concert. This is much more." "Maybe I want more." Eric took a long sip of his vodka and watched my reaction. "Maybe I want everything." The music behind us seemed to drop a few decibels. Eric's gaze didn't waver. "When was your last girlfriend?" I wondered. "Is this some kind of test? Reaching your quarter-life crisis and deciding you want to try to gut it out for once?" Eric frowned. "What the hell does my last girlfriend have to do with it?" "Ah, so I'd hit a sore spot there." I drained my beer and set it on the bar with a loud bang. "Why won't you tell me? Have you ever had a girlfriend before, Petri dish?" He swallowed another large sip of vodka. "Have you had a boyfriend?" "I have. A few, actually." I leaned against the bar, watching the crowd instead of my date. It was the usual you would see here. Indie rock enthusiasts mixed with a solid contingent of punk fans, where every non-Red Sox lover in Boston conglomerated on the weekends. A melting of like misfits. They were my people, but they definitely weren't Eric's. "Bad breakups?" I drummed my fingers against the bar top. "You could say that." "Am I anything like them?" I turned to look at him. "No one I ever took seriously." Maybe on the outside he was like those boys. The ones who came from the upper-middle-class families in the Midwest, who wore Izod and played golf, who hated anything spicy and thought Dave Matthews was the epitome of alt-rock. But if I was being totally honest, I knew Eric was still different. Those boys dripped mediocrity, but Eric loved the best. Everything about him shone in a way those boys never had. And while they had talked me into the backs of their cars, toyed with me year in and year out, Eric never did anything but look me in the eye. But the best liars could do that. They could fool anyone into thinking they were the genuine article, then burn it all up for the fun of it. "We've been over this a million times. I know how this goes," I said bitterly. "High school, college, it doesn't change. The reality is that guys like you do not stay with girls like me. Why are you trying to force this into something it's not? Don't you remember Pretty in Pink?" "As I remember, the preppy kid got the girl in the end," Eric smirked. "Actually, I always thought the record store owner was the hottest one. Spiked hair and all." But I wasn't about to be dissuaded. Everyone knows that Andy should have ended up with Ducky, not Blaine. He's the one who showed up for her, supported her, loved her. That's not up for debate. That's canon. Eric's disgust was visible, and for a long time he didn't speak, just turned his drink back and forth between his fingers. Finally, he looked up. "Do I look like I'm in high school, Jane?" Some men in their 20s did, in fact, look like they were still prepubescent. I remember being genuinely shocked when I started college in a dorm full of gangly, baby-faced man-children. And they acted like it, too, especially when they whispered behind my back as I walked through the halls. But I knew the way Eric's body, taut and lean, had filled out in all the right places. How many times in the last month had I given myself permission to admire the smattering of gold hair over his chest muscles, run my fingers over the flat plane of his stomach, enjoyed the sandpaper hum of his unshaven cheek against mine. Eric's gaze didn't waver. Instead, it captured mine right back. Boys, they couldn't look a girl like me in the eye. But Eric wasn't a boy. He was a man. And now I couldn't look away if I tried. "No," I said. "You don't." "Present." "Don't," I moaned. Though don't what, I had no clue. My stomach hurt. Everything contracted, like menstrual cramps times 10. Other things hurt too. My thighs ached, like they were bruised or overworked. My lower back felt like it was on fire. What was happening to me?
"She looks terrible."
Carson again, his voice dripping with something else. Disgust, maybe?
"Is it done?"
There was that question again. Was what done? "It is," Jude replied. "Well, it should be in progress. Anton inserted the pills after I gave her the sedative. Took a little too much pleasure in it, if you ask me. She fought uncommonly hard for someone under that much dope." There was a grunt.
"Give her the Valium mixture once it's finished. She won't cooperate if she's too upset."
There was another uncomfortable shuffle. "You know, Titan, I don't think I would be quite human if I didn't voice at least some concerns about your tactics."
"That is not your concern, Hermes."
God knows I can't claim much of a moral compass for myself, but really, is this necessary? Disciplining obedience, I understand. But I hardly see what the child, or her for that matter, has to do with Kosan. A long pause. A few cracking knuckles.
"Triton needs convincing of my authority, which he has repeatedly refused to acknowledge. And he was also warned explicitly about the costs of procreating. That's personal, yes. Deeply so. Eric, however, is even more incalcitrant than his father."
Funny. I'd heard that Jacob was a good man, all things considered. There was a scuffle. A bang, as some sort of furniture fell to the floor. The thud of a body slamming against the wall. All right, Jude squeaked in a strangled voice. "All right. Message received. Jacob DeVries was scum of the earth. That's the party line. I get it."
Jacob DeVries never met a single possession of another man he didn't covet or outright steal.
Carson's voice was strained as well, almost as if the name itself was too much for him to say.
He was a thief, a liar, a scoundrel. He took absolutely anything he wanted.
"You mean anything you wanted?" Another scuffle. The sound of broken glass. A joke! It seemed Jude couldn't help poking any bear himself, even if it was one of the most dangerous men on the planet. Terrible family, terrible man. Rid the earth of all of them, of course.
Just finish it. You have Anton at your disposal. I have a rendezvous at the border. When I get back, I want everything cleaned up. Torch the buildings, nothing left. The boy is en route, and I don't want him distracted by any of the evidence. Is that clear?
Jude must have nodded, because the next sounds were of a door opening and closing as Carson departed. My stomach cramped again, this time making me moan. A bloodstain blew me across the white sheets. "Help," I whispered as I watched my body fall apart. The blood flowered, a garden of red. "Help!" A shadow appeared in the doorway.
"Anton," Jude called. "Come in here. It's started."
He turned to me with equal parts disgust and pity.
"I wonder," he said, "what will Triton do when he finds you like this? Will he still want you, ruined? Will you be his pretty girl? Will you still be his Jane?"
2009. Jane! Jane! I broke out of my daydream, lost as I had been in the hum of the crowd. "Were you even listening to me?" Eric demanded, now visibly frustrated. "It's one thing if you're going to push me away, but if you're just not interested at all, I'd like to know right fucking now." I blinked with sudden panic. No, that's not... Sorry, I was just lost in thought." Eric frowned. "I don't deserve this." But instead of leaving it like I expected, he snaked a hand around my waist and jerked me off my stool. Then he covered my mouth with a searing kiss. Every cogent thought I had flew from my head, and all I could sense was him. His lush, hungry mouth, his grasping, seeking hands, his hard, strong body pressed completely against mine. When we broke apart, we were both out of breath, heaving like we had just sprinted a mile. "I'm trying here," Eric said as he pressed his forehead to mine. "I'm trying to make something real with you. I haven't done that in a very long fucking time. But with you, I want it again. So fucking bad. With you, Jane. Is that clear enough?" I swallowed. I wanted to say yes. Oh God, I wanted to say yes to him, to everything he claimed. I wanted to believe. But the room came back into focus, and we were suddenly the center of attention. People were staring, many with confusion. The same question written clearly across their curious faces that was constantly running through mine. What is he doing with her? "Don't look at them. Look at me." Eric's voice was strong, solid. The vibration of it rumbled through his chest and into mine. "Pretty girl, look at me." So I did. His steely gray eyes held mine as his hands roved my body, hiding nothing from onlookers. His kiss swallowed me whole, daring me to think or feel anything else but him. My cracks gaped. My heart expanded. Maybe the world was wider than I thought. I was so young, after all. Maybe this is what it meant to grow up. 13. 2009. We toppled into my apartment, a writhing mess of arms and legs and mouths, our voices punctuating the dark through hot breaths and torrid kisses. "Is Skylar here?" Eric heaved. I barely managed to lock the door before I was shoved against it. "She's in New York." Eric's teeth found my neck with a sharp bite. I jumped, but he just held me tighter, his front pressed against my back, cock pressed against the curve of my ass. "You're such a vampire," I teased when he nipped me again. "Ah!" "Fair enough.
I'd probably eat you alive if I could.
His teeth scraped over my pulse.
You're pretty fucking addictive, gorgeous.
Before I could respond, I was flipped around, back to the door. With a movement that belied arms stronger than they looked, Eric picked me up and wrapped my legs around his hips. "Not wasting time, are you?" I asked playfully as he carried me into my bedroom. "Ah!" I shrieked as he tossed me onto the bed.
"Get undressed," he ordered. "You've made me wait long enough tonight. Do you know how hard I was watching you dance?"
I raised an eyebrow as I rolled off the other side of the bed and stood up. "Come off it. I'm a terrible dancer."
"You're very vigorous, and you sweat enough that your shirt was practically transparent by the end of the stupid concert."
I looked down. Shit. He wasn't wrong.
"Jane," Eric said, "take off your fucking clothes."
For once in my life, I did as I was told, yanking off my boots, jeans, ripped t-shirt, tripping over things when I caught a look at him also hurrying out of his own garments. God, he was beautiful. Long, lean, fully formed. Not gangly like so many men my age, nor stacked with unnecessary muscle or bulk. He was perfect, with one particularly perfect appendage that I couldn't help but crave as he removed the last of his clothing. Eric noticed me ogling, and with a smirk, pushed his hair back from his face.
"You have a condom?"
I sucked on my lower lip as I knelt on the bed. "How about a box? You know I'm always prepared, Petri dish." He rolled his eyes, then crawled across the mattress toward me.
"Don't remind me."
"Do you need to double up?" I teased, even as my hands naturally found his waist. His erection slid between my legs, hard and as ready as I was. Lord, it would be so easy for him just to slip in with nothing at all. For my impertinence, I received a sharp pinch at the waist.
"Enough of that,"
Eric ordered, as he delivered a light swat on my ass.
"Right now, it's time for some retribution."
"Retribution? For what, pray tell?" Another nip at my shoulder, another sharp suck on my neck.
"For making me wait. Where's the condom?"
I reached over to my nightstand and procured said condom, which Eric promptly rolled over his cock. Roughly, he shoved me to the bed, then arranged my legs around his waist so that the tip of him just teased my entrance. I arched my hips toward him, not willing to wait any more than he wanted to. But his hands kept my thighs in place with an iron grip. Once I gave up the fight, one slid up my stomach between my breasts. His fingers spread wide across my chest, sliding up my skin gradually until they encircled the base of my throat. Eric looked me over, like a hunter appraising his kill. His cock twitched, just barely teasing me. I moaned. He slid inside, maybe an inch, maybe less. The hand around my throat tightened.
"Have you ever used a safe word, Jane?"
Eric asked. All humor had disappeared from his face, his tone. His eyes were sharp with desire and something else, something slightly dangerous, something that called to my bones. I stilled. I was young, but not completely ignorant. After playing pretty damn safe through high school, I had gone a little nuts, exploring the sides of my identity that would have horrified my mother and gravely disappointed my genial-to-a-fault father. Chicago was a big pool to swim in. There were so many fish. Band members, TAs, frat boys, football players. They all had a little something different to offer, and they were usually more than willing to let me take what I needed and move on. Safe words, though? They hadn't really been a part of those fishing expeditions. "Have you?" I asked. I had heard about situations like this. Dominants, submissives, secret underground layers where men and women explored their kinks and penchants for leather and chaps safely. But hearing and seeing weren't the same thing, and seeing and experiencing were miles apart. Eric was suddenly guarded.
No, I haven't been with anyone who's inspired them.
What did that mean? Not for the first time, I wondered just how experienced Eric really was. He had moves that no man under the age of 40 really should know. I cleared my throat. His hand fell away. He sat back up suddenly, palms on his knees in a strangely meditative posture.
What if I told you that when I'm with you, I think about shit that has never crossed my mind before? Not with anyone.
He exhaled sharply.
It makes me distracted.
I swallowed and eyed him back, wondering if I should just come clean. What would Eric, this clean-cut image of perfection, say if I told him I imagined him tying me up on the floor and leaving me there, just to show me he could? That more than once I'd pleasured myself in the shower or late at night with thoughts of his hand pinking my thighs, fingernails scraping lines down my shoulder, or palm delivering a harsh slap across my face. That I'd spent more time recently perusing whips and floggers on a sex toy website than studying for our upcoming final exams. Distracted. Yeah. He wasn't the only one having unfamiliar fantasies. Eric leaned in so that his nose touched mine. His hand returned to my throat. He was caging me completely, assuming complete and utter control.
I'm becoming a man obsessed.
His voice rumbled against my skin, low and sounding much older than his 23-ish years. Is that healthy? I wondered, though my voice was growing weak all over again.
Is it healthy to deny yourself a basic need?
He asked.
That's what it's starting to feel like. What you're starting to feel like.
I swallowed again, this time with more difficulty. My hands were in his hair now, gripping tightly. Whether I was keeping his mouth close or holding him away, I wasn't completely sure. But I wanted more.
I think,
he said, as his fingers returned to my neck, pads pressing into my skin as if testing their imprints, one at a time.
If you're willing, we should try it.
A safe word? I asked. What are you planning to do that would require me to have one? He inhaled, like a predator finding his prey after days on the hunt, but still holding off the impulse to simply dive into the feed.
I'm not sure yet, but you can trust me. Just, look, you let me do whatever I'm going to do, and if you don't like it, you say the word, and I stop. No questions asked.
He pulled back once more, the quick movement making his blonde hair flop boyishly across his forehead. His eyes were suddenly earnest.
Call it a new beginning. Isn't that what tonight is?
I considered the tickets, the book, the fact that he had been waiting there for me, waiting to adore me in front of everyone we knew and everyone we didn't. Maybe he was for real. Maybe people like me could find happy endings. Or one. With him. I tipped my face up and licked his lips. Eric growled again, and his other hand tightened on my thigh.
What's the word, pretty girl?
I smirked. Eerie. He frowned, and I almost started laughing.
As in scary?
I shook my head, chuckling. As in the lake. My folks like to visit there. I have very not sexy memories associated with family vacations. He considered it for a moment, then nodded with a chuckle. Eerie, okay? Somewhat nervously, I nodded. Okay. And then, before I could say anything more, he covered my mouth with a kiss that recalled all of the ferocity with which we entered the apartment. Eric stole my breath, and it had nothing to do with the iron palm at my throat. I was completely at his mercy, and I had never been more turned on.
Is it fucked up how I want every bit of your pleasure?
He asked as he sat back up, though the hand at my neck held me down. His cock found my entrance and slipped in again, just slightly. He stared at it, his fingers tightening under my jaw, his thumb finding my clit. I gasped, feeling the excitement of ecstasy and alarm flooding my system. Who knew sex could be like this? So exciting, so all-consuming. I shook my head. He wanted my pleasure? Well, I wanted him to have it. For the first time in my life, I was actually able to give some control to someone else, without thinking too hard about exactly why I would want that. The effects of living in a society that always wanted to control me undoubtedly had something to do with it. I could freely and safely embrace the fact that I did. The idea was intoxicating. Eric pushed in deeper, finding his seat within my heat. Slowly, methodically. The hand around my throat tightened a bit more, while the other one intensified its movements over my clit. He started to move, started to drive me with each thrust, each pull. Mine, they all seemed to say as his eyes traveled over me, taking in each subtle response I gave to his ministrations. All mine. It was too much. It was almost too much to bear. I squeezed my eyes shut, and for that I was rewarded with a sharp slap across my cheek, followed by a tingling that seemed to be linked directly to the heat emanating from where our bodies met. I jerked, my entire body arching up under his as my eyes shot open again.
Jane.
Eric's voice was an omen, a promise. I struggled slightly, fighting his touch, but he held me in place, constricted me deliciously against the mattress. His hands, his body, his cock all pinned me in place. There was no escape from this. My fight was only for me.
Don't you look away, gorgeous. Don't you dare look away from me when I'm fucking you.
Eric pushed forward harder, spearing me completely. The hand around my throat tightened that much more. Why? I demanded, nearly having to croak. Why does it matter so much that I watch? He stilled, hand braced around my neck, cock throbbing between my legs. Then he bent down and kissed me, slipping his tongue in to taste all parts of me. He pinched my clit and drove deeper than he ever had before.
Because, he whispered, I'm going to fall apart here, pretty girl, and I need to know you've got me when I do.
Oh, I cried as I came suddenly, without warning, like a clap of thunder in a rainstorm. Oh, God. Present. Oh, God. The words escaped with a tortured breath as the world swam around me. Luminous, shapeless figures in a sea of dusty, white cold. It hurt. Everything hurt. I was a mess of pain. Help her! She needs help! My mother's voice was throttled, a shredded version of its normal ferocity. I opened my eyes, and a blurry figure waved from a dark lump across the room. The room was a static rendition of itself, like an analog TV set with poor reception. I moaned again and turned over, clutching my slick belly as another round of throbbing pain seized my midsection. Ugh. Footsteps slapped the tile and pounded through my head. Harsh hands turned me onto my back and yanked the blankets from me. The cold wrapped me in its frigid grip, contacting the wet mess and racking my body with shivers. "No," I wailed. "Stop." My stomach seized. Everything shook. But the world swirled together and nausea overtook me. So I squeezed my eyes shut, willing the spiraling to stop while I focused on bearing the pain. It came and went, contracting heavily like waves. But it hurt. Oh, God. It hurt more than anything I have ever experienced. Voices rode through my mind like on the tail end of a bad trip, diving in and out of dreams and reality. "She's finally losing it." The deep voice spoke with a curious blend of regret and relief. "I'll tell Carson. Anton, clean her up." There was a rattle of obstinate Korean, a woman and a man's voice. "Just do it," shouted the woman finally, in English. "She will die if you do not." Yuna? Oma? Was that her name? More hands. A cold, wet fabric. Gauze or cloth or sheets shoved between my legs. I moaned again, writhing into myself. "Can't you fucking give her something?" A man's voice, the first one, hovering closer, speaking with something close to panic. "She can't die, Anton. Carson will fucking flip out." "She won't die." The voice was heavily accented, sharp and clipped with fear. He had gotten more than he asked for. He was scared, even if he liked pain the other times. "She better not," said the other man. A man I knew. Hermes. A name, hanging by the wings of a Greek god, floated through my erratic brain. "Give her something," he said again. "Calm her down, Anton. All that thrashing around can't be good for her." "Go," said the Russian, angry now. "Let me do my job." Fuck. She better be alive when I get back with the medic, Anton. Otherwise you'll be responsible, not me. Shh. I didn't know who said it, but a prick in my elbow made the world fade away again, though the pain still remained. Like a shadow I couldn't escape. 2009. Shh. Eric stroked the top of my head, while outside, another new snowfall filtered through the streetlights. Boston was quiet, insulated by a mantle of white. My glasses sat on the table, having been removed at some point. By me? By Eric? During one of our bouts of passion. Outside our cocoon of sex and warmth, the world was blurry. But here, in this bed, it was crystal clear. Eric and I gazed at each other with openness, hope. And for the first time, I examined him without looking away. That was... He shook his head. You know what? I don't want to describe it. It will just sound trite. God forbid we sound trite, I joked, though I understood what he meant. Some things you can't comment on. Some things just need to stand on their own. Though in all honesty, this was the first of those things I had ever encountered in my 22 years. It was a little overwhelming. Tell me about your life, I said instead. Your family? You're from the Upper East Side, right? Eric didn't answer. Instead, he toyed with a strand of my hair, winding it around his finger, dropping it in a tight curl before it relaxed into its natural wave. I didn't even want to think about what I looked like at the moment, after rolling around the sheets for the last who knew how many hours. It was probably close to 3 or 4 a.m., and the effects of drinking, snow, and sex had likely not been kind. My thigh was probably bright pink. The spot where his palm had met skin again and again still smarted in the best possible way.
"Your hair is so alive,"
he said as he examined the bright purple, twirling it again around his fingers again. "That's one word for it," I said. "I probably look like a hungover hairband groupie right now." Eric just rolled his eyes.
"I wasn't talking about the color, more the texture. It has its own personality."
He stopped his movements.
"Would you give me a lock?"
I leaned back. "Who are you, the Duke of Cumberland? You want a lock of hair to ride into battle?" But Eric didn't bat an eye.
"Come on, I want one. Like a talisman."
He combed through another piece.
"I wouldn't mind carrying a reminder of your bravery with me wherever I go."
I was quiet for a moment. I'd been doing things to my hair since I was old enough to sneak boxes of drugstore dye past my mother. She had been freaking out about my hair my entire life, even when I was a small child, and she would spend hours combing through the wavy tangles. It was so unlike her own beautifully straight black hair. "Just like your father's," she would say irritably, over and over again. Even then, I was difficult. The comment never made sense, though. Dad's hair was a thin, scraggly auburn. Nothing like my thick, naturally brown-black waves. Brave, though. Did dyeing my hair make me brave? Crazy. Try hard. Attention seeker. Teachers, friends, students, etc. Everybody had something to say about my penchant for out-of-the-box fashion and style. Brave. That was a first. "Tell me," I changed the subject. "Your family. Do you get along with your folks? Your dad, maybe?"
"Well, that would be hard since he's dead."
Eric focused hard on the hair between his fingers, even pulling it a little so it pinched. "Jesus," I said. "I'm sorry for that. What happened?" He stilled.
"It was a long time ago. I was around 10, 11. But I think that's best saved for a night where we consume at least a bottle of wine each. And maybe not a story to start at almost 4 a.m.
I shrugged, as if his brush-off didn't sting a bit. "Fair enough. I don't need to know your secrets to bone you."
"I think I'm the one who does the boning, pretty girl."
But despite the playful words, his face remained solemn. I couldn't help but wonder if there was something more behind Eric's melancholia besides the death of his father. Granted, that was no small loss, but I had known other people who lost a parent or close person as kids. Children were resilient. They never really recovered, but they bounced back better than people gave them credit for. Eric's stolid face masked something deeper, a mark of tragedy that, for whatever reason, felt more recent. But what did I know? I couldn't force him to bear.
Even the most gripping tales need a moment of rest. Let this pause refresh your senses.
soul. Not when I was nowhere close to giving him mine. The thought was terrifying, but suddenly I wanted to do anything I could to wipe that sadness off his face. "Here," I said, tossing back the covers.
I get a show, huh?
Eric watched with open admiration as I padded naked to my desk, which was covered with scattered sewing supplies. I rolled my eyes. "Don't get too excited, Petri dish."
I really fucking hate that name, you know.
Which is exactly why I'll continue to use it. I grabbed a pair of scissors and walked back to sit down in front of him. From under my mane, I pulled out a lock of purple hair and measured out a solid few inches, enough to curl on its own. "Here," I said, offering the scissors to him. "When you need a bit of bravery, or maybe bravado is a better word."
Sometimes they're the same thing.
Eric took the scissors and snipped the lock just below my fingers. He cradled his gift in his palm, rocking it slightly back and forth before he accepted the tiny rubber band I procured from my nightstand.
"Thanks, gorgeous,"
he said as I wrapped the elastic around one end of the lock. He took it, then reached down to the floor to grab his wallet from his jeans. He tucked the lock between a few bills.
"For safekeeping. Now I can take your bravado with me everywhere."
A part of me shouted that this couldn't be real, that this was a bubble, and at some point it was obviously going to pop. A lock of hair in his wallet? I shouldn't fall for this, right? But instead, I toppled right back into his arms when he returned to the nest we had made. "You better treasure that," I said as he wound the rest of my hair around his fist and trapped me under his solid, wiry form. "I just maimed my perfect coif for you. I hope you appreciate the sacrifice."
"Ah, Jane,"
Eric said before his lips closed over mine.
"Haven't you learned yet? I appreciate everything about you, pretty girl. Every single fucking thing."
Present.
"Pretty girl. Come on. Come on, gorgeous. Fucking hell, Jane. You have to wake up."
A new voice sounded. A different voice. One that wasn't angry or condescending or disgusted. It pleaded with me. But this was a voice that never, ever begged. Not with me. I was dead. She was dead. Maybe this voice was dead too. I hoped he was alive, but I wasn't sure that what I wanted mattered anymore.
"Jane, oh Jesus. Jesus Christ."
I had failed us both. They were calling for me. Voices through the dreams, through the memories. Through days and years I couldn't tell apart anymore.
"What the fuck did you do to her?" "I did not do anything. I saved her life." "Eric, man, he's just a medic. 10 to 1 he's a captive just like they are." "But why in the fuck would they need a medic?"
The bed sank, a weight beside my body. They were back, a voice realized deep within me. Back with broth, back with noodles, back with fuzzying substances and impersonal bruising hands that forced my legs apart and penetrated those deep spaces. But the hands that framed my face were gentle, not prodding. The breath against my cheek was warm and smelled of mint, not cigarettes. A whiff of cologne, light, linen. Eric's face was a golden light, a floating, concerned mask as bright as the sun.
"Jane,"
he whispered, his voice shaking with pain and emotion. His hair flopped forward.
"What happened? Oh, God. Can you even hear me?" "She is going to be okay,"
said the accented man. I made a face. I knew that voice. It was the one that belonged to some of the impersonal prodding hands. The one who whispered hushed Korean prayers as it did something down there while the others fled. Had he done this? Had the others? The ones who put something else there too? Eric's face, though, still consumed my vision, growing clearer with every second. Too clear. Too much. "You're not real," I murmured, amazed at how very soft the hair under my fingers felt. Gentle hands stroked my face. "Shh, gorgeous, I'm here," said the vision. "Don't say anything. I'm here, and it's going to be all right." "I don't care if you're not real," I mumbled as I lifted my face toward his light. "I'm just glad you're here at all." 14. 2009. "Do you have anything to eat?" Eric asked as he opened the fridge. "I'm starving. You kind of sapped my energy, you know." I lolled over the countertop, purposefully pushing together what little cleavage I had. Okay, it wasn't much. I was a B cup on a good day, but Eric ogled cooperatively. This wasn't hard, the ooey gooey stuff, the pleasing my man thing. 24 hours after I had watched this boy literally take a lock of my hair like a knight accepting his lady's favor, I was all in. Head over heels. Stick 15 forks in me. So done, I was practically charred through. After spending the last 24 hours doing nothing but alternately fucking like monsters and cooing like doves, we were both, apparently, finished with the pretense of push and pull. By some strange magic, the boy was more beautiful now, and that was really saying something. And he apparently thought the same of me, since whenever I caught him looking at me, he positively glowed. I still couldn't believe I'd actually given him that lock of hair. Who was I, Lady Guinevere? "I need actual sustenance," Eric said as he leaned over and nipped the curve of one breast. "I'd live on this if I could, but it's just not possible, gorgeous." I grinned. I couldn't help it. Eric preened at my open adoration of him as he turned back to the fridge. Good God, how had I gotten this lucky? The way the man filled out a pair of boxer shorts should be illegal. Meanwhile, I was also fucking alight, like one of the lanterns that kept Harvard Square twinkling even in the dead of winter. Outside the window, the snow-cloaking Cambridge shimmered with said lights. Was this what it felt like to be in love? Okay, maybe it was a little early for that word, but I honestly wasn't sure I could call it anything else. I'd never said it to anyone. Never felt anything like it. I felt free, even though another part of me was completely at this boy's mercy. Eric could snap his fingers, and I'd bend right over this counter if he asked me. And at the same time, I felt like I could jump right off that fire escape and soar. "On your knees," he'd said more than once last night. I hadn't knelt. I'd practically jumped to the floor. "Come here," he'd ordered from the head of the bed. I'd fucking flown. A lock of hair. I had given him a lock of fucking hair. I helped Eric mouse through what little Skylar and I had, shoving him aside and sticking out my ass, earning a swift swat across the cheek. I looked over my shoulder to find him grinning. "If you want more, you could just ask," he said, rubbing his palms together. I wriggled my hips at him. "Aren't you a little presumptuous? Maybe I want you to leave now that I've had my fill of you." Another sharp smack. This time I jumped. Eric laughed and pulled me back against his chest. "If that's true," he said as he cupped my breast through my thin shirt, "then I've got a lot more work to do." I sank into his warm touch, allowing him to encircle me with his solid form. "I do, however, need something to eat. Besides you.
Do you actually have anything other than ketchup and fermented cabbage?
He toyed briefly with my nipple, then kissed my earlobe before releasing me.
Or do I need to venture out to get us some appropriate sustenance?
I opened the fridge again and pulled out the only box that wasn't a condiment. All we have is some, I don't know. I think there's something in here. Skylar's, but she forfeits rights to her takeout. I handed Eric the container, which he opened. His stomach growled, and mine answered. Sex burned a lot of calories, especially the kind that he and I had. I think it's Greek, I said as I bent back to the fridge to pull out some of the kimchi he mentioned and a carton of eggs. I can make us some noodles, too. I have a lifetime supply in the cupboard. When I stood back up, however, Eric was still staring into the box like it contained the mysteries of life. Oh, sorry, I said. Is it moldy? I peeked in. It was not. I frowned. Eric still hadn't moved. It's spanakopita, Petri dish, not a pensieve. What's wrong with you? When the nickname still didn't provoke an answer, I was officially worried. Everything okay? I asked. Eric blinked and swallowed. His eyes refocused on me. What? Got something against Greek food? It's okay. It wasn't that good anyway. You should come to Chicago during spring break, after the winter storms are over. I'll take you to Greektown, and we'll get some spanakopita that's not a mushy mess. I know this one place, it will knock your socks off. I was babbling nervously. Something had happened, and I really wanted to know what. Was he regretting the last 24 hours? The tickets, the lock of hair, the mind-bending sex? It was overwhelming, but surely he didn't regret anything. Did he? He looked up. We'll get what? I swallowed. Greek food. You know, since you're not happy with Skylar's takeout. Plus you've got that classics fetish. I was trying to sound laid back, but to be honest, his lack of response was starting to freak me out. Eric frowned. How did you know that? I rolled my eyes. Eric, you have like 20 books of Greek and Roman poetry on your bookshelf. You didn't think I missed that, did you? I am reasonably observant. Again, he didn't respond. But that empty mask was hiding some serious gear turning. Eric? I ventured once more. I reached out to touch his hand. What the hell is wrong? Suddenly, he was all movement, looking from side to side, tossing the box on the counter like it was a hot pan and darting around me toward the bedrooms. I need to go, he said in a hurry. I need to get out of here. I followed him back to the bedroom, where he was digging through the clothes on the floor. I'm gonna get some real breakfast, he said curtly as he yanked on his shirt. Well, we'll talk later, okay? What? What happened to eating me for breakfast? I was trying to be playful, but failed miserably. When your voice cracks like the San Andreas Fault, it's sort of a giveaway. But the time for flirtation was over anyway. Eric was too busy pulling on his pants, then shoving his feet into his shoes without even bothering to look for socks. Almost out of solidarity, I pulled on my neon green bathrobe, wanting to cover myself up too. The room felt unaccountably cold. Eric? I tried once more. Eric, what's wrong? He pulled on his jacket and tossed a scarf around his arm before stopping, finding me staring at him. Eric, I'm kind of freaking out here, I said, pulling on a bunch of loose purple hair. Shit. In this bathrobe, I probably looked like a Fraggle. Honestly, it was the first time I'd ever worried about how I looked the morning after. What happened? I tried yet again. What did I do? He looked me over with an expression I couldn't read. It was almost like he had just realized I was there. Was that regret? Sorrow? Fear? I didn't know him well enough to interpret. Jane, fuck.
I'm so sorry, but I can't do this. I have to go.
He pushed past me and dashed out of the apartment. The slam of the door catch woke me out of my stupor. What in the fuck had just happened? No, I decided. He didn't get off that easy. Before I could stop myself, I was running out of the apartment, chasing him down the hall in my purple and green glory. When I heard the elevator doors close, I beelined for the stairs, doing my very best to beat him to the ground floor, despite not exactly being an athlete. I reached the ground floor just as the elevator doors opened, and Eric stepped out looking like a scared deer when he saw me shuffling toward him in my Jesus sandals, scruffy robe, and purple hair a mile high. "Hey!" I called out while I sucked in breaths. "Eric!"
Jane, go back upstairs. I told you. I'll call you later.
I knew he wouldn't call. He couldn't even meet my eye as he walked out of the building. I was something of an expert in brush-offs, giving and receiving them, and this had supreme ghosting written all over it. The biggest difference was that this one was really, really going to hurt. So I followed him out into the snow, caring absolutely nothing for the other students entering and leaving the building on an otherwise calm Cambridge street. Jesus fuck, it was cold out here. My toes were already turning white. Why hadn't anyone warned me about the sudden onslaught of the New England winter? "Eric!" I shouted. He stopped at last, barely covered himself with his coat. I held out his gloves, which he took blindly, but I didn't let go right away, instituting a kind of tug-of-war that forced him to talk to me. "What the hell is going on?" I asked. "Where are you going?" Eric tugged on the gloves, then scowled when I wouldn't release them.
Jane, can I have my gloves, please?
He was so painfully formal. "No," I snapped. "Not until you tell me what the hell is happening here."
Jane.
Eric glanced around. There was the look. The worry that someone would spot him. Well, fuck that. We were way past that now. "Eric," I responded, "where are you going?" He tugged on the gloves again. Again, I didn't release them.
Home,
he said through his teeth. "Home? Home?" I yanked on the gloves, but this time he wouldn't let go. "Listen, I know last night was a lot, but I thought those tickets, Eric, the lock of hair, they all meant something to me, didn't they? Didn't they mean something to you too?" I hated the way I sounded. Pathetic. Pleading. Like my entire life's happiness hinged on a man of all things. It didn't, but I didn't like feeling as if he had my heart cupped in those cold hands, and with one squeeze he could break it. He looked at me for a long time, long enough for the silence to settle around us like the snow, for the sound of voices in Harvard Square to filter back to us. His grip on the gloves tightened, but he didn't release them. Neither did I.
It did mean something, he admitted finally. But I'm sorry, Jane. I can't do this with you right now. I thought I could, but I just can't.
"You can't do this? I'm pretty sure it's already done," I said bitterly. "Unless that's the point. You worked as hard as you fucking could over the past few weeks to screw the crazy-haired girl with the weird clothes. You broke down every barrier I had until, what, you got what you wanted? Break the purple-haired freak for some fun before finding some pearl-clutching heiress to pair up with?" Eric shook his head helplessly, gray eyes widening.
No, Jane, wait. It's not you, I swear. It's me,
"It's not you, it's me," I parroted cruelly. "I might only be 22, but come on, Eric. Even I'm tired of that stupid line."
Jane, Look, if you want to know the truth, I just got out of a relationship before coming to Boston, okay? I thought I was ready to move on, but maybe I'm not.
"You just got out?" I asked. "How long ago?"
A year and a half, he admitted.
You just got out of a relationship a year and a half ago? He opened and closed his mouth a few times, but then slowly nodded.
It was a hard breakup. I swear, Jane, I just need some space. A few days, maybe a couple of weeks. I'll come back around, I promise.
A few days? A few weeks? I was repeating everything he said like a goddamn mynah bird, but I couldn't help it. I was too shocked. Who was this person?
Jane, I swear to God, I'm not trying to hurt you.
Wow, I replied. I must have been quite the thrilling fucking chase for you to go after it for a month, you fucking lab experiment.
Jane, come on.
But I was done listening. I dropped the gloves, not even caring when the sudden release caused Eric to stumble back a few steps. One tired line after another. Why couldn't he just be honest? Say what was so plain to me. Babe, I'm just not that into you. We had some fun, and now it's over. As excuse after excuse poured from his sorry, stupid mouth, I swiped a layer of snow off the banister of my building, packing it in my hands meditatively. And then, without thinking, I turned and hurled the snowball directly into his face. Hey, Eric shouted. What the hell? You're all the same, I snapped. Just want to fuck and run. But you know what? At least the others were honest. They didn't even feign like they wanted something more than sex. No sweet talking, no playing house. They just wanted sex. You want to break hearts too. Well, you know what, you fucking sorry excuse for a lab experiment? You can't have mine. Not now. Not ever. I threw another handful of snow at him. Then another. And another. Until my hands were freezing, and he was too busy dodging snowballs to offer any more excuses or cries of innocence. Except maybe one.
Jane,
he cried, though the layer of white muted his shout.
I'm sorry.
I let the door slam behind me. I no longer cared. 15. Present.
I'm sorry, baby. Oh, fuck, I'm so goddamn sorry. Detective, what the hell is wrong with her? Why is there so much blood?
I moaned as I tried to sit up on the cot. My entire body felt like it was on fire, and my vision was even worse than before. My head throbbed like I'd been clocked in the temple. Eric? I asked. Was it really his face I'd seen earlier? His voice that had comforted me? A tall shape squatted beside me. This close, things were a little clearer. Behind him, blurry shapes moved all around the room, looking more like dark, shapeless snowmen than actual people. How many were there? 5? 10? My head hurt too much to count. Eric's face. Eric's golden face. He bent down until he was almost in full focus, and I could almost ignore the pain. He looked like he'd aged 10 years, with tiny crow's feet more apparent than usual around his eyes, the lines across his forehead in high relief, and haggard circles under his normally bright eyes.
Hey, gorgeous,
he said in a voice that was a lot calmer than he looked.
You're awake.
He exhaled and cupped my cheeks gently.
I'm here now. Can you tell me what's wrong? There's an ambulance on the way.
I don't feel very good, I mumbled. Who was I kidding? I hadn't felt good in days. Everything about me was completely wrong.
Jane, they gave you something. A few things, looks like. They split just as we arrived. I think one of them saw us coming down the road. Do you know what they gave you?
They gave us a lot of things. I shook my head. I don't know what. Where's Oma? Where are we?
Cho's helping her out to the car, see? You're at an abandoned farm outside of Jinan. Carson's owned it since the 80s. Cho thinks he used it to run a local prostitution ring when he was in town.
I squinted and barely made out the figures on the other side of the room. One of them, I guess Cho, looked up from where it was helping another figure from the other cot. I can't see, I said. They took my glasses.
Shit, Eric muttered. You can't see anything?
I shook my head, though the movement made it hurt even more. You're all blurry.
She's in a bad way, he called to someone else across the room. What's the ETA on the ambulance?
I couldn't make out the response. Jane, my mother called vehemently. Who is... Get away from... She broke into a string of Korean while standing up, pointing at me, then Eric, as blurry Cho towed her out of the room. I looked away as her voice faded. No, I couldn't listen to that now. Everything was no with her. My whole life, just no. No to my hair, no to my clothes, no to my husband. No, no, no. I just wanted to stay here in the quiet. 2 hands clasped my cheeks, and when I blinked, very slowly, Eric's face filled my vision once more. I relaxed, and then stopped because everything hurt.
Yuna's pretty out of it, too, Eric said. Jane, what did they give you guys?
He looked down at me, and through my haze, I registered the barely concealed fear playing across his features. You're so pretty, I murmured, as I reached a weak hand to play over his lips, which cooperated with a slight smile. The lines across his brow seemed to deepen. Don't worry so much.
Maybe I won't if you tell me what they gave you, gorgeous.
He looked away again. No, don't look away, I thought.
Tony, did you find anything?
He called. Another familiar voice responded, but I couldn't understand it. The tone, however, didn't sound good. They gave us a lot of things, in all different places. I could hear how thick-lipped I sounded, like I was speaking through water, but no matter what, I couldn't manage to articulate properly. A lot. Check the soup.
The soup? Tony, did you find soup? I'll check the kitchen.
I tried to look around to help them, but even the movement of my eyes made me dizzy. I closed them.
Jane?
Eric's deep voice was even more strained.
Baby, you have to stay with me. Don't go to sleep yet.
You never call me baby. My eyelids felt weighted by anvils, but I managed to open them again. You must be really worried. Where's the guy? Eric's face screwed up in confusion.
What guy? Do you mean Jude? Carson?
I shook my head and immediately cringed. Oh, that hurt. No, they left. The Russian, they called him Anton. He was the one who gave us the... I slumped against the wall, just barely missing smacking my temple on the concrete when Eric's strong arm propped me up again. Oh, his chest. Yes, that felt good. That was the place to be. The soup, I mumbled again. Check the soup. My eyes closed again, and the room went black. The hands around my shoulders stiffened.
Jane.
Eric's voice hummed pleasantly enough next to my ear, though I could still sense its strain.
Jane, stay with me, okay? Cho, do we have an ambulance on the way?
Yes, it is coming. I sniffed. Something smelled wrong. There was him, of course, full of light and linen, and the cologne I love so much. Tom Ford. You smell like money, I bleared, and Eric's chuckle vibrated under my cheek. But when I sniffed again, that other scent was back. Something metallic. Something wrong. The man, Jude, Carson. He had said their names. Where had they gone? What had they done to me? Get it done, he said. Bait, he said. With more energy than I thought I had, I pushed off Eric and sat up, the sudden motion causing another sharp stab in my belly. Oh, no, Eric, that's what he wants. Eric, you have to get out of here.
What? No, Jane, I'm not going anywhere. I'm here for you, all right? I'm not going anywhere.
Bait, I wheezed. I'm bait. He said that he's here for you. Ow. I moaned as I collapsed back against the wall. The pain made me wake up again, more attuned to my surroundings. I looked down, finally finding the source of that terrible smell. Blood. That's what it was. Lots and lots of blood. Enough that my blankets and sheets tangled with my legs were soaked. Why? Oh, God, is that mine? Eric's face told me everything I needed to know.
Tony,
he shouted, though he didn't look away.
What's the ETA on the fucking ambulance?
2 minutes, sir. I don't know. What's happened? What did they do? I mumbled, unable to say much more than that. God, I was tired. So tired, and yet I didn't want to go back to sleep. Back to those terrible dreams that reminded me just how much I had to lose. I couldn't go through that loss again. I couldn't.
Jane, look, gorgeous, I need you to stay awake, all right? Help is on the way, but you have to stay awake.
You have to get out of here, I mumbled. He'll be back. Another massive round of pain clenched my belly, and I curled into myself like a shrimp and cried like I hadn't since I was a child.
Tony?
1 minute. I sank back into the bed, no longer caring about the metallic scent of blood in the air, or the fact that even Eric's face seemed to be fading away. I'm so tired, I said into my sweat-soaked pillow. So tired.
Jane, just hold on. Fucking hell, Tony. Her pulse is dropping.
They're here. There was a rush of activity as several blurry figures burst into the room. My eyes opened one last time as I was lifted from the bed and transferred to another. They rolled me outside into the cold, Eric jogging beside me. I began shivering violently the second the January air hit my soaked, shriveled body. His face. I could only focus on his face.
Is she going to be all right?
Eric kept asking as he followed me into the back of the ambulance. An EMT looked up and rattled off machine gun speeds of Korean while he took my vitals and tried to push Eric away. He was one of the few I'd met so far who did not speak fluent English.
Just try it, Eric snarled at him. I'm not going fucking anywhere.
Cho, thankfully, appeared in the doorway next to Eric, listening intently and then translating. Eric just watched with obvious dread.
What?
He asked.
What is it?
The EMT wants to know, Cho said. Was she pregnant?
Was?
Eric asked, dumbfounded, though the arms around my shoulders squeezed a little tighter. No, I moaned, holding my waist. No, please. Cho looked regretfully at Eric.
Was,
he said quietly. Behind me, Eric sucked in a tight breath. Energy seeped from my body, and the edges of my vision darkened once more. I fell back into the pillow, blinking as the monitors in the ambulance flashed on and started going off loudly all around. The EMT shouted again in a frenzy, trying to push Eric out of the way.
"Get the fuck off!"
Eric roared back.
"Mr. DeVries, she is failing," Cho translated. "You have to leave now so they can help her."
"Over my dead body, Cho."
Vaguely, I registered doors closing, the rumble of an engine, movement of bodies around me, of the floor beneath me. Everything started to numb.
"Jane, God damn it, Jane. Stay with me. Do you hear me?"
"I can't," I whispered. "I'm sorry." God, I just wanted it to go away. I wanted to sink into the nothingness that beckoned and never return. Anything would be better than this, than the stabbing pain in my belly, the nausea, the lightness, the fatigue, the complete and utter desolation that awaited me on the other side.
"Do you really want to give in, Pumpkin? Is that your style?"
My dad's voice questioned me, even from the grave. "Oh, Daddy," I thought with an inward smile. "That was always your problem. You loved me, but you never knew me at all."
"Jane?"
Eric shook me slightly, ignoring the shouts of Korean all around him.
"Jane, listen to me."
My eyes opened once more, my vision clouded not by pain, but by the fathomless gray eyes full of love and fear. And really, didn't those things always go together? At least with us?
"You listen to me,"
Eric ordered.
"You listen. I refuse to let him kill one more person I love. And you? I love you, you stupid, stubborn, headstrong girl, more than anyone or anything I have ever loved in my entire sorry life. I love you, Jane Lee Leverts DeVries, with everything that I am and everything that I will ever be. So you are not allowed to leave me in this world, because if you do, I'm not staying behind this time. You go, I follow. And I'm not ready to die yet, Jane, so you have to stay."
My eyelids fluttered, and Eric pressed me to his breast, giving me one last inhale of his clean, masculine scent before he was pulled away. It was the perfect way to go.
"Do you hear me?"
he kept saying.
"Do you hear me, woman? I love you, and I can't live this shitty fucking life without you. So you have to stay with me, Jane. I'm begging you, pretty girl. Stay with me."
I fell back. The world was a scream. "Oh, Eric," I murmured. "I love you too." The words were my goodbye. 16. 2009.
"Jane, are you all right? It's not like you to miss class, and you weren't in class this morning." "Oh!"
Skylar stopped short in the doorway of the bathroom when she found me standing in front of the mirror with a pair of scissors like a serial killer. It had been not quite 2 full days since the snowball fight with Eric. I had spent most of Sunday drowning my anger and sorrow in cheap tequila, the last of which I'd chased with some orange juice this morning, instead of going to classes. Hey. It's kind of breakfast, all right? And this was my first honest-to-God broken heart. It wasn't the easiest thing to bear without a little help from Senor Cuervo. Skylar's big eyes flew all around the bathroom, taking in the abandoned green bathrobe on the toilet, Eric's shredded t-shirt in the waste bin, the empty bottle of tequila perched on the sink. Okay, so maybe I had a lot of help from my Mexican friend. That might have been alarming enough, but I was pretty sure it was the bright purple hair clippings scattered all over the bathroom like feathers that really evoked concern. In my drunken grief, I'd gone full G.I. Jane. Skylar dropped her bag like she was preparing for battle.
Had a weekend, did we? Is your, makeover why you miss class?
No, I said as I snipped. The makeover is just for fun. I missed class today because I decided I'm dropping out. I cut just a few more strands, then dropped the scissors in the sink with a clatter. That was the best I could do without a mirror behind me. Or, a professional hairstylist. I eyed my reflection carefully. I really wouldn't be able to put any black in there for another few weeks. Not unless I wanted my heavily bleached hair to fall out from stress. But I wasn't really feeling the pixie look. I looked too much like an anime figure, like a little girl. Maybe I just needed to buzz it all off. Skylar, to her credit, didn't leave. She just raised one wry red brow.
Oh, really?
I don't belong here, I said as I turned to the box of hair supplies on the toilet. Look at our class. Everyone there is named Lindsay or someone the third or Crosby. I stood back up with the clippers. You know what I mean. Skylar rolled her eyes. I think you're overstating things a little bit. Obviously, Harvard has a legacy problem, but our class is the most diverse in HLS history. It's not perfect, but you aren't exactly Ruth Bader Ginsburg in a hall filled with men. What really happened? I swallowed as I turned toward the mirror. Does anyone else in our class look like me? I wasn't talking about my ethnicity. I was talking about the whole package. Skylar didn't answer for a long time, so I plugged in the clippers and brought them to my temple, ready to push them through the hair on the right side of my head. The buzz filled the bathroom, but just as I was about to start, Skylar reached over and turned them off again.
Hey,
I protested. She took the shredded t-shirt out of the trash.
Is this about Eric?
I scowled. You mean that human golden retriever picked out of a VD awareness pamphlet?
Oh, good, we're back to that again.
She dropped the shirt back in the trash.
Why? Did he say something? Well, he didn't look so great in class. Very tired. I'm guessing something happened between you two.
Oh, something happened, all right. Our fake haloed lab experiment decided he needed to expand his sample size on Friday. He was probably tired because he was out collecting specimens too late last night. Skylar's mouth dropped.
Did he really say he wanted to see other people?
I was about to say yes, but realized I couldn't. Because even though I was angry, I didn't want to lie. Unlike him. So instead of answering, I turned on the buzzers again. Skylar promptly turned them off.
Sky! Jane!
She stood like a tiny Peter Pan, her hands on her hips.
You're not doing this. I'm not letting you throw your life away because of whatever Eric did or didn't do. He looked really upset, I'm telling you. I don't know what happened, but maybe you two just need to—
Skylar, stop, I interrupted. This is on him. He came over this weekend, laid on his charm so thick for my birthday, and then dropped me just as soon as I let my guard down. He couldn't have been plain enough about it. His exact words were, I can't do this. I crossed my arms.
And then he fucking left. That was it.
Skylar's jaw dropped along with her hands off her hips.
Wow, she said.
Wow. I really wasn't expecting that. And that's— well, when I approached him, that's not exactly what he said. Oh, really? And what was that? She blinked sadly. Just that it had been a rough weekend, and that he knew you deserved better. She toed her shoe on the tile floor. He sounded very sorry. Maybe it was just a moment of weakness, you know? Some guys get kind of awful when they're overwhelmed with emotion. Is that how you know Patrick loves you? I snapped. Skylar didn't say anything. I sighed. I'm sorry, that was low.
It was, she agreed. But you get a pass because you're drunk and in pain. To make it up to me, you can talk to Eric. I think he's hurting. I think he misses you.
Well, then we're both idiots, I said, a little too harshly as I turned back to the mirror. The only difference is that I'm learning from my mistakes. I'm not spending the next 3 years being laughed at. Absolutely not. Skylar watched me carefully as I turned on the clippers, and this time I managed to push them through one solid patch of purple just above my ear. It fell to the floor with the rest, leaving a plowed stripe of black-brown fuzz in its stead. I snorted. It might seem ridiculous now, but this was going to look badass when I was finished. "Jane," Skylar said a little louder, "you realize they will laugh if you leave, too." I paused, mid-stripe, then kept going. "Who cares? I won't have to see them." Him, I should have said. I won't have to see him. The look on Skylar's face told me she was thinking the same thing. "I'll make you a deal," she said once I was finished buzzing the rest of that side of my head, leaving myself with an asymmetrical bob that was half dark growth close to my scalp. The wild remnants of my bright purple waves cut to my chin. I turned the clippers off and put them on the sink's edge. "What's that?" "I'll help you clean up this disaster, and you come with me to class this afternoon. And then, if you really want to quit, I'll help you write the petition for tuition reimbursement myself." I put my glasses back on, dizzied for a moment by the way the entire room suddenly came into sharp focus. Fuck, she was right. I was still kind of drunk. Well, whatever. Might as well take the new do out for a spin. "Fine," I said as I started to clean up the clippings. "But I'm holding you to that." I squatted down to start sweeping the fallen remnants of my hair into a pile. Skylar watched for a moment before she helped too. "I'm sorry," she said quietly, rubbing my shoulder. "But I'm here for you. We'll get through it together, Janie. It's going to be all right." Present. "Is she going to be all right?" "Mr. DeVries, she is stable. That is all we can promise for now." "Stable? Stable? She's in a coma, for Christ's sake." "She lost a lot of blood, Mr. DeVries. We are sorry, but your wife has a very rare blood type, B negative. Less than 1% of Koreans have this blood type. O negative universal is also rare here. We have put in a request with some other hospitals, but these things take time." "You need blood. I'm O negative. Where's the fucking needle?" "Mr. DeVries, we cannot just accept blood from a stranger." "I'm not a stranger. She's my wife. I'm not going to lose her. Do whatever tests on me you like, but do them fast. She's... Fuck, I can't lose her." "Mr. DeVries." 2009. "Mr. DeVries? Mr. DeVries!" The entire class was staring at Eric while the professor tapped irritably on her podium. Skylar and I had taken seats near the back today, so it was with some delight that I enjoyed watching Eric in the front, casting his eyes from side to side, looking for something. Was it me? Probably just seeking out his next prey. But a part of me liked the idea that maybe I was the reason the rising star of torts wasn't paying attention for shit. Still, he'd managed to answer the occasional Socratic question until now, when he had spotted me. Idiot. How hard was it to see the bright purple beacon in a sea of black and beige? "Ground control to Major Tom," remarked the professor one last time, to the general uproar of the class. "Will you come back to us?" Eric shook his head, then broke our gaze and turned to the front. "Sorry, Professor," he said, then cleared his throat. Before he could answer the question, however, the class ended. "Come on," I said to Skylar. "I just want to go back home." "What about study group?" she asked as we put on our winter wear. "Please," I shook my head. "Do I seem like I'll be in any condition to sit across from that jackass for an extra hour? I just want to be alone. I'll study better by myself anyway." Skylar sighed, then wrapped her scarf around her neck. "All right. I'll get your share of the readings for you. I nodded, then dashed out, still buttoning my jacket and looking for my yellow beanie in my bag. Now I was the idiot, because, of course, in my hurry to leave, I didn't look up, and instead plowed right into the one person I was trying to avoid.
Whoa there.
I jumped back. Do I look like a horse to you? But Eric apparently had no comebacks.
I waited for you outside your contracts class, he said. Where were you?
I was at the law offices of It's None of Your Fucking Business, I snapped. What's with the third degree? Can't quite get your hooks out now that you've decided to catch and release? Eric just looked me over, like he was checking for bruises.
You cut your hair.
I swallowed, putting a hand up to my shorn mane. Observant, aren't you? Lord, my mother was going to freak when I came home for the holidays. Dad, of course, would just take it in stride. I could hear him already. Nice do, kiddo. Starting a punk band? But Una would probably just complain about how I needed to wear a hat now wherever I went. She'd probably resent the fact that the winter would require it anyway.
Why?
My eyes flashed. Because I felt like it. When I decide to do something, I actually fucking do it. Eric's expression, however, didn't waver. I hated it. I hated the pity I saw there, the concern. What right did he have to look at me that way when he had caused the whole fucking problem?
Did it have anything to do with me?
He asked. Are you serious right now? Eric toed the ground nervously, but he didn't look away, even as our classmates exited the building, eyeing us curiously.
Look, Jane, about the other night. Let's go somewhere and talk. There are things about me that...
You know what? I broke in. No. Whatever bullshit you're going to use to pathologize your behavior, I don't want to hear it. You made your choice when you walked out.
Jane.
What are you expecting here? I continued forcefully. Do you think your cock is a magic wand? All you have to do is wave it over my head and I'll come like a rocket and forget your emotional abuse? That only works in male fantasies, Petri dish. Bad romance novels and Judd Apatow movies. In real life, it's different. Like it or not, you're completely replaceable. He searched my face for a long time, clearly disbelieving. But for the first time in my life, I was able to keep my bravado firmly in place. When I had arrived at Harvard, I knew I was different. That in this world of legacy and entitlement, I'd likely get stomped if I didn't protect myself. But over the last month, this man had convinced me it didn't have to be like that. Somehow he had found the cracks in my armor and broken them down, one piece at a time. He made me admit that some people were worth letting in. Maybe one person. Maybe him. Right before he'd run all over it like one of the snowplows moving up and down Comm Avenue. Still, silver linings. In the last 48 hours, I'd done something I'd tried to do my entire life and failed. I'd built a wall without cracks. A wall no one, not even this asshole, could breach.
For what it's worth, I like it, Eric said. I liked it before, too, but they both look good.
Do you really think I give a good goddamn what you think of my hair, Petri dish? All at once, the mask I'd seen from the first day I met him slid back into place. He was still friendly, still easygoing, affable, easy. But now that easiness seemed ice cold. The Eric I knew was gone.
No,
he said quietly.
I don't imagine you do.
I met his gaze head on, and not one bit of me wavered. And this time Eric was the one to back down. I was the one to stay strong. Present.
Stay strong.
A squeeze of my hand. The hum of the machine. the mutter of a distant voice. "Don't give up, gorgeous. Please, Jane. Come back to me." Beep, beep, beep. The first thing I saw when I opened my eyes was the heart rate monitor, with its recognizable flicker jumping rhythmically across the screen. Still blurry. Everything was blurry. The second thing I saw was Eric. "You're back," he whispered. "Am I?" I asked. I still wasn't sure. "Hold on." A pair of glasses slid onto my face, and then finally the world came into focus. Eric lay next to me on the bed, offering warmth where I couldn't get it, body vibrating against my cheek. It wasn't until I managed to look up that I realized he was crying. Terrible, silent tears that dripped down his haggard face. They weren't the first. His eyes were red-rimmed with stress and exhaustion. "Yeah," he whispered. "Oh, thank fucking God. You're back." He pressed kisses across my brow again and again. I leaned into them. Each one seemed to blast through the fuzzy halo I was wearing. "You're here," I blinked, my eyes opening wider. How are you here?" Eric swallowed. Was that a chuckle through those watery gray eyes? The trial was thrown out. My attorneys did their jobs and figured out that the prosecutor was being bribed by Carson. So the judge reassigned the case to the Brooklyn DA, who promptly declined to prosecute. "Oh, right. Thank you, Matthew Zola." I didn't have to say it, though. We owed the young prosecutor for more than either of us could count. "I came to find you," Eric murmured. "Jane, why the fuck did you leave? Why didn't you just wait for me?" My throat felt tight, like someone was squeezing it. I didn't have a new answer for him. He knew everyone I had to offer. The baby," I managed to get out. My throat was on fire. "How?" Oh, fuck." Eric could barely get his words out either as he clasped my head between his broad palms and touched his forehead to mine. "We lost her, didn't we?" My heart picked up. Pieces of the last few days were coming back to me, all in a haze, but I remembered the blood. I remembered the pain. Eric's tears streamed. "Oh, fuck." His voice was pained as he swiped them away. Yeah, Jane. We lost her." Miscarriage?" But against my forehead, Eric slowly shook his head. "They took her. Jane. Shit, I'm so sorry, but Carson. They had the Russian, the one called Anton." He shook his head, like the name meant something very specific to him. "They forced an abortion. They sedated you and did it. And then you got an infection. They gave you too much of one of the drugs, and then they were forced to call a medic, who was there when we arrived. But, fuck, Jane. You almost died." By the end of the statement, his words were bouncing over themselves like they were tripping over cobblestones. So strange, I thought. Normally I was the one with all of the emotion, the one who spouted off, who wore every thought and feeling I had right on my sleeve. Eric had always carried us both. And yet, here he was, breaking down like a child. How long had I been out? How long had I been in danger? What had he gone through during that period? "Shh," I said, managing to pull a fragile arm from under the hospital blankets and wrap it around his waist. "It's going to be all right." The words felt hollow. Somewhere in the back of my still addled mind, a voice of reason cautioned, "Don't worry, Pumpkin, it will hit you. You'd better be ready when it does. If you push against a tidal wave, it will only knock you over." Dad? Was that the voice of my dad, chiming from the grave again? As if on cue, I heard his familiar belly-jiggling chuckle. "Don't tell your mother, Peanut. She doesn't like it when I tell her what to think." My mother. "Oma," I said suddenly, pushing Eric's arms away. He sat up, swiping at the remaining tears. "Where is she?" I demanded. "Is she all right?" The realization that I had been in the same room as my mother for several days and hadn't done a thing to help her lanced through me like a sword. After all, what in the hell had I been here for in the first place? "Relax," Eric said, stroking my hair. "She's going to be all right. She was severely dehydrated and malnourished after 2 weeks at that house, but she's on the mend in another room. They had to detox her from the sedative, but she's almost through it. She was on it for much longer than you." He squeezed my hand. "I'm sure she'll come to see you as soon as she can." "What about Carson?" I asked, my eyes widening. "Jude, he was there too. The Anton guy. What happened to the medic?" I hoped beyond hope that it hadn't all been for nothing, that Eric wouldn't have flown here just to rescue me. I wanted more than anything else for this nightmare to be over. But instead, Eric just shook his head with clear regret. "The police took the medic into custody, and they've been questioning him. Or so Cho says. But Jude and Anton left just before we arrived. They likely saw us on security footage, but your condition made it impossible to use you like the bait they intended. There's been no sign of Carson or anyone else since." I wilted with defeat. Then it was all for nothing. I ruined it all, didn't I? Eric said nothing. Even under the layer of haze, my heart ached. I couldn't speak. Couldn't even think straight. "Sorry," I wanted to say, but the word wasn't even close to adequate. What was? "What is it?" Eric asked, scooting closer. He cupped my face, and his thumb stroked my cheek. "What do you need, gorgeous? Anything." I closed my eyes and leaned into his hand. I needed a lot of things. The enormity of what I'd been through was beginning to dawn on me, but I was pretty sure it would get worse once the sedatives wore off completely. Food, water, shelter, Eric. I needed them all, but right now, I wanted more sleep. And I wanted one other thing. "Home," I whispered. "I just want to go home." Interlude 2. Present. Eric paced in front of the steps leading up to the DVS jet. Tony stood stolidly by their entrance, watching his boss's every move. The other security members, the 2 new ones Eric had brought from New York, as well as the other 3 who had come with Jane on this journey, were already seated, nervously drinking sparkling water. Jane's detail likely thought they'd all be without a job once they reached New York. Eric still wasn't sure what to do. After all, she had been taken on their watch. But for now, much like his wife, he just wanted to go home. If they even could. After a week in the hospital, Jane was stable. Not the bullshit half-in-a-coma stable, where the doctors tried to convince him she was perfectly fine, but really and truly stable. No more fever, the infection was waning, and her face didn't look like death anymore. They could fight this battle from New York, if they could get there at all. They'd been sitting in the military air base in Suwon for hours, waiting to get the final go-ahead to leave. But just as the pilot had started taxiing toward the runway, they had been called back. A problem, said Air Control, with customs. With Carson, Eric knew. The man wanted them here, and after hearing Jane's gradual retelling of the things she had overheard between fever dreams, on top of what she and Cho had uncovered, he now knew why. Carson needed DVS transport. For something big. Not that Eric gave two shits about that. Carson was still MIA, but unfortunately it had become a matter of who had the most pull with the government, South Korea's or the U.S. And since Carson had been actively involved with both for so long, as opposed to Eric with less than a year at the helm of DVS, Eric was losing the game, badly. Still, Eric had met personally with the Minister of Trade, who had assured him he would do everything he could to protect their departure, even getting them special dispensation to leave the Suwon base under the supervision of the U.S. Army's Air Defense Battalion, instead of having to go through Incheon's International Airport. Eric had accepted the favor, but he honestly wasn't sure if it was even for the best, considering how deep Chariot was in the military's pockets. Because despite the fact that Detective Cho had called the NIS directly to alert them of the kidnapping, nothing had happened. No arrests had been made. It was like Jane and Yuna's entire abduction, the abduction of 2 American citizens, hadn't happened at all. Eric shivered in the cold, but stopped pacing when he spotted a vehicle speeding across the tarmac.
That looks like U.S. military this time, Tony said, pointing at the truck.
Eric squinted. The closer it came, the more he could make out the even mix of Air Force fatigues and officers' uniforms.
Shit. They've corralled the lieutenant colonel into this.
He swore again. Lieutenant Colonel Clifford, the commanding officer of the U.S. battalion, really didn't like the fact that his base was being used to give in to the demands of a spoiled aristocrat, and had made his impressions of Eric clear immediately after they arrived.
Who's the suit with him?
Tony wondered. Eric shook his head.
I don't know. More bureaucratic red tape, I'd guess.
The car pulled to a stop, and the lieutenant colonel exited, followed by a man and a woman, both in civilian suits.
What's this about, Colonel? Eric asked. My wife and mother-in-law have been through a harrowing ordeal. I thought we had gotten through all the paperwork needed to get us home.
The colonel, a barrel-chested man with a beefy neck, shrugged as he gestured to the other 2 people who had exited the car with him.
Intelligence has a few more questions for you, Mr. DeVries,
he said gruffly, clearly not pleased about the new development.
This is Agent Kim, from the CIA.
The woman reached out to shake Eric's hand. We are working with South Korea on subjects relating to North Korean disarmament, she said in perfect English. This is Agent Suh from the NIS. The other man grunted. Eric blinked. He was beyond this kind of small talk. We just have a few things to ask your wife and mother-in-law before they depart, Agent Kim continued. Eric eyed both of the agents, then shook his head.
Yeah, I don't think so. Not without our lawyer present, and he's in New York.
Aren't you and your wife both attorneys? Snapped the colonel. Your plane has been sitting on our runway for half the damn day. My battalion hasn't been able to run most of its drills today.
We are, Eric said smoothly. But my practice was primarily securities, and my wife was a prosecutor. I'm sure you'll understand that neither of us have the background to represent ourselves adequately in a unique international situation like this one.
He looked back at Agent Kim.
We'll be in New York if you need us. Shouldn't that make things easier? Everyone on this plane is an American citizen. We'll be on home ground.
Mrs. Lefferts is a Korean national, Agent Suh finally spoke up. She never renounced her South Korean citizenship.
Eric scowled.
As I understand, she holds dual citizenship. That means she has as much a right to return to the States as me or her daughter.
It also means we are within our rights to hold our national subject to our laws, Mr. DeVries. You have no right to take her without our consent.
They glared at each other, Eric's steely gaze holding Suh's inky one in a tense challenge, until Agent Kim diplomatically cleared her throat and turned to the colonel, who was becoming increasingly agitated.
Colonel Clifford, this will only take a moment, and I know you have more pressing things to do. If you'd like to have your assistant return you to base and send him back for us, I'm sure we'll be finished by then.
The colonel glanced between them, clearly battling between what he was told to do, likely in veiled terms, and what he felt he should be doing.
Hell,
he muttered, tossing a hand up at all of them.
If it gets this thing off my runway, then I'm all for it.
And with that, they watched as he and his underling returned to the jeep and drove to the American side of the base. Agent Kim turned to Eric.
Mr. DeVries, I'm sure Agent Suh would say that of course Mrs. Lefferts can and should return to her home. But for the sake and expediency of our own investigations, we would be grateful if she and your wife would answer a few questions for us before she leaves. She tipped her head to the side. I'm sure you can understand why the CIA might prefer to conduct this kind of interview in the comfort of your jet instead of the constraints of the base. It took a moment, but answers quickly dawned on Eric. Why Agent Kim had so brusquely shooed away the colonel, and Agent Suh was eyeing the control tower every so often. Perhaps Eric did have some allies in South Korea after all.
All right, he said. Let's make this fast.
They followed him into the jet, where Eric quickly instructed the lingering security to wait outside.
Except you, Tony,
he said to the big man.
You should stay.
As soon as the large men had gone and the fuselage was closed, Eric led the agents to the bedroom at the back of the plane. He knocked on the door.
Una? Jane, can I come in?
There was a low groan, and then a raspy, "Of course you can come in, you goon. It's your airplane." Eric opened the door with a wry smile at Agent Suh, who looked taken aback at Jane's response. Agent Kim just hid a smile. Jane and her mother sat on the bed, bundled in a thick down comforter. Both women still looked incredibly frail and weak, but they both had color in their faces and had lost that terrible glazed dilation. Jane's eyes, benefiting from a spare set of glasses Eric found in her hotel room, cast sharply back and forth between the two agents. Who were they?
South Korean and American intelligence. They have a few questions.
Eric made introductions, and when he pointed to Agent Suh, Una shrank more against the headboard. Jane looked about as amused by their sudden appearance as Eric had been. What do they want? Are they aware that I'm recovering from a botched forced abortion and my mother is recovering from almost 2 weeks in drugged captivity? We're kind of tired. It was all Eric could do not to shove the two agents out of the plane right then and there.
I think they want to help,
he said quietly.
Agent Kim is from the CIA, a part that, did not want the U.S. military involved here.
Jane perked up. Zola? Agent Kim nodded. A colleague of mine was in touch with Matthew Zola, if that's what you mean. I see. Well, we already gave our statements to the Hwaseong police, she said. My cousin, Cho Dong-hyun, is a detective there. He's also in charge of the local investigation, right, Eric? Eric nodded. We read those files, Mrs. DeVries. Lefferts, Jane put in. My last name is Lefferts DeVries. Eric ignored how much it hurt that she didn't take his last name the same way she did in the hospital. Agent Kim cleared her throat again. Lefferts, I apologize. Anyway, I'm sorry to say it, but your statement seemed incomplete. Agent Suh and I were hoping, now that you and your mother are no longer sedated, that you might be able to recall a few other details. She leaned in. The CIA is taking these crimes against your family very seriously, Ma'am. We intend to follow up on everything you say, particularly anything to do with John Carson or Chariot Industries. At the sound of her biological father's name, Jane stiffened, and Una turned white. Eric reached down to take her hand, but Jane pulled it away. She hadn't wanted to touch him since they left the hospital. He couldn't blame her, but he also couldn't say it didn't hurt, too.
Because Detective Cho has alleged that Mr. Carson is responsible for the most famous serial murders in our country, but he also happens to supply 30% of our military's munitions, snapped Agent Sir. This is a very grave matter for our government and our national security.
Eric opened his mouth to inform the man he didn't give a good goddamn about the national security of the South Koreans, when they couldn't have been bothered to help him ensure the security of his wife. But before he could say so, Una spoke. "You can take it," she said quietly, handing the man her Korean passport. "I will not come back anyway. Take it and go. We have nothing else to say." Agent Suh scowled, and once again, Agent Kim stepped in. "Mrs. Lefferts," she said as she took a seat on the end of the bed, "let me assure you that no matter what, you are going home. You are a citizen of the United States, and therefore you have its complete backing." At that, Una relaxed a little, but not much, and she tensed right up when Agent Suh began a long line of questioning, this time in Korean.
"Do you know what he's saying?"
Eric whispered to Jane. Her side eye slipped around her frames. "Do you forget everything you know about me? I know swear words, all the best shaming phrases, and that's about it." Agent Kim turned to them kindly, though her eyes still followed the rapid-fire conversation. "He is only asking about what happened to her. I'm sure as lawyers, you both understand the importance of going over a witness's account multiple times to be sure it is the right one." Eric and Jane both watched Agent Suh pepper Una with questions, while she offered curt, if somewhat weak-voiced answers. The exchange continued like that for several minutes, until something Agent Suh said definitely got under Una's skin. She broke forward, rattling off a much longer spat of Korean that ended up making the immovable agent look the slightest bit ashamed. Agent Kim just looked on with more mild amusement. Jane's eyes widened. "Oh, ma," she whispered. "Talk about feisty." Agent Kim blinked. "I'll say."
"What did he say?"
Eric asked. Jane shrugged. "I only got a few words at the end, but they weren't very nice ones." She patted her mother's leg kindly. "Way to stick it to the man, Oma." Una was not amused. Agent Suh leaned forward with one more curt, cold question, and at that, Una's small hand flew out from under the covers and hit the Korean agent squarely in the jaw. "Whoa, Oma," Jane remarked, genuinely shocked. "What just happened?" Una landed Agent Suh with what must have been her famous glare, and Eric finally appreciated why Jane compared her mother to a basilisk. Eric would probably have gone with Medusa himself. "He asked me," she said coldly, "if Jane and I are prostitutes." Eric sprang up.
"That's it. Get the hell out."
Suh rose as well, though he made no other move to leave. "You are aware that the U.S. shares an extradition treaty with South Korea," he said with a derogatory sniff toward Una. "Mrs. Lefferts is making some very serious accusations about a good friend to Korea. If I do not get the answers I need, my government will request her return."
"Try it," Eric growled. "I'll wrap your government in so many goddamn lawsuits, you'll be begging the North Koreans to nuke you out of existence."
"Eric," Jane put in. "Come on, you don't know anything about international law."
"Jane, stop," he retorted. "I'm handling this."
"No, you stop. You're pissing off the people who are trying to help us." Maybe he should have been glad that she was finally feeling well enough to fight back and tell him he was acting like an idiot. But the reality was, he wanted nothing more than to get the hell out of Seoul. He wanted to get the hell out of this hemisphere. Jane coughed again. The circles under her eyes were darkening. As soon as he spotted them, Eric sank back into the bed beside her. Fuck. He was fucking this all up. Again. The NIS agent's phone buzzed, and he grimaced when he pulled it out. "This is not over," he informed them, and walked out of the room. "Eric?" Jane said with a hoarse voice. "My bag. My things from the hotel. Were they recovered?" Eric nodded. "Hold on, I'll grab them." He retrieved her messenger bag. Good God, was this the same army surplus piece of shit she had carried with her through law school? And brought it to the back of the plane. Jane was sitting up with some pain still playing across her face, but she accepted the bag, looking visibly relieved when she opened it and pulled out a thick folder. "Here," she said as she handed it to Agent Kim. "I think you'll find the proof you need. It's the investigator's file along with my notes and some of my cousins." "Good God," Agent Kim murmured as she paged through the documents. "John Carson has been conducting illegal arms deals with Pyongyang under the South Koreans' noses?" Eric finished for her. "Yeah, looks that way. He started in the mid-'80s, but after the Soviet Union disintegrated, we think he suspended operations. He's been taking advantage of the relaxed U.S. relations with North Korea, alongside the more recent destabilization of the South Korean government to continue the work. His life's accomplishment, as it were." "This isn't just an arms deal." Agent Kim looked up. "The nuclear facility was just the tip of the iceberg. Chariot Industries was constructing a pipeline. Mr. DeVries, I'm afraid I must take these. We will need them as a gesture of goodwill to get cooperation from NIS. As you might have gathered, they're feeling rather torn about the issue of John Carson." "Then they might want to check the flight manifest for the marked women on that list," Jane put in. "Half of those crimes were probably copycats, but the other half? They were regional flight attendants for the same airline my mother worked for in 1987. All from the same part of Hwaseong. All killed around times when John Carson was on record being in the country. And all part of the same ring that led to my conception." She nodded regretfully at Yuna, but the older woman just stuck her chin out defiantly. "My father's journal from the period may corroborate some of these implications as well," Eric said. "I believe John Carson tried to extort him into using my family's shipping liaisons here in Korea to move weapons across the border, but it never came to fruition." Agent Kim continued paging through the documents. "Unbelievable," she murmured. "We always wondered how the Koreans developed the bomb after the Soviets fell apart. But no one suspected it was our own defense contractors." "It's an embarrassment," Eric said, "to the South Koreans and to the Americans. So you see, if NIS takes that evidence, it's never going to see the light of day." Without waiting for a response, he took the bundle of documents off Agent Kim's lap. "Detective Cho has digital copies. In the meantime, these are intended for the Secretary of Defense and the head of the CIA." "I am CIA," Agent Kim reminded him. "Then you'll understand exactly why we can't give them up without knowing exactly who's going to look at them." Eric nodded toward Jane and her mother. "My mother-in-law and my wife have been through hell over the last 2 weeks. Justice needs to be served, and it's become very clear that we can't trust just anyone to make sure that happens." Agent Kim's face softened, as if she could clearly see the resolve in Eric's. She sighed, then stood. "I will notify the director at Langley," she said, softly enough that the other agent wouldn't be able to hear her. "And no one else. You have my word. Travel home safe, all of you." But before anyone could reply, Agent Sub burst back into the room, chattering in Korean on his phone. All at once he stopped, holding the phone away with his hand over the speakers.
No one is going anywhere. I have an order from the President herself, right here, that Mrs. Lefferts must be kept in the country. The plane is grounded until she comes into custody."
"What?" Jane squawked.
"No,"
Una shouted.
"Carson," Eric muttered. "Absolutely not."
Before Agent Suh could argue with him, Eric snatched the phone out of his hand.
"This is Eric DeVries, chairman of DeVries Shipping. Am I really speaking with President Chang?"
"Mr. DeVries,"
Agent Suh shouted, but Eric turned his back so he was facing Jane. Her eyes danced behind her glasses as she watched. The little minx. She was actually enjoying this. It wasn't the president, but her assistant, who, as it happened, was able to turn the phone over to the president herself.
"President Chang, yes, this is Eric DeVries. I understand you have suddenly decided that my mother-in-law, an American citizen, is not to leave the country. Is there any chance this direct infringement on American sovereignty is a request from John Carson?"
There was a pause on the other line. Then,
"That is not of your concern, Mr. DeVries. The Korean government has a right to detain any of its citizens that—"
"President Chang,"
Eric interrupted with an edge that had both agents in the room cringing.
"I think perhaps you will appreciate the fact that the longer I am held up here in Suwon, the longer it will take me to sign the papers renewing the DeVries shipping contracts in Incheon, Busan, and Donghae, among others. If I'm unable to sign them, I'm afraid operations must cease until I return home. Remind me again how much daily commerce flows through these ports cumulatively."
He looked at Jane while the president spoke, as if her tired, surprised face would reveal the answer.
"About 14%? Yes, that sounds about right. Or is it 23, as your trade minister told me yesterday? Now, how much of the total South Korean GDP does that account for, President Chang? I wonder if our numbers will also match there."
This time the president actually didn't answer, so Eric just continued.
"Those 3 ports are responsible for close to 11% of your economy. Yes, that sounds about right. Can you imagine what an extended cut on imports and exports there will do for your markets, let alone the economy?" He smacked his head. "And when you've just emerged from a recession, too. Your exports are already down 10% from years past, President Chang. Can you really afford to let go of another 11?
"Very well,"
President Chang interrupted suddenly.
"I believe you are correct, Mr. DeVries. Mrs. Lefferts cannot be the same Una Lee we are seeking. It must have been a grave misunderstanding."
"Must have been, President Chang. I'll let you tell your agent here the same thing. Immediately."
Eric handed the phone to Agent Suh with a stony expression.
"We're leaving. Now."
While the agent grumbled a bit more, a few words from his president assured him that he indeed had to allow the American jet to take flight. The agents disembarked the jet. The security team reboarded, and within 15 minutes the engines were running and the plane was taxiing to the end of the runway. It was only after the coastline of South Korea was long out of sight that Eric finally relaxed. While Tony and the other security guards chatted amiably about going home, he sank forward in his seat, rested his forehead in his hands, and exhaled at last. After the plane had been airborne for about 2 of the 15 hours back to New York, the door to the bedroom opened. Una emerged, looking for the bathroom. Her gaze flickered sharply around the sleeping security team, landing on Eric for a split second. But a split second was all it took to convey one harsh phrase. Your fault. There it was, clear as day. Hadn't she warned Jane before the wedding not to get involved with Eric and his family? She knew. She had known the whole time, and no one had listened to her.
"Mrs. Lefferts,"
he started, but the woman shook her head.
"No,"
she said, and the single word like her expression, carried all manner of meaning. It was too late for talk now. She disappeared into the small bathroom, then took a seat by herself. After a moment's thought, Eric got up and again entered the bedroom. Jane was asleep on the queen-size bed, curled into a tight ball, her face shoved into a pillow, while both her hands clutched the down comforter tightly. Eric sat down at the end of the bed, reached out to her leg, but pulled back so he could watch instead. It was something he had done several times at the hospital when he was in between phone calls with the CIA and trade minister, shaking Tony down for every scrap of information he could get, coaching Nina through her interim duties with the board, and trying to figure out how in the hell he was going to get his family home when the entire Korean government wanted to stand in their way. Tried to touch, but never landed. He had never felt like such a failure. Sure, they were on their way home and had managed to rescue Yuna before she went the way of the other murdered flight attendants. But at what cost? The investigator's life? Their child's? He would never forget Jane's face when he told her what had happened. The way it had felt, as if he himself was responsible for her utter violation, not the men who had actually done it. Your fault. He couldn't argue with that, and he'd spend the rest of his life making up for it if he had to. They'd get through this. They had people working with them now, not just the small-time investigator, but real people of power. The CIA, the State Department, the Secretary of Defense. John Carson couldn't fight them all. Right? At that thought, Eric reached out and set a hand on Jane's leg, hoping her solid presence would calm his anguish. But despite the fact that she was still on a combination of minor sedatives and antibiotics, Jane jerked in her sleep. Eric rubbed her leg, hoping to console her. But she pulled away more, curling even tighter into herself, and moaned. He pulled his hand back. She had never done that before. It wouldn't last, would it? Home, he thought to himself. They just needed to make it home, and everything would get better. He only wished he could believe it. Part 3. Terset. The problem with chasing the dawn is its essential emptiness. You can run after it all you want, and the thrill will never cease. But in the end, you'll be alone, never sated, never getting what you need. Vacancy, from the Journal of Eric DeVries. 17. Present. Mrs. Lefferts, you can stay here if you like. We have rooms in the main house too, but Brandon and I thought that you and Ms. Lee would be more comfortable here. 4 nervous Korean women followed Skylar around the spacious guest house on her Brookline property. Yuna, her cousin Ji-yeon, and her daughters Soo-jin and Jane. They resembled a queue of chickens, eyes dancing nervously around the deceptively airy space. Eric hung back in the doorway, watching the strange procession. Yuna and the cousins spread out slowly. Jane stuck close to Skylar, hugging her friend's side, Eric noted with envy instead of his. His wife had barely touched him in 3 weeks, not since the hospital, and those first terrible moments when he'd found her in that dingy house in Hwaseong. She'd clung to him then, like those moments might have been her last. And they might have been. The doctors, both in Suwon and at home, had said as much. Eric rubbed his inner arm. He was still angry that he hadn't been allowed to donate blood. A year. A fucking year. You had to live in the country before the Korean Red Cross would allow it, on top of a bunch of other requirements. It was only by a stroke of luck that they ended up finding a few extra pints at a blood bank in Singapore that had cost Eric a fucking mortgage payment to transport to Suwon. he would have emptied his entire account to do it. Eric had been 2 seconds from sticking a needle directly from his arm into hers if they hadn't found something. Now that she was nearly back to normal, she'd shrunk away. He'd noticed it first after they left Mount Sinai and Skylar returned to Boston. She slept for most of the day, keeping to her bed while her mother listlessly roamed their apartment. Until today, neither of them had left it once in 2 weeks. Eric had done his best to give her what she needed. He managed to do half his work for DVS from the confines of their apartment, and had slept quietly next to her, rising when she did, waiting for her to reach out for him. Except she never did. It went both ways, really. They were interacting as if both of them were covered in jagged edges that could slice the other open, or even hurt themselves. They operated with cordiality, kindness, but always at an arm's length. Maybe this was what she needed. A check-in with family, with Skylar, a change of scenery. Eric wasn't sure what else he could do. Jion and Sujin explored the 2-bedroom cottage with the asserted interest that was characteristic of Jane's entire family, from what Eric could tell. They chatted about the practicalities of the space, whether the kitchen had enough counter space for a rice cooker and an Instant Pot, or if the closets had enough room for a full-size shoe rack. Jion said she was only planning to stay in Boston for 2 weeks, but her 2 giant suitcases suggested she might be there longer. Eric was okay with that. If Yuna had company here in Boston, maybe it would be easier to coax Jane back to the city with him. Because the main problem was Jane's guilt, and Yuna was very good at pressing that particular button. It had taken Yuna exactly 1 week to say in no uncertain terms that she was not staying in New York. She didn't feel safe there, she said. Everything was too crowded. Too many streets for people to hide in. Too many alleys for people to jump out of. Too many people who could take her away. Eric couldn't lie. He was ready for his mother-in-law to leave, even if it meant sending an entire battalion of security with her. But Jane, who seemed to be scared of her own shadow these days, had fought the idea of her mother returning to Chicago. For every reason Yuna gave, Jane had an answer. Wasn't she accosted in Chicago, not New York? And just outside of her old suburban home? Weren't she and Jane sequestered in a small farmhouse next to a bunch of rice paddies, not apartment buildings? And so, when Skylar offered the guest house just steps from her private security gate, sheltered behind the tall stone walls of the Crosby Sterling's Brookline compound, it seemed like the perfect solution. Jion would meet Yuna there for a few weeks, and after that, Skylar's grandmother would probably suffocate Yuna with blintzes. Brandon's mother wasn't exactly inhospitable either. They'd all learned about Yuna's plight and wouldn't leave her alone for a second. "You know there's room for you too," Skylar said quietly to Jane. Eric had to concentrate not to glare at Skylar. He was already worried that Jane wouldn't leave her mother, and the fact that she had brought her own house-sized suitcase didn't soothe his suspicions. "Say no," he willed Jane. "Say you need to come home, with me. Did you forget what we are? Did you forget that I'm the love of your fucking life?" But Jane just watched her mother touch a finger to the mantel over the blazing stone fireplace, then looked out the window toward the big house and the orchard. It was pretty idyllic. "Jane can stay?" Yuna demanded. Good Christ, the woman had the hearing of a bat. "How many rooms?" Eric stifled a scowl. "No, she can't fucking stay." He wanted to snap. The truth was, he was heartily sick of his mother-in-law. He realized he could take Yuna in small doses, but he was getting very, very tired of the way she demanded Jane's time and energy with no apparent gratitude. He understood they were both recovering from the trauma of their abduction. Yes, he definitely understood that. But Jane was the one who had been through a legitimate medical emergency. Yuna's detox had been difficult, but she had rebounded much faster than her daughter. She had also been no fucking help after they returned to New York. And now here was Yuna, asking more of her daughter, for herself.
"There isn't enough room in here," Eric said. "Not with Gion here, right, Skylar?"
Eric turned to him, and Jane's gaze was particularly sharp. "There is in the house," Skylar offered, though she looked uneasy about it. Yeah, she knew exactly what Eric was thinking. "Anytime she likes. We have a spare room just for Jane. And you, of course, Eric."
"We have an apartment, too," Eric put in the North End.
He knocked on the walls, like they were somehow lacking.
"If we need to stay in Boston, we can go there."
But Jane's grimace made it clear what she thought of that. Hell, even he didn't like the idea. Aside from the fact that they'd be sitting ducks in that place, there was no security other than the elderly doorman. There was also the fact that it was just pre-Jane. To him, and probably to her, the cold modern edges of his old apartment represented a life that deep inside, Jane was scared Eric wanted back. A bachelor's existence, devoid of intimacy, but still full of women. He made a mental note to sell it as soon as possible. He wanted nothing to do with that life anymore. He only wanted Jane. "There are 2 bedrooms in here," Yuna protested. "Jane and I can share a bed, just like we did when she was a girl. She can be with her mother where she belongs while she heals."
"What about with her husband?"
Eric was practically seething at this point. He wanted to scream, yell, shove the tiny, square-shaped woman out the door. 2 weeks. 2 weeks she'd been butting in on their lives, interrupting those moments where he and Jane should have been reconnecting. Calling out in the middle of the night like a baby. Forcing Eric to spend half his nights alone, staring at the ceiling. Her daughter was a grown fucking woman. She didn't need to be sleeping in a bed with her mother, of all people. "Oma, the other room is for Gion, and we are absolutely not sharing a room," Jane said, to Eric's intense relief. "You're staying out here, okay? We need a little space." Was it wrong that Eric wanted to throw his fist in the air in victory? But Yuna wasn't finished. "Space? What is this space? Space is why we ended up in Korea like we did. A daughter should be with her mother." Yuna looked around the room, like she was expecting fucking applause. When her gaze landed back on Jane, she was practically triumphant. "You want to sleep at the big house, fine. But I want you to stay here. Family should be together."
"What about my family?"
Eric wanted to snap back. God, the woman made him want to tear his hair out. "Jane?" Yuna's hands perched on her hips while she waited impatiently for her daughter's answer. Jane sighed, and fatigue enshrouded her thin body like a cape. She drooped against the wall. Her face was still frail, thinner than it should be, and behind her thick black glasses, her eyes shone with fear and vulnerability. No bravado, no punch. So damn different than the woman he knew. Eric wanted to pick her up and carry her away from the tiny tyrant, away from everyone putting that look on her face. Behind her, Gion and Sujin had peeked out of the bedroom to witness the exchange. It was plain on both of their faces what they thought she should do. Skylar rubbed Jane's arm sympathetically. Jane wilted toward her. He had lost, Eric realized, before anyone said anything. Lunch? Jane asked weakly. Skylar smiled kindly. Of course, Janie. Susan came over last night and made a few extra roasted chickens with dinner. Why don't we eat, and then everyone can get settled in? They walked back to the main house through the snow, where Brandon and the 4 kids, Annabelle, Christoph, Jenny, and Louis, were building a snowman. That basically consisted of Annabelle bossing everyone around, Christoph pointing out the deficiencies of her plans, Jenny trying and failing to roll as many giant snowballs as possible, and Louis screeching with joy every time he stuck his hands in the snow. Frequently, one of them would hurl a snowball at Brandon, who would retaliate swiftly, to their delight. And every so often, Louis toddled out to the driveway on his chubby 2-year-old legs, causing his father to jog after him, swing him up into the air, and redeposit him in the yard with the other kids. The children's laughter echoed around the park like property. Everyone else smiled. Eric looked at Jane, who avoided eye contact. Behind her lenses, her eyes shone like she wanted to cry. Fuck. Is this what it would have been like? Eric wondered. Would their baby have been chubby like Louis? Would they have had snowball fights in Central Park next winter? Taught their kid to make snow angels the year after? The idea pricked his eyes like needles. Eric looked away from the scene. This was the wrong place to be. Couldn't she see that? They needed time alone, time together, time to heal. Jane wrapped her arms around her waist, like she too was thinking of what had been stolen from her. It was so easy, Eric knew. It happened to him all the time. A taste, a scent, a brief image. Something would bring that violation to the forefront of his mind, and like a knife, it stabbed. Jane finally looked up to find Eric watching her, and her big expressive eyes seemed to water even more despite the raucous laughter around them. She knew what he was thinking. She knew the loss he heard in those tinkling shouts, because she heard it too. But before Eric could approach her, use that connection to build something better, Jane turned away. Eric stopped. He didn't know what else to do. Are we ready to eat? He asked, unable to take one more of this Norman Rockwell-level moment. I think so, Skylar said. Shall we? Eric just watched Jane. At last, she nodded. His chest sagged with relief. Jane had been subsisting on little more than instant ramen for the last 2 weeks. Just a few days ago, her doctor had expressed concern that she wasn't gaining enough back after her ordeal. But she'd batted away his reminders like flies. And with that, their sad, strange procession continued inside. 18. Is that all you're having? Eric asked, eyeing the wing and spoonful of green beans Jane had taken. It wasn't exactly a king's ransom. I'm not that hungry, she mumbled. But the doctor said, I said I'm not that hungry, she replied, more sharply this time. Okay? Eric opened his mouth, wanting to argue back, but just turned to his plate without another word. Jane wouldn't thank him for admonishing her like a child in front of everyone. She had a mother for that, after all. But he wasn't letting this go. She had to know that. Eric, is everything settled now on the board? Brandon asked from the other side of the table, where he was loading his plate with mashed potatoes. Grateful for the intervention, Eric looked up. Yeah, it seems that way. Especially after the DA dropped the case. I've just been sliding back into things since we returned. He shook his head. What a cluster. He stopped short, realizing how many children were present. I mean, what a mess the last month has been. Well, thank God for Matthew Zola, Skylar said. I swear, he has saved us more than once. He's like our little group's guardian angel.
If I didn't know better, Red, I'd say you have a crush, Brandon replied affably, though his tone was laced with jealousy.
He did have a thing for her once, Jane remarked. Remember when he kissed you, Sky? For that, she received a dirty, green-eyed glare from Skylar as the far end of the table went a little quieter.
Zola kissed you, Mama? Jenny piped up. Daddy, how did you let that happen?
The glare sharpened. Don't pay attention to your Auntie Jane, Skylar said before Brandon could reply. She's just poking the bear. Jane shrugged. He's fun to poke. Eric smiled at his chicken thigh. There she was.
Is it fun when I point out that he had a thing for you too at one point? Skylar said.
I'm sorry, when was that?
Eric looked up sharply. It was for about half a second, maybe 5 or 6 years ago, Jane said. Now she was the one glaring. The sight of it made Eric want to kiss her. But just as soon, that beautiful fury faded. That's not funny, Sky, Jane murmured. Or are you forgetting how someone almost got into a fistfight with the man a few months ago?
What?
Una piped up.
Who fought with whose fists?
Nothing, Oma. Jane now avoided the studious looks of all her family members.
I'm gonna need details about that,
Sujin said conspiratorially. Jane shook her head. It was just a misunderstanding last Thanksgiving.
I'll say,
Eric muttered. He wasn't particularly interested in reliving that mortifying episode. Skylar didn't even cower, just turned to her husband. It was a little funny, don't you think?
Poor Zola,
Brandon said, good-natured once again.
Always the bridesmaid, never the bride.
Jane sighed. Eric darted another glance at her. Why was she so torn up about Matthew fucking Zola? Why not her own damn marriage?
Are you guys heading back to New York after lunch?
Sujin broke in diplomatically before anyone else could ask annoying, inappropriate questions.
If I could catch a ride to the T-stop, that'll take me downtown. I'm supposed to be at Mass Gen later this afternoon.
We could just drop you at the hospital on our way back to Logan, Eric offered. Right, Jane?
Well, Jane replied, since Skylar offered, I think I'm going to stay here for a few more days. Maybe a week or two. A sudden quiet descended over the table. Though his body didn't appear to move an inch, Eric's entire posture shifted slightly.
Come again?
Jane swallowed visibly. Eric's throat hurt. He knew what she was going to say, but still he prayed. Don't say it. She, however, just pushed her glasses farther up her nose and managed to look at Eric straight on. Her hazel eyes practically broke him. I just decided, she said. I think it would be better if I were here to provide the support my mom needs. Skylar and Brandon have great security. I can help her get settled, and then you won't be bothered by us while you're fixing everything at work.
Jane, you don't bother me,
Eric started. But Jane shook her head. Skylar reached for Brandon's hand and looked very sorry for both of them.
Jane.
Her name hurt on his tongue. It was the longing that cut so deeply. Jane looked up again, and for a moment, the clear pain shining through those deep hazels skewered him. It's going to be easier this way for a bit, she said quietly. Eric, I just need some space.
Space from me?
His voice was gutted, just like his heart, his entire body. No. This was wrong. So fucking wrong. They had already been ripped apart for weeks, and now she wanted to do it again? What the hell was happening here? But Jane wouldn't answer, just stared back down at her plate. The green beans that had only been reduced by 2, maybe 3. The chicken wing that was missing only a bite. She shuddered, like the idea of food made her sick. Or maybe it's me, Eric thought. Maybe she's just sick of me. In a sudden hurry, Jane stood up. I'm, going to put my things away in the guest room upstairs. Sky, thanks for lunch. And before anyone could respond, she grabbed her plate, deposited it in the kitchen, and practically sprinted out of the room. Eric stared after her for a few seconds before realizing she had nothing to put away. Everything they packed was still in the car. She hadn't even brought in her purse.
Eric,
Skylar murmured. In a sudden flurry of movement, he was up and off.
Be right back.
He found Jane in one of the guest rooms, pacing back and forth, muttering to herself. What are you doing? What are you doing?
That is a very good question.
Jane swung around as Eric strode in, arms crossed over his chest. He stopped by the bureau and slapped his hand on the teak.
You want to tell me what's going on? He asked. What's with the sudden change of plans?
Come on, Eric. This shouldn't be a surprise. I did bring that giant suitcase.
I'd really hoped that was only a precaution.
She asked me to stay. I just think I should. Eric sighed.
I thought we agreed it would be good for the two of you to have some space.
My mother disagrees.
Do you?
Jane paused. I don't really think that matters. Look, you don't need me up there. And my mother, she needs me here.
She does not need you.
She does, Jane insisted. Just like she needed me in Chicago before I abandoned her there. Just like I left her rotting in that room for 2 weeks before I was able to find her. She needs me, and I'll stay with her until I'm completely certain that she doesn't. And if you don't like it, you can just...
Okay.
Eric cut her off just as her lower lip started to tremble.
I get it, right?
Fucking hell. The sight of her choking up killed him even more than this ridiculous proposition. He still wasn't used to her like this, with such intense vulnerability. Had it been the gift he wanted it to be, he'd cherish every one of those tears. But he knew she was only breaking like this because she wasn't strong enough to put up her guard, not because she actually wanted anyone to see it. And for that, he was having a hard time forgiving himself. Suddenly, he couldn't take it anymore. He crossed the room in 3 long steps, pulled her to him, wrapping his arms around her shaking shoulders. Jane stood stiffly, refusing to melt into him the way he desperately wanted, needed. So they were both careful, static, even though they were touching, but just barely. She needed comfort, obviously, but this wasn't doing it. Maybe it was him. After several long minutes, Eric stepped back at last, rubbing his big hands together for a moment before shoving them into the pockets of his jacket. There was nothing more to do.
I do have to get back,
he said lamely.
The plane is on standby at Logan. There's another board meeting in the morning. What if you came with me and then we came right back?
He didn't even finish. The regret on her face told him exactly what she thought about that idea. Eric sighed.
I guess I'll just go then.
Jane nodded, took another step back, and examined her hands. Okay.
Will you let me know when you're coming back?
Eric willed her to meet his gaze, but she couldn't. Wouldn't? Did it even matter?
Okay, he said. I'll go then. Jane, I love you.
Jane nodded. I love you too. But the words, his, hers, all of them, were hollow. Whispers of what they should have been. Eric's shoulders fell as he turned to the door.
I'll see you,
he said, and after another few beats, walked out. He met Sujin hurrying up the stairs.
Hey,
he said,
It's just me leaving, but if you still need a ride, I can drop you.
I'll be right there, she said. I just wanted to talk to her a second, okay?
Eric nodded and started to walk downstairs, but stopped. The voices of Jane and her cousin filtered into the hall, and something made him listen. He crept back down the hallway and waited outside the room, out of sight, unrepentant. She wouldn't let him in, but he needed to know she was going to be okay without him. You're doing that procedure at Mass General tomorrow, right? Jane was asking.
Yeah, my mom is settled into the guest house, and so is Emo,
Sujin said, using what Eric gathered was the Korean version of auntie or something similar, despite the fact that Jion was Yuna's cousin, not sister. Good, Jane said. I think they'll have a good time. This place is like a bed and breakfast.
If it's any consolation, I really do think you can go back to New York with Eric, Sujin said. Oma has been dying to visit Emo ever since you guys got back, and I'll be here at least a few days, so I'll definitely check on them, although I doubt they'll do anything but watch K-dramas and gossip.
Yes, Eric urged her. Say yes. Tell her you'll come home. Thanks, Jane said, but I'll probably stay here for a bit longer, just in case. Good luck on your surgery. And just like that, hope deflated again.
Thanks. Sujin paused. Look, you can tell me if I'm out of line here, but I feel like I have to say something. I noticed that, well, I'll just say, I have a lot of patients who have gone through, well, something similar. Not with the complications and the violation, of course, although I've definitely had a few, but with termination.
Eric listened curiously. He knew that Sujin was an OBGYN, but he hadn't actually heard her broach the topic of abortion with Jane. Maybe it was to save their mothers from overhearing the conversation.
The common refrain is to abstain from relations with your partner for at least a month, she was saying. In your case, probably 4 to 6 weeks.
Eric nodded to himself. Okay, now this was getting interesting. That was, in fact, what the doctors at Mount Sinai had recommended.
But I'll just say this, Sujin continued. My patients who complain of painful intercourse post any kind of vaginal expulsion, miscarriage, birth, etc. Well, anecdotally, they're generally also the ones who avoid other kinds of intimacy with their partners.
Eric's eyes widened. This was definitely not the conversation he had expected. What are you saying? Jane wondered. Sujin sighed, now clearly the uncomfortable one.
I'm saying that there are a lot of ways to take care of yourself, and your marriage is one of them. I'm not talking about sex. I'm talking about all the types of intimacy that inform our health. Or don't listen to me at all, since I'm not your doctor.
Eric held his breath, waiting ardently for Jane's response. He could practically hear her thoughts now, wrestling with knee-jerk reactions about prioritizing men's needs over women's, and shouldn't her body's responses be more important than his? But Sujin wasn't talking about that, obviously, and that wasn't what Eric was thinking about either. She was simply making the point that the body and the mind influenced each other, that health was something informed by both, and by both partners. Wasn't it? Say you understand, he willed her. Say you'll come home. Because God damn it, Lefferts, you need me, and I need you. But Jane's conscience apparently thought the answers were self-evident. Thanks, Suj, she said finally, disappointingly.
Let me know how the next follow-up goes,
Sujin said, referring to Jane's next checkup with her doctor.
And be nice to Eric when you do go back to New York. He seems, well, I don't really know him, but he seems like he needs some extra care right now, too.
You can say that again. Jane sighed, full of guilt. I'll try.
Her despondency made Eric wilt against the wall. Fuck. What was he doing? He didn't want to guilt her into being with him. Jane deserved to be anywhere she wanted. She deserved to do whatever was necessary to take care of herself. Right? He turned to walk back down the stairs, ready to leave. But at the bottom, he turned. Back and forth, unable to decide. Sujin was pounding down the stairs when she saw him and stopped. Understanding crossed her kind features.
"Don't give up on her yet," she said. "She needs you."
Eric swallowed. And then, full of sudden decision, he turned back up the stairs. "Tony will take you wherever you need to go," he said. "I need to take care of a few more things with Jane, okay?" Sujin nodded supportively.
"Of course."
He walked back up the stairs with dread. What would she say when he arrived again? What would she do? He knocked on the door. For a moment, he wondered if she was asleep again, giving herself up to her inner pain and heartache. But then the door opened, and there stood Jane, glasses off, tears tracking down her face, looking for all the world like she was falling apart from the inside out. "I'm fine, Sky," she was saying, viciously swiping at the tears. "I'm fine." "Well, I'm not," Eric said. Like it was yanked on a string, Jane's head jerked up at the sound. Eric stood there, stuck to his place, feeling like he was about to fall apart too. "Jane," he whispered. "Please." "Please what?" she asked. But he couldn't say. He didn't know. 19. Come home. Home. The word rang through Eric's head like a bell. It was synonymous with Jane, had been for months, maybe even years. It was a word he had struggled with all his life, but he remembered so clearly thinking it the first time they had spoken. The booth, the napkin, the stupid limerick. He had been running away from home for more than a year, since his had been stolen from him. And in a dank bar with an impetuous blue-haired siren, he had found it again. That famous quote from Robert Frost came to mind. "Home is the place where, when you go there, they have to take you in." But here she was, putting herself out, running away, closing herself off. She was afraid of their home. Maybe she was afraid of him. "Eric, please." Her voice, normally so strong, so pointed, was barely above a whisper. She slipped a long finger under her eye to wipe away a bit more of the dewy tears building along her lower lid. Her engagement ring, with the black diamond he'd chosen for the way its sharp beauty reminded him of her, hung slightly loose on her finger. "Please don't do this." Eric sagged against the door. The sound of her defeat? It fucking defeated him. "Don't do what? Fight for us?" At the word fight, her tears welled even more. "I can't," she whispered. "I can't fight anymore. My mother, you, please don't make me, please." Her breaths were shallow. She looked small, several inches less than her normally statuesque 5 feet 7 inches and a quarter. Yes, Eric knew Jane's height down to the quarter inch, thanks to his curiosity one night, just a few months ago. "Stop squirming, you little pixie. Let me measure you." Eric batted Jane's hands away from the tape measure he had nabbed from her work table. It was the soft one she used to measure her own waist, bust, hips, and other parts when she was making her clothes. She never knew how many times he'd stopped when he was walking past this room, struck by her sudden grace as she held the tape measure around her bare stomach, or reached from ankle to hip. Her grace, yes, but also her focus, the way she might clench her pencil between her teeth, or bite her full red lip as she read the numbers. He loved watching her work. He always had. I can tell you my own measurements, you know. I've done them enough times, and they're hardly pixie-sized.
I think I need to see them to believe them.
Jane giggled with delight as Eric stretched the malleable plastic down her naked body. Down, down, down its long, lean lines. Over the legs she irritably called chicken pins, but Eric called works of art. Shit, he couldn't even look at them without imagining them wrapped around his waist. Again. Fuck. 34.5 inches, he pronounced, after he pulled the plastic from her hip bone to her ankle. Nice stems, Lefferts. She peered at him down her body.
What are you doing? Taking inventory?
His teeth closed over a particularly smooth, fleshy part of her thigh. She screeched, and Eric laughed.
Just memorizing the terrain?
He replied with a grin. She grinned back, and he honestly thought his heart might burst out of his chest. His lips pressed back up her body, sucking here, licking there, as he trailed his way back up her legs. He paused over her chest, stretching the tape between the pert nipples he loved to worship.
7 inches,
he pronounced with a smirk, dropping a kiss on one, then the other. Jane arched into his mouth, begging for more. Eric's lips curled into a smile over the pebbled flesh. God, he loved the way she responded to him. She loved it rough. She loved it sweet. Hell, she seemed to love it any way he wanted to give it. But he wasn't quite in the mood for domination tonight. There was a rosy tint to this evening. He wanted to swim in it. He released her nipple with a pop, wove his tongue over her neck while drawing the tape measure over one arm from wrist to shoulder.
21,
he observed, his breath hot in her ear. Jane purred. I think you might be doing this wrong. That's not what I usually get.
I'm doing it perfectly.
What else, Mr. DeVries? She asked, stretching both hands upward. Eric arched over her, relishing in the feel of skin meeting skin. The way their bones seemed to fit together like pieces of a puzzle. He looped the tape around her wrists, crossing them over her head.
6 inches,
he murmured over her mouth. That sweet, succulent, cherry-red mouth. Fucking hell, he could die right here, kissing this woman, and have lived the fullest life possible. Jane arched beneath him, and the near 70 collective inches of legs wrapped around his waist, pulling him closer. He slipped the tape measure around her wrists a second time, then looped the plastic through itself so he could hold her wrists securely against the mattress. He bound her. She bound him. Mutual captivity by equals. Her heels dug into his skin, urging him to find that dark, heated space inside her. The tip of him teased her wet entrance, but Eric held back, pushing against her wrists, the bed, luxuriating in that sweet limbo before he completely gave himself up to this woman, before he let her consume him. Come, she whispered against his lips, her tongue slipping out to find his. Her kiss was a siren's call. Come home, Mr. DeVries. His head tipped back and she licked his neck. And then he sank in. She was home. God damn. All sweet, soft, slick, forbidden spaces of her. Home. And all his. Eric touched Jane's shoulder, feather soft. You don't need to fight, pretty girl. I'll do the fighting. For us both. When she didn't move away, he drew his hand over the symmetry of her shoulder, down the flannel-covered arm, measuring, remembering, wanting.
Sex isn't going to fix this, Eric.
His whole body jerked. What? Suddenly, Jane looked angry. Well, maybe that was an improvement.
It's the only time you suck at hiding your emotions,
when you're thinking about Nookie. Eric blinked and withdrew his hand. I was not.
You totally were.
But the fight of the words still wasn't completely there. Jane stepped away from the door. Back, until her legs hit the edge of the bed and she dropped onto the deep blue comforter. So what if I was? He asked finally. It doesn't mean I have to have it right that moment. I love you, Jane. I want you, sure, but it's a hell of a lot more than that. So I'm not going to apologize for daydreaming about my own damn wife or wanting her to come home. But Jane just stared at her hands, defeated. Amazing how this woman's silence was so much more deafening than any of her sharpest words. Eric closed the door, then took a seat next to her. His weight caused her to teeter into his shoulder. He placed a hand behind her back, hoping the open movement would encourage her to sink into him like she used to. But she just readjusted herself farther away. Yes, I was thinking about sex, he admitted again, doing his best to sound remorseful for something he still didn't think he should be sorry for. I can't help it around you. You know that. Because I'm so sexy right now, she said bitterly, her voice dry and hollow. In old leggings and my dad's Cosby sweaters, I look like a Tim Burton heroine. Eric looked her over, trying to see what she saw. Her glasses were on the bureau, and tears streaked her pale cheeks with no sign of ruined makeup. No lines, no lipstick. Her lips were a pale, cool pink instead of the red he always knew. Her brownish-black hair hung around her shoulders in limp, uncombed waves, like she had just pulled down the perennial knot of hair that had been at the base of her neck for weeks. And then, of course, there were her clothes. Eric didn't think he had ever seen Jane in something so banal as yoga pants, but here she was, in a nondescript pair, topped with the ugliest sweater he had ever seen. Oversized, patterned with maroon and yellow plaid. She looked like a child playing Harry Potter dress-up. He suddenly realized that he had never seen her like this. She was nothing like the unique, stylish woman he fucking worshipped. Stripped down to nothing. Absent of armor. And yet, he was more in love with her than ever. The truth, gorgeous, he said quietly as he reached out a hand. His pinky finger touched hers. She didn't move away. I hadn't even noticed. Jane snorted. Yeah, right. Mr. Poetry over here doesn't notice basic aesthetics. You love beautiful things, maybe even more than I do. You're still beautiful. God, he wanted to touch her. Wanted to push her hair aside and kiss her neck. Hell, he wanted to do more than that. Like tie her to the damn bed and force her to look at him while he plunged into her. Make her see the truth in his eyes. The love he could never hide. Not from her. Another snort. If I was ever beautiful, I'm certainly not now. Jane, you could be covered in garbage and still look like a masterpiece to me. He gave in, raised his hand and traced the line of her jaw with his index finger. Pretty girl. Jane's shoulders shook, and she looked up, hazel eyes impossibly big and shining, and so sad. For a moment, Eric thought she might kiss him, thought that maybe, just maybe, he had finally broken through that miserable shell. How? She whispered. How do I really know that? Was she kidding? Did she really not know, after all this time, how he felt?
Jane.
She looked away. Please don't. Don't what? He wanted to demand. Don't compliment you? Worship you? Tell you all the things you're dying to hear? He wanted to shout at her to snap the hell out of it. But instead, he just reiterated his chief objective.
I just want to go home,
Eric said again.
With you. We came up here to settle your mom, and we did. You both need some time apart, no matter what she says. And you and I need time together to heal from this fucking terror of a month.
Jane immediately burst into tears all over again. I can't, she cried. Don't you understand that? I can't just leave her again. If I hadn't in the first place, none of this would have happened. And that was the crux of it. Her guilt paralyzed her. Eric never thought he'd see the day when this woman was stilled by the fear of her own actions. This was Jane. Brazen, bold, as direct as they came. Her tears overcame her completely, and it was then she finally rocked toward him, allowing him to wrap an arm around her and pull her into his chest, where he had been dying for her for weeks now. Every frustration he had disappeared. Was it sick that he was simply enjoying the feel of her again?
No one is going to hurt her here,
Eric crooned as he stroked her hair.
No one is going to hurt either of you, I promise. Ever again.
It's easy to say that, isn't it?
It's the truth.
Jane sat up, pushing his arms away and wiping at her face. That's what we thought before, when I had 4 mountain-sized security guards trailing after me. You still ended up in jail, Eric, and Oma and I still ended up drugged in that fucking house.
Well, at least she had a little spunk in her. That was before we had enough evidence of John Carson's treason to lock him away for life, Jane.
Eric burst out, finally unable to keep his frustrations at bay.
You told me to be the man this family made me, and guess what? I am. I'm calling in every fucking favor I can to bring that bastard to justice, I promise you. He's got half the U.S. government ready to arrest him.
But he also has the other half in his pocket, doesn't he? Jane cut back bitterly.
What else do you want me to do? Eric asked. I'm out of ideas here. I'm doing everything I can to keep that maniac away from us so we can heal. Together. But I can't do that without you.
He rubbed a tired hand over his face.
Jesus Christ, Jane, you're not the only one who's had a shitty month. Did you forget I was literally behind bars for half of it?
Jane opened her mouth, eyes flashing through their watery expanse like she wanted to fight back.
Do it,
Eric wordlessly urged her.
Fight back, gorgeous.
Fight like I know you can. Tell me I'm full of shit. Tell me my cushy stay at Rikers was nothing compared to what you went through. Tell me so you can tell yourself, so we can yell at each other and get back to fucking normal. But the flash of anger only turned to smoke, then died. She closed right back up and stared at her hands all over again. It's not just that, she said after another minute or two. Back to unnerving quiet. Back to scared.
What do you mean?
Eric asked, taking her hand in his and not letting go. He wasn't willing to relinquish all that space yet. When I was there, before the baby... She looked up, and the pain in her eyes felt like a knife through his own chest. We're killing people, Eric. He stilled.
What in the hell would make you say that?
Maybe she didn't need to answer. Visions of his father in the casket